Welcome back! Day 2 is here and we are here. My name is Pavel Busha and I'm joined by Ryan, the James Bond to my Captain America, I guess, today, because we're looking a little bit different, but you know, we had to dress up because it's the final of the mid-season tournament, and I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm super excited. We've got some spicy games up. We've got 4 players that made it out from yesterday in the semifinals today.
Amen.
Only 2 can advance to the finals, and then only 1 is going to take the lion's share of the prize money and also going to reserve a spot in GWENT World Masters, which is coming in December. So lots of exciting stuff happening.
Yeah.
What else do we got?
Well, we're continuing with the Tide Rises. We're showing the new cards that are going to be coming. It's like we have now not 10 days, but 9 days actually. So July 11th is when we launched the new expansion with the new cards. There's 30, how many cards?
36.
36
6
new
per
cards.
faction.
6 per faction. And today, before the final, in the pre-final segment, you will see the first 4 Scoia'tael cards, which me and Ryan will reveal for you in that video, apart from some of the balance changes which are coming with the update that is coming along with the expansion. So everything is happening in 9 days, like I said, so July 11th. I can't wait for it. It's going to be exciting, but not as exciting probably as today's matches, because they're going to be bonkers.
Yeah, so I'm already anticipating some people angrily typing in the Twitch chat between the series, like, where are the reveals, where are the leaks? They're all coming in the dev video. No rush.
Wait.
No rush. Yeah, you can wait until you get your Twitch drops as well.
Exactly. Focus on the gameplay. Remember to claim your card back. Like, yeah, you get all the good stuff, and then you'll get all the new stuff, or the new as they call it. Right?
Exactly.
Perfect.
Cool.
All right. I think that's it from us, right?
Yep.
Let's throw it over to our first pair of casters.
All right, thank you to James Bond and Captain America for that introduction. Hello again from us here. My name is Sealy and I'm here with caster, streamer, and all-around wonderful person, Shane Murray. How are we doing today?
Thank you for the lovely intro once again, Sealy. I'm doing wonderful. I got a good night's of rest of sleep, ready to cast some exciting, intense games. Yesterday's matches were so close. So 3 of the 4 series went the distance to game number 5, and yeah, like a lot of them down to the wire. I didn't know who was going to win until the very, very end.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Yesterday was full of excitement for sure, but today, of course, will be very intense and exciting as well, as we are about to find out who the GWENT Mid-season champion will be after the upcoming semifinal series. Now, you don't want to miss that pre-final segment that Ryan and Bush, of course, mentioned, as they will be talking about those upcoming cards and all of the new cool stuff. So stay tuned for that, as the tide rises very soon. And that's what the new drop is called.
Yeah, and we also have Twitch drops for you, just like yesterday. Remember, for watching 4 hours on Twitch, you'll get 50 meteorite powder plus the mid-season card back. And then at 6 hours, you'll get an ultimate keg. And at 8 hours, you'll get another ultimate keg. These are cumulative watch times. So they include the time that you watched the stream yesterday. You just have to make sure that you claim your prize in between. When you hit each threshold, you got to claim your prize so that you begin progress on the next one.
Yep, important to not forget about that, otherwise you won't get your goodies. But other than that, take it easy, get some snacks, and enjoy the series that are coming up soon. Now let's take a look at the 4 final players that have made it this far. They are, of course, Kaneki versus Puzzle Express going first here. Team Elderblood Friends going up against each other. And then Holdir and Danirai, second semifinals battle coming up after that. Of course, one winner from each series will progress to the finals and go up against the other bracket winner.
Yeah, 4 players from day 1 made it to day number 2. Interesting to note, 3 of the most control-heavy lineups with Kaneki, Puzzle, and Holdir made it through, and then Danarai, the lone greed player, kind of getting in there at the very end with his victory over Kerpeten.
Absolutely, very interesting setup for today. And keep in mind that if you want to share your thoughts with us about anything event related, maybe you want to talk about your favorite leaks or perhaps some spicy plays, please make sure to use the hashtag GWENT Mid-season when you do tweet about this weekend's events. We will keep an eye out for those.
Remember, the tournament is being run in an online format. All the players and casters are connecting from homes, and all the matches will be played with a 30-minute delay. And Twitch Observer is again fully operational, so make sure you take advantage of it and hover over those cards.
All right, and let's take a look at the bracket and how things have been progressing so far. Here you can see the quarterfinals results from yesterday. Kaneki taking the win there against Lirio. Puzzle Express, on the other hand, 3-2 versus Spelling Bee. On the lower bracket side, we have Holdir and Danirai, respectively, taking the wins there in their series.
Yeah, and today we'll have the semifinals followed by the developer update, and then we'll have the finals all in one day. We've got a lot of action ahead of us. Let's take a look at the prize pools, shall we? I think we have all three of the players, they won their series 3-2, so they have $1,100 in the bag. I believe Danirai won a little bit more money because he won his quarterfinals 3-1, but most of the prize pool is still up for grabs here in game number 2, with the semifinals and the finals still left to come.
Yeah, if you're wondering how much prize money a participant does receive, that, of course, like Shinri said, depends on the result of the match. And now in the semifinals, the stakes have been up to $2,000 for each of these matches. So we'll see who takes what as we are closer to getting to the upcoming series. But of course, we have to take a look at our players. I'm sure you all know and love them, but let's recap who we have here. Kaneki Yomori would be the first player here, representing, of course, Team Elderblood and France.
Yeah, Kaneki and Puzzle Express are actually both from Team Elderblood. They're teammates, they're friends. They've been preparing together for this tournament, so it's a little bit bittersweet, as we often see in these tournaments that two friends and teammates end up facing each other. At least it was not in the quarterfinals this time, I'd say.
Yeah, that's right. There can only be one winner. And here, of course, the quote Kaneki has decided to display on this card does tell us a lot about his ethics. And let's see if this hard work will pay off, as the upcoming battle will be very tough. And here is Puzzle Express, also Team Elderblood representing, and wonderful, wonderful smile. Awesome guy, looks very happy here as well. Let's see how this series turns out, as both, like you said, Shinmuri, have pretty control-heavy lineups, but slight differences, of course.
Yeah, I really thought Puzzle Express was like super humble and super nice in his interview with Berja yesterday after he won his quarterfinal. Yeah, so I just really like that.
Yeah, I completely agree. Now we, of course, want to know what you think over there on the other side of the internet, as there was a Twitter poll asking kind of who would be favored here in the upcoming series, and it is very close. Look at that, Shinmuri. Almost a 50-50 here for both Kaneki and Puzzle Express.
Wow, yeah, that's really close. They have similar lineups, but they're not exactly the same. I think Kaneki is bringing Bounty, which might be a little bit of a weakness for him, as when we were prepping with both of these guys, they said both of their lineups are control lineups designed to target Self-Wound as well as Bounty Golden Necker. And Kaneki's the only one between the two playing Bounty Golden Necker in his lineup, so there could be a little bit of a struggle getting that particular list through.
Exactly. And speaking of the lists and their differences, we can take a look, a recap from yesterday at what the players are bringing to the party and how these lineups will differ from each other. Of course, we have sort of the blue coin heavy and slave list with the Erendite in it, Blood Money Syndicate, like Shinri mentioned, Pincer Maneuver Erland, and Nature's Gift Scoia'tael is what Kaneki's lineup consists of.
Yeah, and first up we have the Enslave 5. I actually saw a lot of people playing this list yesterday after both Puzzle and Kaneki found success with it. I saw a lot of people playing this on ladder. It's really good at controlling your opponent's strategy, denying them their points with the Heat Wave, the Invocation, and the Vilgeforce. Both Heat Wave and Invocation prevent any sort of graveyard shenanigans, and you also get that high roll potential with Traherne just discarding one of opponent's win conditions straight from the deck.
Yeah, wants to win round one ideally with just those thinning bronzes and stay ahead at all times to grow that Erendite. Yeah, bleeding can sometimes be tough. You do have those Nausicaa Sergeants in there, and they only get enabled, of course, when you have lost a round. But a solid list, especially from Blue Coin. And we can check out Blood Money Syndicate next. Pretty classic list, Golden Necker Syndicate. A lot of answers in the form of poison and bounty, but it is sort of engine-based removal as it takes a little bit of time for those bounties to be set on the board and some engines to come down as well. And Golden Necker really helps with this, being able to put multiple threats in one turn on the board. And there is one card in particular that we saw Kaneki use very interestingly yesterday to wipe out some statuses with the Salamander Hideout, of course, which is one of the most important pieces of Golden Necker, as it does have to pull out that artifact, and you do have Candle and Salamander Hideout for that. And ideally, Salamander Hideout will be the card that you pull from the Golden Necker, and that can then potentially enable a one-turn poison by playing a failed experiment or using the order ability of this Hideout later. Now, most people are used to seeing or picking this failed experiment from the Hideout, but yesterday we were able to see that clutch use of it on the Salamander Lackey in Kaneki series versus Lario. Salamander Abomination and Mage can also be great value options. So it's important for these players to be aware of all the possible options for this card.
Yeah, I love the flexibility of Salamander Hideout, finding the right answer finding the right card for the right situation. A lot of times, Salamander Abomination is actually really good especially if your opponent has poison of their own or something to punish your statuses. Salamander Abomination will self-purify at the end of the turn after a certain adrenaline. I think it's pretty early. I think it's like adrenaline 6. So you can use like that in combination with Gellert to get 2 extra points every time you self-poison it, but also not be at risk for your opponent's poison.
And then we have this Pincer Maneuver list, which is a deck that is quite focused on carryover. It is slightly different from the Shup variant that has been quite popular on the ladder. This inclusion has a couple of specials such as the Heatwave Muscle and Curse of Corruption. Also some bronze specials, which means that the deck does sacrifice some carryover points on the Erland, potentially Muta Generator, but instead benefits from having a lot more control than you're used to seeing normally. So a pretty flexible list as well with the Temple inclusion, and ideally gets a lot of carryover. Maybe happier to go on red coin as it does play slightly slower toward the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and the big win condition here is Erland of Larvik. Let's take a closer look at that card. We didn't get to see this deck in action yesterday, but I think we might be able to see it in action today. Erland of Larvik boosts all units in your deck by 1 on deploy, and he also gains immunity if you play him as your 4th to last card in the round or later. And then, so he becomes very, very difficult to deal with. He's able to remove all the boosts from all the units from your deck. So that is not only the boost that he put on them with deploy, but also the boost that you built up in a previous round with Muta Generator, as well as if you happen to like shuffle the Sunset Wanderer back into your deck, you're going to get all of those boosts. The All God as well, so you can play All God in round 3 and still get all the value from the All God rather than having to make sure that you draw into or play all the 4 cards or 5 cards that All God boosts. So Erland ends up being 20, 30 points pretty often, and with there's only a few specific answers or few specific ways that opponents can answer this Erland. So this could become a big strategy point, a macro strategy point on how opponents are going to potentially deal with this. Do you have that untargeted tall punish like Curse of Corruption or Geralt Igni, or do you have something else in mind? Maybe you can like Shiru this or boiling oil to purify. These are all possibilities that maybe opponents will find creative ways to answer early.
Yeah, it's a really cool card, and in the past, a lot of the time, Erland has been mostly used early in the game for sort of carryover strategies. But now seeing it as this really big and threatening finisher, it makes it really sort of tense and exciting. As you said, if there are any answers for it, you really have to see what happens, and perhaps it's not always guaranteed to go through despite the immunity. So very cool card. Then we have, of course, last but not least, this very powerful, more point slammy Nature's Gift. This deck does play Heatwave to sacrifice a little bit of value on the Equinoxes, but those are meant to be shuffled back, of course, with the Elisa and replayed potentially with Simlas. Can be a little bit tricky to try and hide them from any kind of graveyard hate, but overall this deck has a lot of points, and these Equinoxes really are sort of the star of the deck, I would say.
Yeah, the only list out of the 4 of Kanekis that's not really leaning towards much control. This is much more towards a point slam archetype. So I could see maybe it getting banned since it's better against control itself, potentially. Well, we'll see. But this is a pretty classic one. We've seen a lot of players play this already. Let's take a look at Puzzle Express's lists. And there's a couple of duplicates here. The Enslave 5 is almost exactly the same. I think the only difference is the stratagem. Puzzle Express bringing Crystal Skull instead of Tactical Advantage. But all the cards are the same. Pincer Maneuver as well, very, very similar. I think there are small changes like the 2 boiling oils instead of an offering, maybe in the 4P bronzes as well. But very, very control-y. We talked about how the Muta Generator and the specials are a little bit awkward together in this deck, and we could see that issue cropping up in the series as well.
Yeah, some bronze differences mainly here in the Pincer Maneuver or the TA, of course, in the Enslave list. But you did mention sort of an answer for Erland being something like Lydia. So I think we can take a little peek at Lydia here, because she is a really nice and flexible card for this Enslave list in particular, that both players, of course, are bringing with their Enslave 5 lists. And yeah, when she's deployed on the melee row, she creates that new special card from your opponent's faction, and that can be used when there's no good special in your opponent's graveyard, or when you're looking for a potential answer, just a value play. And in this particular deck, she's mainly included because of her range throw ability, which can be really good to steal an Equinox or Waylay from Squirtle as an example. And so she's really nice. She can be used to answer any threats sort of reactively, but if you already have enough of those, she's flexible enough to be played proactively for value. And in this tournament, we have seen a lot of players sort of discard a lot of cards, especially with reactive decks, or get little value out of them, meaning that Lydia's flexibility in this instance could be extra valuable.
Yeah, I love how creative she is, and she also allows players to kind of play to their outs. Like we were saying, in a potential matchup today could be Enslave versus Pincer Maneuver, and the Enslave list doesn't have Curse of Corruption, but it could answer Erland with something like a Lydia stealing their boiling oil and hitting like an adjacent unit and killing an adjacent unit to Erland, and then purifying him that way, and then you can like enslave the Erland over to your side before he's able to click his order. Something very creative like that. Or even against the Syndicate matchup, Lydia could steal a poison, or create coins or for your spender, or create a spender for your coins. There's a lot of different ways to use her, and that could be a big deal if Syndicate is like self-poisoning their own units too with Gellert.
Exactly. Lots to keep an eye out for here, especially with that Lydia. It's going to be fun. Then we can move on to the Patrocinado Fury, which is, we saw Kaneki bringing Syndicate. On the other hand, Puzzle Express here bringing a very control-heavy Patrocinado Fury sort of red coin dedicated list. It's quite similar to what we saw from Holdir yesterday, and it has sort of limited proactivity, which is why it really enjoys that red coin, and aims to disrupt opponent's strategy, really. It has sort of limited points by itself, and most of the deck's own points then being concentrated in the Patricide leader and Sova killing a big beast, which will be then usually played together as sort of a synergistic finisher. Has answers for a lot, can deal with wide boards with that Svalbard. We've seen that Svalbard come in quite early in these round ones a lot of the time to secure a round almost by himself. So that is an option that this deck is willing to commit early to really get that last say and potentially play very, maybe even discard cards toward the end of round 3. But of course, we do have a card to highlight in this list, which is a really, really fun card included, and it's Shoop's Day Off. In all the cards, As Gwent fans, I think this is the most amazing card of them all. It is Shoop, and it's why we have to, of course, highlight him here and his multiple flexible options, of course.
Yeah, so many options with Shoop. 15 in total. You've got the Shoop Mage, which is probably the most random, but also potentially the most impactful version of Shoop, where it will really punish opponents for putting too much power on the board on their first turn, because you can, if they put one really big unit, you could use Shoop Seize to move a random unit to the opposite row. But if there's only one unit on the board, you're guaranteed to get that. So if opponent plays a 10, like a Nausicaa Sergeant, you can play Shoop Mage and get 24 points right away, and also potentially deny things like Slave Driver copying that Nausicaa Sergeant. Or you've got Shoop deal random 13 damage, and then with the Shoop Hunter, you've got answers for things like artifacts, which is really rare in this game. If you don't run like a Heat Wave, you don't really have a way to answer artifacts, right? So Shoop can answer artifacts. Shoop can just play for a really good value, like 14, 15 points from Shoop Knight or Shoop Hunter. You also have resilience, which is a really big thing too. Sometimes you just need 10 points to close out the round. You can go for Shoop Knight and get that 10 carryover into the next round. So I am curious to see how Puzzle Express will use all these options and use Shoop, the timing of when he decides to go for Shoop. This a really big deal, something to note, is that he doesn't run Rune Mage in this deck. Most Shoop decks nowadays run Rune Mage to guarantee the Shoop option, since there are 5 Shoop options per type of Shoop. But in this deck, without a Rune Mage, you only see 3 of those 5 options when you choose either Shoop Hunter, Shoop Knight, or Shoop Mage. And so you're not guaranteed to get the option that you want. He needs to play this Shoop in a situation where hopefully like 2 or even 3 options are good for him, so that he doesn't low roll and miss and have to take a really, really low value Shoop.
Yeah, lots of options to consider for Puzzle, and lots of things that Kaneki has to keep in mind. The threat with the movement, for example, from Shoop Mage. A really interesting card that is included in this list. Also, the Scepter of Storms is a cool card that Puzzle Express decides to bring in this list. We saw him use that yesterday to get an even bigger Sova target, as the weather, of course, then damaged the beast, the little Havre that was summoned. So we could
cool.
potentially see a play like that. I thought, yeah, one of my favorite plays. It was really awesome, and that's why it's there. If you look at it, you're like, I haven't seen this card a lot. Well, it works very beautifully in this particular list. But moving on, we can take a quick recap at this Nature's Gift list again. Powerful, point slammy Equinoxes, similar to what we saw. In fact, identical, I believe, from what we saw from Kaneki.
Yeah, and I think the card that might come into play here that we didn't really see, we saw a little bit of it yesterday, was Thaw, a very innocuous 4 provision neutral nature card. Just recently got the nature tag, and it doesn't do that many points, but it does apply Veil to one of your units. And we did say that, you know, these lineups are targeting bounty. Kaneki's bounty wants to put bounty and poison on your opponent's tall units. And Thaw can be very annoying putting Veil there if there is no Purify available.
Yeah, we did see that 40-point Dryad from Kaneki yesterday, also putting the Veil on top to deny those poisons from Scoia'tael. That was really fun. And yeah, going to be interesting to see. Also, these little King Cobras, you might be wondering why they are there, but they are, of course, there to target and screw a little bit with Syndicate, potentially wanting to self-poison. It is a threat that definitely Kaneki has to keep in mind, as he is bringing that Syndicate list to the party. Avoiding Puzzle Express from getting any King Cobra value could be fun.
All right, so there you have it. Those are the 4 decks brought by each of the players. It's Kaneki versus Puzzle Express in the first semifinal of the day. They're friends, they're teammates. They brought similar control lineups, but with one major difference, right? Syndicate for Kaneki, Patricidal Fury control for Puzzle Express. Let's take a look at maybe the bans and what they are scared of the most. I think despite the similar lineups, they're going to have different strategies in their bans because of the existence of this blood money.
That's right, here are the bans. No Scoia'tael allowed for Kaneki, Puzzle Express saying that it's a powerful list that perhaps will be difficult to get past. And on the other hand, Kaneki is banning Puzzle Express's Northern Realms, so no Erland from Puzzle Express today. It's going to be interesting to see here. Syndicate, of course, being able to be played, as well as Skellige, those two decks that are different from our players, will make a difference here, as well as the coin. Kaneki having the blue coin, Puzzle Express on the other hand answering with red coin. Potentially sort of happy about that, considering the SK is red dedicated. Scoia'tael as well, pretty happy to go on that red coin. And yeah, going to be interesting.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's a good point. The red coin is good for Svalbard. Blue coin is good for Enslave 5 in this case because of building that Erendite. However, I don't know if blue coin is great for Kaneki with Bounty. Bounty, typically a slower deck in round 1, not really wanting to fight too much for the round, just wants to build some coin carryover, not lose on even cards, and it can't commit things, or it really usually doesn't want to commit things like the Candle, because Candle with the resilience, you want it for round 2 and round 3. It is probably one of the best spenders for that deck. And without the Candle in round 3, if you do commit it in round 1, you're often going to run out of ways to be able to spend your coins. You have all these coins coming into your purse because of the bounties that you're collecting, but you have like maybe one Eventide Plunder to spend. You do have like the offensive cards like Freak Show and Tunnel Drill and Executioner, but those are often targets for removal, and they are units. They're relatively low power, and especially if you don't have the Candle to buff them, they're going to be very vulnerable.
Yeah, that's an interesting weakness sort of that Kaneki has to navigate. And also with that Scoia'tael ban for Kaneki, it is a deck that is quite okay going on blue coin. Definitely does not mind that at all. And that means that it's more likely that we will see that Syndicate having to take the blue coin, and perhaps that is a position that Puzzle is, trying to, or at least will benefit from having Kaneki in. Of course, we said Nilfgaard Enslave is sort of the blue coin dedicated deck, but more blue coins here for Kaneki in this series. And dedicated blue coin deck going first here from Kaneki, Puzzle Express opening up with the dedicated red coin deck, which is Patricide of Fury, that very control heavy deck that can definitely push and put a lot of pressure on Kaneki here immediately in round 1.
Yeah, here we go. All right, day number 2 of mid-season tournament is underway. Let's go. We've got Kaneki and Mori. Oh, that Traherne in the hand. It gives me jitters. I'm nervous, Sealy.
It's ready to go, but we do see both Sova and Svalbard, for example, here in Puzzle Express's hand.
That's true.
Traherne might not be doing as much damage as Kaneki would perhaps hope for, but it's great to have it in round 1 because that's where it really can do the most damage.
Yeah, and we saw Kaneki mulliganing away cards like Yennefer's Invocation, thinking that, having to go first in this round, I'm probably not going to have great targets for it. Puzzle Express may even play quite a few no unit plays in at the beginning of this round.
Yep. Here we go. We're making a.
So these are the Traherne. These are the Traherne options. These are the 3 cards on top of Puzzle Express's deck right now. None of them are really that great to discard. You do have the option to confirm choice and discard nothing, but Kaneki decides to discard the Champion's Charge. One of the potential hard removal options for Puzzle Express, may be able to just remove Nausicaa Sergeant later in the game with Bloodthirst 3, or just a nice no unit uninteractive damaging play that Kaneki doesn't want Puzzle Express to have access to.
There we go. Now let's look at this thinning situation here in Kaneki's hand. Of course, this Enslave 5 deck does want to thin, get those golds out, and also play out some of these tactics. There is a Magni Division as well as a Mage, which is very, very nice.
Blightmaker,
I have here Blightmaker pulling out the Mage Assassin. Thank you. So those are nice to have here in round 1, putting a decent tempo. Of course, there is an Erendite, so Kaneki will be trying to grow that as the round progresses. Puzzle Express, on the other hand, does have the option to secure a round with this Svalbard, which could be nice for now. Playing it a little bit slow, putting some damage onto the board. Not really playing anything too committal just yet. Doesn't have to.
Yeah, so Puzzle Express, both players really want to fight for that that last say in round 3. And to get last say in round 3, typically the easiest way is to win round 1. Last say in round 3 is very important because you can tall punish. Nilfgaard's side could tall punish the 13 power Patricidal Fury leader with like Heat Wave or Vilgefortz or Yennefer's Invocation, but won't be able to do that if Skellige has last say. On the other hand, and maybe even like Enslave might also be an issue if you don't have last say. And on the other hand, maybe Puzzle Express wants last say to be able to punish, say, a Sergeant on Kaneki's side.
All right, Kaneki takes the Heat Wave there. Not perhaps an ideal target, but of course, Puzzle Express playing very reactively, not really putting tall targets on the board, or that you have Vilgefortz, you have Invocation, you have Heat Wave. So using one of them here to remove sort of a decently sized unit is fine for Kaneki because he has so many of them.
I like how we're trying to justify using a 10 provision Heat Wave on a 4 provision little Hopru. But yeah, in this case, like he knows that there's not going to be that many targets for this tall removal, that you really only need to save one for Patricidal Fury and maybe one for Svalblood, and that's it. But like Svalblood's most likely going to come down after Kaneki passes to get that reach here. Or maybe Puzzle Express will decide enough is enough. I can win this round on even if I commit this Svalblood now. So we'll see. But Kaneki still has that Vilgefortz in his hand if he needs it.
And especially with these Blightmakers coming onto the board, really nice for Kaneki to get them out and get them here in round 1, but also making the board wider and giving Svalblood essentially a little bit more value as well when he comes down. So Kaneki might be wanting to hold on to that Blightmaker for just a little bit longer, or prefers to thin. We'll see. There is still a Magni that can be thinned as well with this Slave Driver. But yeah, Lydia being the flexible play, holding on to that, and Vilgefortz potentially answering a Svalblood that threatens the round on even as well.
Yeah, really tough spot for Kaneki. Normally, like these plays that get you proactive points like Blightmaker, normally you would count it as 11 points. But with 3 bodies, those 2 extra bodies are probably just going to get wiped out when the Svalblood is played. So you're really only playing like a 6 instead of an 11, just due to the fact that there's 3 bodies instead of 1 or even 0.
All right, Puzzle Express taking the pass, saying that fighting for this round is not really what he wants to be doing. Kaneki has to be pretty happy about that already, now knowing that Puzzle Express can't really get that last say, and now Kaneki can choose how long the upcoming rounds are, so that perhaps we won't see sort of a very uninteractive discard round 3 situation from Puzzle Express.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that pass come from Puzzle Express so early. I felt like he had a lot of reach with the Svalblood if he wanted it, but I wonder if he has some other experience in this in the preparation sessions in his scrims that tell him I don't need last say, I just need to conserve my value. But we'll see how this plays out. Kaneki now has the option to push a little bit in round 2 to shorten round 3, or just pass at 7 to ensure that he doesn't lose his card advantage and doesn't lose his last say.
Yeah, exactly. Pushing into this round can eventually become a little bit scary, because you then do risk losing that last say for Puzzle Express to easily be able to take over. With some of these powerful plays in hand, Totem, Svalblood still existing will be a threat, but it seems like Kaneki at least wants to thin out another card with this Blightmaker, perhaps saying that doesn't need to push further into this round. But of course, Blightmaker does come down, so does the Mage Assassin, missing a target, but perhaps indicating that Kaneki might not want to stay in the round for too much longer, but we'll see.
Yeah, and again, because it's 3 bodies, it's not that valuable in round 3. He does have a free card to play here, so that's nice. And it also, by playing a card, you're growing your Erendite by 2 points. If you had dry passed without playing anything, the Erendite wouldn't grow at all. So that's a really good reason to kind of play an extra card here, even if you don't plan on contesting the round.
Yeah, could have the option to go a little bit further here. There is the Enslaved 5 leader looking to steal one of the engines, a kind of tempting target on the board for now. And War Council, Vigo can of course now also, yeah, we'll see. Magni could thin, but no tactics in hand, so it's looking a little bit iffy. But Kaneki's definitely thinking about it here, whether to push forward or take it to round 3. And it looks like we're going for Lydia here as a reactive play to answer that engine that just came out and keeps growing this errand out even further.
Yeah, I like this Lydia play. It trades up even more to the Berserker from Puzzle Express. I think Kaneki is worried that even with Last Say in a 10-card round 3, in a long round 3, there's just going to be too much Svalblood value. Puzzle Express hasn't committed anything. There's the Totem, there's the Svalblood, there's potentially just so many explosions coming from the Svalblood on the turn that he's played that it's not going to be good for him, even with Last Say. Because in a long round, he's just going to have way too many units on this board.
That's fair, but does take the pass here after the Lydia, even though no bigger commitment coming down here yet from Puzzle Express. Puzzle Express does have to play something decent here still to catch up with the gap, so perhaps this is the pass that Kaneki was hoping for. Hey, you haven't committed anything, and now we have to, you know, you can't play one of these 4 provision bronzes, but you do have to commit something more valuable to get out of the round.
Yeah, Puzzle, I think, might be willing to go for something like Arcane Tome into Shoop here to try to find resilience, perhaps? No, goes for the Totem instead. Just gonna get the 8 points. He needed exactly 8 to get ahead. Doesn't really value the Fanatics, I guess, since this Nilfgaard list does have a lot of ways to answer these Fanatics, but does like the resilience on the Totem to use that 2 self-wound damage to activate the Fanatic that is spawned from the Svalblood for an extra explosion.
That's right. Those Fanatics potentially also being some nice targets for Enslaved to steal. Curse of Corruption currently in hand, drawing into that last mulligan, which is King Cobra. Not going to do anything in this matchup for Puzzle Express. But Curse of Corruption needs to be timed nicely here because Puzzle Express does have sort of the higher base power units eventually. And here we see the first discard. King Cobra just wants to play reactively, saying that it's not worth putting these 2 points on the board. I'll just put it in my graveyard instead, forcing Kaneki to make the proactive play here.
Yeah, the discard, let the discarding begin, I say, because it's actually maybe better for Puzzle to not play these 2 points to threaten the Shoop C's or the Shoop 13 damage. Although there is a lot of armor now with this Ramon into Nausicaa Sergeant as the proactive choice for Kaneki Amori.
There could be a line where Puzzle Express says, hey, nothing's likely to go above that 10 from Kaneki, so I'm just going to take this Curse of Corruption. And it does come down here, continues to, I mean, Seagulls are coming out, but other than that, not much here on Puzzle Express's side of the board for Kaneki to interact with. And of course, out comes the Vigo here, going for another Nausicaa Sergeant, and boosting that up with the battle preparation, sort of evening out these taller units.
Puzzle Express is actually purposely clicking his totem on his own seagulls. This is this like, should someone call PETA? Is this animal abuse? He doesn't want these seagulls on the board because of, I think, maybe Shoop random options, as well as like they're just going to end up being worth 0 points because eventually Svalblood will be played and it will deal at least 1 damage, probably more, to all the units on the board. So just doesn't want to give any targets to Kaneki, maybe trying to deny like an Erendite target or just clearing the board so that he doesn't have any negative options from, say, Shoop C's.
Yeah, the question is, how far is this on interactivity going to continue from Puzzle Express's side? But this is very unconventional Gwent gameplay. It's really interesting to see in this tournament. But these players have practiced the strategies. Puzzle Express definitely knows what he's doing here. Using another uninteractable card, continuing to put Kaneki in sort of an slightly awkward position, but we do see that Kaneki still has proactive plays, doesn't have to sacrifice any of his own points, and is able to put more armor on the board, which is nice once that Svalblood hits and potentially can't damage too much here. And here is the Shoop now. Will it be the Shoop Mage potential
It
here.
is.
It is. So what are the options?
Well, what did he get? Oh, we'll see. It is a random unit. Move a random unit, but he got a 4 instead of a 10. So the Shoop only plays for about 12. He actually got the worst one because the one without armor as well. But there was a possibility to get a 24-point Shoop there.
Yeah, it was good odds. It was a sort of a 50-50 situation here for Puzzle Express with the 2 10s and the 2 4s, but low rolled on this one. But there is the Shoop Mage, not quite doing his best here for Puzzle Express. Now Erendite does have a target with the Shoop on the board as well for later. Kaneki still growing it, and
Erendite is at 14.
Answering. Oh wow, that is
at 14
pretty
now.
big. Yeah.
And because Puzzle Express plays so uninteractive, he never has any points on his board, so the Erendite is going to be growing every single turn. And this Enslave list from Kaneki actually has quite a few decent amount of proactive points with all these Sergeants that you can play over and over again with Arturius and Ramon and Slave Driver.
And here is the Heat Wave. I think the Erendite has to be taken now, otherwise there might not be an Erendite target, or leader target for that matter.
Yeah, Puzzle Express still using the Tome to kill and damage his own units. So there's the Erendite now coming down before there are no valid targets on Puzzle Express's side of the board. This Arcane Tome can take a Tesha Mutinous Sword or, just a Tesha Mutinous Sword actually. There's only one target for this Arcane Tome. It's not very good. It might actually be better for Puzzle Express to discard Arcane Tome because Tesha Mutinous Sword is only going to play for 4 points here, and Kaneki will be able to use it for something better, like a Yennefer's Invocation or an Imperial Diplomacy, to just get some proactive points on his board, probably more than 4. And Puzzle Express won't have the option to use it again.
All right, in that case, we might see that play coming down here from Puzzle Express, deciding not to play it out. Meanwhile, Kaneki pretty happy having that armor on those Nausicaa Sergeants for now. Able to still see a card with that War Council later, but Arcane Tome does hit the board and decides to take the Tesha Mutinous Sword after all, not discarding it and doing a little bit of damage still. Minus 3 points on this Nausicaa Sergeant. Here comes the War Council from Kaneki. With the Magnetic Vision, drawing into a Diplomacy and now being able to see the options on War Council, Invocation being one of them, but of course nothing to steal here. So Diplomacy, double Diplomacy it is.
Oh wow,
Nice pull.
That's very nice. That was Freya's Blessing into a Slave Driver that got him even more proactive points. Here we see the second to last play with the Svalblood. How many explosions are we gonna get? I think it's only 2. And that sets up the Abomination to exactly 5 power, which will be a really nice Enslave 5 target for Kaneki. Really big lead now.
Really fast. A little bit of Bloodthirst now on Kaneki's side of the board, helping potentially this Sova reach its Bloodthirst. I'm not exactly sure which beast remains here as the target for Sova. I assume it's Squirrel.
Yeah, it will be Squirrel. And Puzzle Express forfeits, knowing that there's just not enough points, even with the leader, even with the Sov, the 20-point Sov, which is going to be immune. It's just too big of a lead to overcome, knowing that there will be Tall Punish in the hand of Kaneki for the 13 power Arnulf. And I think it comes down to having last say. I think it's if Puzzle Express is able to have last say there, it becomes much, much closer, and it might be a win for him. So I'm very surprised that he gave up round 1 so easily. The Svalblood didn't end up actually doing that much in round 3 because of all the armor generated by the Nausicaa Sergeants. So it might have been better off used in round 1 when there was like 9-10 units on, mostly with no armor on Kaneki's side of the board, and play that Svalblood as reach to help you secure last say.
Yeah, that's mainly what we have been seeing from the tournament so far. So it's curious as to what Puzzle was planning there, holding on to the Svalblood, perhaps thinking that there was a potential to get card advantage when if Kaneki would have bled further into that round. But masterfully done. Kaneki has the blue coin, heavy list through Nilfgaard Enslave 5. Now it's Puzzle's time to go on blue coin, perhaps also bringing the Enslave 5 list to the party, and red coin for Kaneki potentially wanting to bring the Northern Realms list, perhaps being sort of a little bit more happier, I think, on red coin than blue, and yeah, Syndicate potentially having to fight it out on blue coin later.
I hope he brings. I hope he brings Northern Realms. We haven't had a chance to cast or see this particular version of Erland Control in the quarterfinals yesterday, because I think in both series it was banned.
Yeah.
Right.
This
So I'm curious. I'm curious to see how it plays out. But Kaneki decides to bring Syndicate instead, and I think it's a smart choice. Syndicate really wants that red coin, so this is going to be a crucial matchup, in my opinion. Puzzle Expresses in Slave 5 versus Kaneki Yamori Syndicate. I actually was watching some of their scrims with this matchup yesterday, and it was very, very close. It was very close, and it could go either way here, I think.
All right.
We'll see how this ends up going, what their strategy is going to be. But again, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Bounty just give up the round relatively easily here in round 1.
Yeah, seems like Kalkstein just coming down, knowing that there won't be many purified targets here necessarily. Fast play from Puzzle Express, on the other hand, just answering it, putting this the Magni Soldier up to 8 power. Kaneki now responds here with Eventide Plunder, creating an engine. And going for the failed experiment here, having the self-poison. Now the assassination is looking good. And yeah, very clean kill here from Puzzle Express. Assassination getting to do its full 6 points of damage.
Yeah. Puzzle Express using his tactic removals early in round 1 to deny all of these threats, thinking maybe that later on with the Conjurer's Candle being able to protect those 4, 5, 6 health stuff, that the tactics won't find much use at that point, like Assassination and Tourney Joust. So we're just happy to spend it here, and that was the fastest round 1 I've ever seen. I think there wasn't much contemplating. Both players kind of knew what the other wanted to do there. Just it was very obvious that Kaneki just wanted to get out of the round on red after playing 3 cards, and yeah, Zak. We're in round 2.
Yeah. Very much planned out here. Now, on the other hand, let's see if Kaneki can find the Golden Necker for a little bit of security in case Puzzle Express decides it's time to bleed it out, but we don't see it yet. Treyhern is here. Not banishing the Golden Necker, though. That could have happened.
Thank God. Oh, man. That would have been... Oh, Kaneki, look at Kaneki's praying here. He's praying. He's praying. He's like, oh, please, don't let it be Golden Necker. He can't see the options. Yet he just knows, he just sees Puzzles deciding something. And gotta be a big sigh. Look at that sigh of relief. Yeah. You can see Kaneki just his soul just revived a little bit after seeing that Treyhern discard. Just a poison, just a 4 provision poison Fizz-Tech. Nothing too major.
Yeah, this of course means that the Fisher King is really safe to now put that Golden Necker on top of the deck, as the threat of the Treyhern is gone. Points coming down here nicely for Puzzle Express. That Mage Assassin has a target now on the board, thinning out a little bit more, and yeah, pretty valuable cards now in Puzzle Express's hand. Nothing really for Ramon, saving that for the Sergeants later. So Kaneki taking it slow for now, putting that bounty on the Treyhern, which is one of the best targets to actually have that bounty on, considering it's 5 base power.
Yeah, 5 base power, no armor. There's really nothing much with high base power in this Enslaved list. There's no Calvite, for example, to get the 8 bounty off of. And yeah, I think 5 is actually the highest. So great target there for Kaneki Yamori, able to collect with that second Executioner. And I think Kaneki's just kind of trying to survive this round. Doesn't even need to go for the card advantage, and is aiming to just play Siri Nova after Puzzle Express passes, so that there's no chance of Puzzle maybe tourney jousting and then seizing it with Enslave.
Yeah, nice to have the Snickers out as well to add a little bit of tempo onto Kaneki's side of the board, because the point gap is starting to get a little bit bigger. Puzzle Express growing that Erendite, as we can see here in the graveyard. But from now on, there will be some committal plays potentially having to come down from Puzzle Express. So let's see how deep he's willing to go in this round.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great for Nilfgaard to try to shorten round 3 a little bit, try to get a few extra threats out in this round 2 push, but at the same time, it's not an easy deck to push with. Your Nausicaa Sergeants aren't going to be able to be played in round 2 since you won round 1. You don't really want to play, like, say, your War Council is arguable, but you want to make sure that you have it to access something that you missed in round 3, or even access the card that you use Invocation on. And look at that, Puzzle Express committing the leader now too, answering the Gellert, bringing it over.
Really nice that immunity disappearing just in time for Puzzle Express being able to yoink an engine first of all, and also 5-point engine as much as the Nilfgaard leader here has reach for. So pretty nice steal. Potentially, I see the
Arturius Vigo.
Arturius coming down here, perhaps. Yeah. Okay.
It's gonna take a Magni.
Able to play that War Council with the Magni, so does decide to commit it, finding the Blightmaker and not another assassination.
But the top 3 cards of Puzzle Express's deck are really bad. He has to play one of these 3 off of War Council. There is no more remaining tactic in his hand, so the Magni Division and the Slave Driver are both dead, and then he can't play the Mage Assassin either, because that needs to stay in the deck as a target for this Blightmaker that he just drew. It would have been much better if the Blightmaker was the second to top card on his deck instead of the top card that was drawn by the Magni Division, making it so that he couldn't play it with the War Council.
Risky business with this War Council, not quite paying off here for Puzzle Express, but still pretty nice play here from Puzzle Express in terms of the tempo, in terms of the point gap that is currently happening. It's starting to look for Kaneki that commitment might have to come down soon, but I mean, Puzzle Express used his leader. Perhaps Kaneki is going to say, hey, I'm good at using my leader too at some point to keep that reach, holding on to that Siri Nova for now, but it will come down after Puzzle Express's pass. It does have the Blightmaker for another play that can be made on Puzzle Express's side of the deck, and now the series still is being played here, opening up a potential heat wave.
Yeah, and Puzzle takes it. I wonder if Puzzle will play the Lydia for a Fist Tech. Remember, he purposely discarded a Fist Tech with the Treherne at the beginning of this round. Putting that Fist Tech in the graveyard might have been serving a specific purpose here, giving Lydia access to it. We could see a Lydia into Fist Tech poisoning this Fisher King. I think that's what's happening here. That's a nice 9-point play. Gives him 4 coins as well, and he's able to use the Gellert to spend some of these coins, boosting up a 2-power Blightmaker, making it a little bit harder to collect, say, a bounty on that, perhaps.
Yeah. You have to be careful with those poisons. Don't want to poison anything actually valuable, because Syndicate, of course, has their own decree coming down here to tutor out a unit, and it is going to be Freak Show, enabling for some of this damage removal, bounty cashback happening, and getting rid of that Gellert, perhaps, to be able to deny Puzzle Express spending those last coins in the bank.
Yeah, we might see a leader here as well, trying to make up the point gap. Can he do it in 1? I think it's just short, because he's not able to spend that odd coin with the Freak Show, only being able to spend in multiples of 2. Can't get ahead here. Puzzle Express could take a pass here. He also doesn't want to thin the Blightmaker. He knows that the Mage Assassin is one of his top 3 cards after that War Council was shown, right? So the Blightmaker thins the Mage Assassin here, does not elect to, however, click the War Council. So it's an 18-point lead for Puzzle Express here. This is a crucial turn. Puzzle Express definitely going to pass after this, as we can see with the Ramon being bricked in his hand. So can Kaneki Yamori maybe catch these points here? He does have a lot of coins. He does have a couple of engines on the board with the Caleb Menge able to find some extra value.
Seems like the bounty here is coming down from this assassin, and leader being used there for the 1 power removal on Lydia. Yep. Now getting the coins back, applying another bounty onto this Blightmaker, and of course finishing it off with the Freak Show. The coins coming back, but yep.
Wait, he has 2 damage on his blood money. He has 2 damage on his blood money because he collected 2 bounties in the same turn here, and it is exactly enough with the rope winding down. Puzzle Express actually just plays the Ramon as a 4.
Wow, that is insane. Yep, the leader is definitely something to keep an eye on here in Syndicate, as it of course does get its order back and can do even more damage when those bounties are being taken care of. So really nice play here for Kaneki. Puzzle saying that has to sacrifice this Ramon to squeeze out something else from Kaneki, perhaps hoping that the Golden Necker would be a card that is in Kaneki's hand, since Puzzle Express didn't see it when trying to get rid of it with Traherne, and maybe that is why he's okay with committing this Ramon, just saying that, you know what, I want to see both of your cards, and I hope one of them is Golden Necker. But here is the Morale finishing the poison, and we're going to a 3-card round 3. Kaneki wanting to get that Golden Necker, which of course Fisher King has put on top. Puzzle Express, on the other hand, missing out on the Ramon going into round 3.
Yeah, this is a really rough round for Puzzle. I think he had the bricked Magni Division from the War Council that he played as a 2, and then also this Ramon also only played as a 4. If those 2 cards had not been bricked, this might have been a 2-0. Actually, like this round 2 was only like 6 or 8 points difference, and now in a short round 3, even with last say, Puzzle Express staring at a goal, like there's a Golden Necker on the other side of the board, or on the other side in Kaneki's hand at the moment. It's going to be very powerful. Puzzle Express has a pretty difficult decision here. Does he try to stay uninteractive for a turn? This Erendite might actually not get a boost because there's only 1 unit in Puzzle Express's hand.
Yep. You could decide to take the Invocation here, perhaps on the Kurt instead, continuing to play uninteractive, but waiting for a target from the Erendite, as you will see that Golden Necker eventually. Nausicaa Sergeant would give Kaneki a target to interact with as well on the board, so there is definitely something to staying very uninteractive from Puzzle's side. But is it the Erendite? Is it the Invocation perhaps coming down, or decides to play proactively? But I do think perhaps the uninteractive line is what Puzzle is considering, and there is the Erendite as well, still holding on to that Invocation. There is a big tall unit potentially coming down for the Golden Necker, the 18-point Ignatius, which is the card coming down from Kaneki, so that Invocation rather go on that.
Oh my god, these are some pretty unlucky options from Kaneki Yamori. The Hysteria not really getting any value here, with no there's no target for it, and there is a Salamandra Abomination playing for 7, instant Invocation, and this lone Sergeant, the line that Puzzle Express decides to take, the uninteractive line, is actually able to overcome Kaneki's Golden Necker.
What a crazy game, the twists and the turns. The round 2 that looked very bad for Puzzle Express after Kaneki's masterful play, combining the leader with bounty synergy to get ahead, putting Puzzle Express in a very difficult position, still willing to commit that Ramon, and Golden Necker not really paying off in that short of a round for Syndicate. Very tough situation for Kaneki. Very interesting game, and so intense.
I wanted to highlight, that was a 15 power Erendite in round 3, that when Puzzle Express used it, and he was willing to use it for a measly 6 points, with no unit on his side of the board, just doing 6 damage, clearing out that Kurt, taking a huge loss on what the face value of the Erendite was, but to remain uninteractive, really neutering the value of that Golden Necker.
Yeah, and being able to take that Invocation on a much bigger target, Ignatius, which ended up being really nice. Is that was the unit. I don't know what the unit options actually were for Kaneki to still come down there from Golden Necker. Perhaps there was
I think it was like Tunnel Drill, I think was maybe an option. But yeah, there was none of the specials were good. Both artifacts, and there was, I think, a Fist Tech and a Hysteria in his deck. But like either way, if you I don't know. I think that was a really good line, because I'm not sure if there were any outcomes that the Golden Necker could have gotten for Kaneki that won him that game. And just he ended up having too many reactive cards, especially the Tesha Mutna sword in hand, wasn't able to do anything. If he had a unit in his hand instead of the Tesha Mutna sword, that might have been that would have been the difference maker, right? It was a 3-point game. It's a 7-power Abomination versus a 10-power Sergeant. He just needed like a 3 or 4-power unit in his hand. In place of that Tesha Mutna sword to play proactively to win that round. And so, wow, that was a risky play, but it paid off for Puzzle Express, and now we are tied 1-1.
Yes, both Nilfgaard decks through now. Another thing worth noting with the Syndicate, of course, is that it really doesn't like those super short rounds. Potentially, it can be very difficult situation, and Puzzle Express really nicely squeezing out almost everything there and really playing down to the last card. That decision ended up paying off very nicely. But yeah, both Nilfgaard and Slaves are through. Now we are moving on to the next game, in which Kaneki is going to try to get the Syndicate through, this time on blue coin, as Puzzle Express answers with Skellige. And perhaps this time around is more inclined to fight for the round win, as opposed to what we saw from the previous red coin from Puzzle Express and this same list.
Yeah, okay, that's true. I think this is a really tough matchup for Bounty. I think this is honestly a much tougher matchup for Bounty than the previous game. The Bounty has the bad coin this time. It's very likely to lose on even, and the Puzzle Express Svalbard control list has many more ways of playing on interactive than the Nilfgaard list. Honestly.
Yeah, and to be fair though, for Kaneki, he does have the other card, which is very likely to lose on even as well into Svalbard, which is the Northern Realms list, which can be also very tough to pull off from blue coin. And this is perhaps why Puzzle Express being a little bit more happier getting that red coin flip overall in the series, while now Kaneki does have to fight for with this blue coin. Both NR and Syndicate would be happier to go on a different coin, but not many choices. Let's see, can he pull it off? It's going to be an uphill battle for sure.
Yeah, you thought in the short round 3 last game, we saw how annoying it is for Bounty to deal with uninteractivity. That's basically going to be the entire game for this one, I think. Like, Puzzle Express just happy to play nothing for a long time, because Bounty is really reliant on interacting with their opponent's board to get value. If you don't give them anything to poison, no units means no poison value, no bounty value, and not only that, no bounty value means no coin value for you to boost things with Candle or to grow the Ignatius. This Ignatius is likely going to stay like at very low power for the entire game and not even be worth playing for Kaneki at the end of the round 3.
Yeah, that's right. Puzzle Express playing that Scepter out for a little bit of weather that keeps or does apply fog here on Kaneki's range throw, continuing with the Giga Scorpion here to do more damage but not put a single unit, and of course does hold on to that very big reach with the Svalbard if the time comes. But Kaneki says, all right, you know what, I'm not going to fight for it. I know what's coming, and I'd rather see what happens after passing this early and holding on to these cards, not allowing Puzzle Express to potentially win on even.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a catch-22. Kaneki's in a really tough spot. Yes, this pass means that he doesn't lose round 1 on even cards, but it also means it gives round control and it gives last say to Puzzle Express. Now Puzzle Express can potentially just discard all the way down to the last card in round 3 and maybe just have more points than Kaneki. Puzzle can heat wave the Candle, and Kaneki will just have almost no proactive spenders. All of their spenders are reactive that remove points from the opponent's side of the board, except for, I guess, Gellert and maybe an even type Plunder if he's even lucky.
Yep, that is what we are going to be seeing from Puzzle Express. Very reactive. Again, as we saw earlier with the Skellige control list. Kaneki, on the other hand, just like you said, has a lot of these engines on the board, but no targets potentially for them to hit. Serenova would be nice to establish. Candle is nice to establish going over to the next round as well.
That's true. There are some carryover plays for Kaneki here. Puzzle Express just taking the pass, not even bothering to play a card, even though he has a free card to play. Just doesn't want to put anything on the board that could potentially get bountied.
Yeah, maybe holding on to this candle as well so that it can come down on the deploy and actually get some value, you know, fearing that heat wave as well.
Yeah,
so,
that is actually really
setting it
smart.
up going into round 3, which is cool to see. But it is going to be tough. It is going to be very tough. I'm curious to see how much reactivity Puzzle Express wants to or plays and how much actual proactive plays we'll be seeing coming down. Getting the units back into the deck, the Hafler, of course. Ideally, the Soviet target going back into the deck. Shoop being drawn, very nice. And yeah, Gellert, the immune engine, does come out now. Kaneki hoping to get some value on it before Puzzle can interact with it.
That's true. Some value, but I mean, you're putting the value on a tall unit that's already tall, that's probably just going to go taller and then eventually get punished.
And here is the Tome. Fetching that Tesham sword that will nicely damage this Siri with all of her statuses on. And yep, the tall unit is gone, and the power from the Gellert is also gone.
Yeah. I am thinking that it is dangerous to hold the candle in hand. It might actually be better to put the candle in the deck and try to get it from Golden Necker and even 50-50. Like when you play the candle from hand, you can spend 1, 2, 3, 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6 coins from it for a total of 9 points on the turn that you play it. And then it's going to get Heat Wave. And you won't be able to spend any more proactive coins that way. Whereas I think if you play it through Golden Necker, you can have 2 other potential, or at least 1 other potential threat on the board, played on the same turn. Puzzle might still want to Heat Wave the candle, but you have something stick for a turn.
I think Puzzle found the option he was looking for from this Shoop as well, with the 13 damage, now wiping that immune engine off of the board. Pretty nice and threatening for Puzzle Express, and allows this uninteractivity to continue as well. Wiping 2 engines in 1 turn is nice.
But look, Sealy, there's a unit on Puzzle Express's board.
This is true.
Yeah. How is Kaneki gonna take advantage of this? Will he be able to do anything with this? Maybe put bounty on it eventually and collect some coins with it. Maybe boost up the Ignatius a little bit. But still, I don't think Ignatius will be the choice if Kaneki has the option to play him.
Yeah, Kaneki or Puzzle Express fine with this Shoop being a body on the board, but still taking down 2 engines with it is sort of a fair trade, perhaps. But Curse of Corruption continuing to remove Roland there, so no more coins for Kaneki when it comes to poisoning any units. But of course, there are no units to poison currently. But here comes the Golden Necker, finding the Assassin, Salamander Assassin, along with Fistek. And here is the hideout with a couple of different options to go for. Which will it be for Kaneki in this situation? Is it the failed experiment or the abomination here?
Yeah. Abomination, I think, is the good choice. You're looking for the most proactive option. Salamander or failed experiment would take away points from your opponent's side of the board with its poison, which there's just nothing to poison anyways. So the abomination allows you to maybe self-poison things with if you have another fist tech or something, which I guess isn't the case here, but it is still the most proactive points.
Yeah, Corsair coming in here, taking advantage of that low power unit on Kaneki's side of the board and putting 2 Toads of Cataclysm now onto Kaneki's side of the board. Shoop is poisoned and bountied, so Kaneki will get value on that, and also plays the Eventide Plunder here to create another engine. Vitality engine, an option, spawning more units, making the board wide, not a great option either. So yeah, it does go for the Vitality engine here, along with a little bit of damage.
Yeah, not great options here, I'd say. Didn't find an infinite spender. Well, he did find the bare knuckle brawler, but there's just no damage. There's no targets. to use it on.
And that
I mean,
means
the
it's going to continue, but yeah, tough choice. Here is the candle, over profiting, but spending out as much as it can to protect this Salamander Assassin a little bit more, and
that's
equally
nice.
dividing these boosts as well.
No, what's really nice is collecting the bounty with the order of the Salamander Assassin on the same turn as you play the candle, so you're able to spend more coins than normal on the turn that the candle comes down. I was wondering if maybe even... No, but leader's a little bit overkill here, because leader will get you 5 extra coins, and well, I mean, I was thinking leader now could get you 5 extra coins to spend again on candle, but then maybe that unit gets tall punished, and you don't want to get taller than 10 at the moment. It's such an uphill struggle, because Puzzle Express is gonna have last say. He's gonna have like a 20-point Sove and a 10-point leader, something like that. So it's like 30 points on his side of the board. Like, if you count Kaneki's remaining cards, like, can he even get 30 points on his side of the board? It's pretty difficult. He's got 12 right now, and like about 15 more in his hand, and then the Royal Decree. That's the whole challenge here. Is you just, it's so difficult. You have to find value from this candle, and I'm a little bit surprised that the heat wave isn't coming down. Maybe thinking that there's not that many coins left to spend.
As well, right? Like, Ignatius is something that Kaneki could still play, and I'm not sure how tall it is currently, however.
It's 5 power.
All right,
it's only 5.
Not that great. But yeah, Candle allowing Kaneki to keep spending a little bit more once more units are going to come here on the board. Definitely trying to maximize as much value as possible with that nice bounty play, with the boost division, doing what he can. Puzzle Express having the totem left will be used together with the Svalbard and Heatwave open on that Aneromancy in case there is something that it wants to come onto rather than this candle, saying in fact it is, because otherwise it probably would have been used there to get rid of candle for now.
Yeah, I think so. So it's not going to be Heatwave on candle after all, and just Heatwave on, I guess, maybe this abomination for 10 points. The candle's already gotten 6 points from since it was potentially able to get heat waved. It's gotten 6 points now. Okay, little Neuromancy comes down for Puzzle Express, takes the heat wave, and we do see the heat wave being used on the 10 power unit. All right. I don't know, because that unit would have gotten hit by multiple Svalbard explosions.
Yeah,
probably 2 or 3.
Exactly, with the totem as well, still or yet to have been put down by Puzzle Express. Doesn't play the Ursine Ritual Leader, but of course the totem does allow the Svalbard to ping a couple of times, and that is the play. Pretty straightforward now. There is the totem, there is the Svalbard, and then Sove plus the leader to finish it off. Perhaps, yeah, Kaneki trying to play as many value units here as possible. Caleb Menge came down there on the other turn, not being able to do too much here. Pretty awkward to deal with these fanatics as well, but maybe worth it if it denies some Svalbard pings.
Exactly. I think you can deal with one. You can put bounty on one and leader one of them to kill it without activating its berserk. On the other hand, you could activate the other one just with the freak show so that it doesn't trigger an additional Svalbard explosion.
There is the option to spend with Candle as well,
yes,
but
that's true.
We'll see what Freak Show does decide to do. Definitely in between.
Spending with Candle is probably the better option. You really need proactive points.
Okay, Ignatius sitting at 9 points now.
Yeah.
Not too bad. We expected him to be a little bit smaller, but still worth playing, Kaneki says here. And not spending on Candle or the Freak Show, holding on to those coins for now. So Candle, of course, can be spent later, as there will still be something remaining on Kaneki's side of the board, even after the Svalbard comes down.
Oh.
And Puzzle Express plays.
Yeah, and this Ignatius can still heal. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Puzzle Express utilizing only Bloodthirst 2 with the Sova into a 2-power beast. The King Cobra, not only just a mind games thing preventing any sort of self-poison for Syndicate, but also serving as a small enough target to kill with only 2 Bloodthirsts from the Sova.
Yeah, 2-power base power beast. The only one in the game right now as Wolfpack got put to 1 power instead. But here is the final play from Kaneki, utilizing this Kurt to put on the bounty, and now Freak Show coming down here, removing the targets and getting the coin back to then be spent with the candle, perhaps.
There's a little bit problem here. He has 1 coin and 1 damage on his leader, unable to actually collect on this bounty. Perhaps a small miscalculation by Kaneki, but it's 14 points. It's not. I think even if he was able to collect this bounty, it still would have been a loss for Kaneki. It's just a really, really unfortunate matchup for him. And the Svalbard comes down, gets double explosions, and look at that. It's a big 10-point lead for Puzzle Express. He takes game number 3, Puzzle Express now up 2-1. But yeah, I mean, I think that matchup is pretty cursed. I have had the misfortune of playing that matchup as Bounty in the past, and it was not a fun experience for me. So I feel a little bit of sympathy for Kaneki there being in that position. But, you know, he still has 1 chance. I guess he still has 1 deck left that he needs to make sure that Puzzle Express is not able to find a win with, and that is Symbiosis, right?
Yep,
so.
exactly. It is Symbiosis left for Puzzle Express to play. It's going to be difficult, but these decks are sort of designed to deal with the tall stuff happening, so there is still a way for Kaneki to turn this around. Absolutely. The coins will be switched now, and can choose to take either the Northern Realms on red coin or the Syndicate list on red coin, both sort of fighting for that place. You said to Namiri earlier that you would really like to see this NR come down so that we actually get to see it in action, and I think that would be really, really fun. The question is, Kaneki has to win with both decks into Syndicate into Scoia'tael, and that can be quite difficult.
Yeah, I do hope that we get to see this Erland control version today. Well, at least in this semifinal, when it's not banned. So there are potentially 2 games left in this series. Puzzle only needs to win 1 time, and Kaneki needs to win with both his bounty and his Northern Realms. So Kaneki is red coin here, right?
Yeah.
This is his last remaining red coin game. My intuition tells me that he should try with bounty again. As badly as I want to see the Northern Realms in action, and queuing with bounty here could mean that the Northern Realms never sees the light of day in this series, I still think it's probably best for him to get the red to reserve the red coin for bounty. Northern Realms, it's that Erland Mutagenerator deck. It makes so much carryover that it can potentially be okay to just go on blue and just go 2 cards down. Okay, well, we have our answer.
We have the Northern Realms here from Kaneki exactly on red coins. We do get to see it, and perhaps Kaneki is saying with this that the Syndicate will be can take a win on blue coin instead. Puzzle Express now opening here with the blue coin for Scoia'tael. Quite nice for Scoia'tael. It makes it easier to sort of win and secure that round. And on the other hand, we do know that Kaneki has a lot of removal options here. We see the Heat Wave, the COC, and the Muzzle as well could be very vital in terms of stealing an engine. Let's see how Puzzle Express decides to utilize the stratagem for Veil perhaps, or boosting something out of range of a removal. Muzzle or something.
Yes, okay, so we have, I think that's the Maxi looking at the deck order. I didn't actually get a good look at the deck order there, but did you happen to see anything?
It was very fast, perhaps indicating that it was a quick shuffle if a puzzle wasn't happy with what was seen, or the other way around, perhaps very happy with what was shown on top and deciding to keep it. But we will, I think, find out Here we go. Syntron Envoy, the engine getting ready to get started. One card has to be played out from hand before Kaneki can go ahead and tutor either the Muta Generator or the Temple.
Yes, pretty awful hand for Kaneki, honestly. Like, he doesn't have... As a Northern Realm player, you're looking for 3 cards specifically in your round 1 starting hand. You're looking for Temple, you're looking for Muta Generator, and you're looking for Radovid. Because Radovid gives you more leader charges. Oh, but Bloody Baron is a really nice option off of the Temple of Melitele. And so is Gerhardt.
Yeah.
These are both... And the Viraxis, what? This is the best temple I've ever seen in this matchup against a Scoia'tael deck that's gonna go super tall with its boost, with its Equinox. But both players are kind of high rolling here as we see a Whisperer coming out from the Bountiful Harvest for Puzzle Express.
Yeah, this boost from the stratagem proving to be very useful, boosting it out of muzzle range and out of any of this offering, for example, boiling oil, while not being quite tall enough for tall removal to seem very tempting, because as we know, there will be very tall units due to the Equinox later, and that is, if this Whisperer stays online, some really nice extra points for Puzzle Express being generated from that.
Yeah, that is true. We'll see if Kaneki decides to answer it with something, or maybe, yep, there is the Curse of Corruption. Take out that Whisperer, don't let it multiply. And Kaneki and Mori, I think the question for me now is, does he even bother getting this Muta Generator? He's already pretty deep 3 cards into the round. He doesn't actually have that many... He has 1 4-provision unit in his hand, you know, that... in order to buff things in his deck, I don't think it's even worth it to take the Muta Generator at this point.
No, the specials, of course, preventing that carryover, so probably not going to be tutored with. And the Squirrel, also something that Kaneki probably wants to play once there will be an Equinox in the graveyard. So let's see how Puzzle Express potentially decides to protect it a little bit, or wants to play it out to get it back then with Elisa. The Maxi, of course, being very, very vital as well there in round 1. It happened very fast, but what it's essentially might be trying to do is see if there is a way to get the Elisa, as it's not really tutorable in this deck otherwise. Boiling Oil coming down with a small benefit here of purifying the infusion there as well.
Yeah, that's a rare thing to see. Boiling Oil getting rid of the Symbiosis infusion, and Kaneki now has to make up 12 points to get ahead. He does have, he does potentially have the option to play, yep, there's the Muzzle, gets exactly 12, but Syntron Envoy not seeing anything useful for Kaneki. I think it's only seen bronzes so far.
Nice timing though, this Wanderer still staying in Kaneki's hand. Puzzle Express not quite forcing it out. The Wanderer can go back into the deck and help out this Immune Erland. That will be something that Kaneki wants to play later. And drawing that Viraxis is still very nice, even though Syntron Envoy didn't really show useful cards to put on top of the deck. Both Radovid and Viraxis, really nice pulls here for Kaneki.
Yep, and with round control now, with Last Say, Kaneki's got to be feeling a little bit more comfortable, especially with all of those high rolls. All of those high rolls from Temple, being able to, reset with Bloody Baron, duel again or reset again with Viraxis, and then also, at some point, you might even be able to greed the Gerhardt for that Will of the Wisp or even Artifact Compression as like a tall punish against this Symbiosis deck.
Yeah, exactly. There is the Heat Wave in the list that both Kaneki and Puzzle Express are playing, but other than that, more so the Rebukes and just a solitaire gameplay strategy going forward. And yeah, as we can see, Kaneki very confident with this last say, just taking the pass immediately. Puzzle Express having to play out something in this round. Aquin still sort of an engine that can die pretty easily to something, but could use a leader on that later to get it out of range. Or Kaneki's only Boiling Oil actually did come out there in round 1. But yeah, if Aquin is not removed in round 3, it will be very useful for Puzzle Express, as it will keep giving vitality to these Wandering Treants whenever, or depending on how many Dryads you have on board.
All right, so both players going into the long round 3 here. A lot of threats on Puzzle Express's side, but quite a lot of control on Kaneki Imori's side as well. Look at that draw into the Gerhardt. This is looking a lot better now for Kaneki. Puzzle, on the other hand, you know, has a difficult decision to make. Does he try to go for, you know, does he try to go for this last mulligan here? Because you don't have access to the Alyssa, you don't have access to the Heat Wave, but if you mulligan, you could end up drawing like an Equinox and then bricking your Simless.
Yeah, it seems like Puzzle Express is not going to play any Elisa's coming down here with no Equinoxes in the graveyard, just directly going to play them from Simlas, perhaps to try and dodge that squirrel that does exist in Kaneki's list, not wanting to play into that, and rather just resurrecting one of them later with the Forest Protector that can be tutorable with Call of the Forest, for example. But here comes the Heat Wave, deciding that Aquan, if she survives, will be just a little bit too much points for Puzzle Express in a long round, deciding to Heat Wave that out. And Sace being able to take care of something tall with that Baron pull from the temple, not really needing to save this Heat Wave for anything super tall, and usually the Heat Wave also just trades down when you're removing like a really big treant that was boosted by an Equinox anyway.
Yeah, indeed. It is a little bit annoying here that all of these threats that Puzzle Express is playing, they're like 4 or 5 power, but Kaneki Imori has to use things like Heat Wave or a 13 power on Seius to answer them. There's is there a? I don't think there's a Boiling Oil left. The only Boiling Oil for Kaneki Imori was already used, and yeah, 13 power on Seius used to answer a 5 power threat, but that Naiad Fledgling, looking very innocent, very, but actually one of the most threatening engines in this Symbiosis list, getting potentially 2 points every time you're playing a nature.
Yeah, and now the Seer is also kind of looking scary, potentially. Now that the Naiad was answered, there is still the threat of the Seer, and of course if the Seer goes through for Puzzle Express, that adds up to another Equinox being able to be played, so also something that Kaneki might have to deal with. A Mutagenerator does still come down here for some points in this longer round, indicating that Kaneki will be playing into this melee role more. Or perhaps wanting to utilize those boosts on Erlin. So still a little bit of value left, but here comes the Seer. Really difficult to answer, no Boiling Oil. Puzzle Express perhaps playing around, offering still here, and just knowing that the Boiling Oil is out. This is safe, but here comes the Inseius order ability re-enabled by Viraxis. That is rough for the Seer, but again, if you add that other Equinox to the equation, then worth for Inseius to remove here.
All right. Fove coming down for a little bit of Purify Symbiosis value. Yeah, the Mutagenerator being drawn by the Sunset Wanderer was very nice. Relatively early draw. You can still play a lot of these 10 provision units front row, like Radovid, like Bloody Baron. You're going to get a few extra boosts from the Mutagenerator. And then if you do play any of 4 provision units, you can play them back row to get 5 carryover in the deck. Not carryover, but 5 deck boost in the deck that Erlin will eventually absorb.
All right, here comes the Equinoxes for a big and powerful play from Simlas. Look at these treants. They are not so small anymore. Radovid now, on the other hand, enabling another leader charge here for Kaneki still. Being able to tutor up, perhaps, Traveling Priestess and something like the Squirrel back as the Squirrel anymore. It's not going to do too much. 2 Equinoxes in the graveyard now for Puzzle Express, so can use the Forest Protector to resurrect one of them.
Right. Traveling Priestess, unfortunately, has never been shuffled this game so far, only at 1 charge at the moment. This Redanian Agent being played on the range row gets immediately rebuked, and unfortunately, the Mutagenerator buff did not hit the Traveling Priestess. Traveling Priestess kind of wants to have that inspired, a little bit of boost on her so that she can be played with Zeal. Erlin now, though. Erlin able to give that boost to the Priestess as he buffs every unit in his deck.
Yeah, 3 leader charges still to go on that Priestess potentially, which is still nice, but the point gap is looking heavy. Of course, Erland will boost himself, but Puzzle Express still has that Forest Protector on the Call of the Forest along with that Gourd. Some really big plays coming down. Baron ready to reset one of them.
This Gerhardt is going to be a surprise, I think, to Puzzle Express. I don't think Puzzle Express will have an answer if Kaneki decides to greed this Gerhardt to try to get a 5 provision reset. The chances of getting that 5 provision reset are pretty good. There are 2 versions of them, and then yeah, that could potentially reset a 12 or a 13.
Yeah, going to be a tight race, and let's see what the Gerhardt can do once it's being put on the board. Traveling Priestess coming down first here, spreading out some even boost. Still nice value card, and big points coming down here for Puzzle Express, as this Forest Protector will go onto that Equinox from the graveyard.
Yeah, it's a big lead, or it's not that big. It is. I was gonna say it's a big lead. I didn't even get to finish my sentence yet. I was trying to say this Erland is gonna erase most of this lead, and then the 2 resets at the end of this game. Kaneki now making a decision. Does he need to go for this reset? Does he even need to greed, or can he just use the 4 provision version?
It does look like it. There it is. Let's see what Gerhardt can find. Will there be 2 resets? The point gap not looking too big. A huge Baron coming down that Puzzle Express didn't know existed until now. And the Gerhardt being able to remove potentially a 2 units here, which is a treant worth 13 points, and the resets do it. The Temple of Melitula able to create really perfect tech choices here for Kaneki that you normally maybe wouldn't want to put in your deck, but when you can find them for this particular matchup, that means it's a tight race. It's 2-2 currently, and NR is through from Red Coin by Kaneki.
Yeah, if you want RNGesus to shine upon you, to smile upon you at any point, this is the moment, right? In the semifinals of the mid-season tournament, when your life is on the line, when your tournament life is on the line, that's when you want to see those high rolls. The Temple getting the best possible options for Kaneki Yamori in that game, leading him to a 20-point victory over Puzzle Express in the long round 3.
And what is going to happen now is Syndicate has to go on Blue Coin and fight against Scoia'tael. As we saw, resets and removing tall units can be very powerful, and it is something that Syndicate can do. I'm wondering if we're going to see some thaw action from Scoia'tael to try to prevent some of those poisons potentially Kaneki threatening. As we go into the next game very soon, the question is, the stakes are so high. Both players, good friends, similar lineups as well. Both great people, very positive and humble as well, judging by these interviews that we saw from them. But there can only be one winner, and it comes down to this: Scoia'tael from Puzzle Express and Syndicate from Kaneki on Blue Coin. Versus the Red Coins Scoia'tael.
Yeah, earlier today I was talking to both of these players, and they told me that this Bounty versus Symbiosis matchup can be very close, and so I don't think it's a predetermined thing at all here. I think it's going to depend on the lines that they take, the decisions that they make, and a little bit also on, of course, the draws that they get. The big decision that I'm looking out for here is, what does Symbiosis use its Heat Wave for? Do you use it on a threat? Do you use it on a candle to prevent the candle from protecting the other threats? Because, if you have these rebukes, you have these Naiad Pawn Keepers that can do a limited amount of damage, and if the candle's not answered, then it boosts all of the threats for Syndicate out of that range of damage, which can be very, very annoying. And so, but at the same time, like, you're heat waving also for 0 tempo if you heat wave the candle. So that's the big thing that I'm going to be looking out for.
Let's see what happens. Kaneki off to a start here, playing the Tunnel Drill and of course boosting it as well, not allowing any rebukes to touch it for now. Elisa has been found for Puzzle Express on the other hand. which is going to be very useful, as that Alyssa, of course, is one of those cards that you said, you know, depending on the hands here, one of those cards that you really want to make sure you draw, because not tutorable later on. So that is very nice for Puzzle Express. Can perhaps in this game play the Equinoxes, put them back with Alyssa, and replay them with the Simlas. Yeah.
Exactly. No fear of any sort of graveyard hate in this bounty list. So there's no squirrels, there's no Xavier Lemons in the bounty. So these Equinoxes are safe to be played.
Yeah, let's see what Kaneki does here. No Executioners to play out. Even trying to plunder could be something that also then comes down. But here we go. Is the Maxi coming down?
That's a Maxi. I see the Heat Wave at the bottom of the deck. As well as Aquin and Force Protector, I think this is going to be an easy shuffle for Puzzle Express. Especially because, 3 golds, 3 win conditions at the bottom. You can maybe get 2 of them, the Spoiltail cards, but you can't get the Heat Wave, and the Heat Wave is pretty crucial in this matchup, I would say.
Now, Golden Necker has been found by Kaneki, so that means he can decide to put this Fisher King, or play the Fisher King and put a card that you perhaps want to see in hand, like Candle, maybe. Usually you want the Hideout to be the card that, or the scenario that comes down from Golden Necker, so Candle is nice to be able to set up here. Puzzle Express, on the other hand, playing a little bit of carryover, as the Bountiful Harvest will boost that Alyssa up to 8 points, and also use this Broke for Archer here, or Brockalon Archer, I believe.
Eventide Plunder coming down, gets that Savvy Huckster, and unfortunately though for Kaneki, there's not really much in the way of applying bounty in his hand. You know, that Maxi at 6 base power is a really nice bounty target. You've got the Tunnel Drill to finish it off, but the only access to bounty he has would be with a Royal Decree. Would be to a Royal Decree, but not willing to commit it here. Just happy to pass the round, not lose on even from Blue Coin.
Yeah, perhaps wanting to hold on to those poisons for later, as well, as currently there is nothing too tall, nothing too impactful to get rid of. And the hand might be a little bit too good here for Kaneki, but of course you do end up with a lot of those mid-provision golds when you're playing a Golden Necker list. But holding on to the answers so far, allowing Puzzle Express to take the round and now have round control. And as we know, Squirtle can be very, very explosive in a short round with the Equinox from Simlas. So perhaps that is something that Puzzle Express aims to go for. Another incentive is you might be able to get out this Golden Necker on a push here, which would be very valuable for Puzzle Express.
Yeah, I think I want to show how useful and flexible the Naiad Fledgling was in round 1, being able to soak up all that vitality, 7 vitality that normally would have only provided 2 points if you didn't have the ability, the order ability of that Naiad Fledgling to transform all of those vitalities into tempo.
And Neki not super happy seeing this year, having to respond to it or allow it to go through, but that can be quite devastating. Of course, it does have the Tesha Mutna Sword as an option for now.
But at the same time,
and does take it here.
At the same time, Tesha Mutna Sword is a really nice option for Aquin, as Aquin infuses herself with the Naiad, or the Naiad tag, right, with the Naiad infusion. So even if they boost the Aquin up, the Tesha Mutna Sword will usually be able to kill her. Now, with the Tesha Mutna Sword gone, we see Puzzle Express going for an Isengrim's Council, and Aquin is an option off of the Isengrim's Council. It was a 50-50 for Dryads. There was also a Pawn Keeper. No, actually, no. It was a 33% chance only to see Aquin. There's 9 Pawn Keeper and a Hamadryad left in Puzzle Express's deck.
Yeah, really nice boost here, of course, forcing Kaneki to also utilize the leader plus the Hysteria to really get rid of it, but it has to go because it can accumulate so many of those points later on. But yeah, there we go. The bounty, of course, does bring back some of the coins here. The bounty applied from Hysteria. The first Equinox is now out from Puzzle Express, trying to set up for the play with Elisa and then Simlas later.
Yes, and now there's a tall unit on Puzzle Express's side of the board. The 12-point Treant is looking really good as a poison target for Kaneki. But there's always the threat of Dryad's Caress Purify. There's also the threat of the Thaw Veil that we talked about earlier. But Kaneki doesn't know if either of those are in Puzzle Express's hand or via access.
All right, playing out this Freak Show for now. Not deciding to do anything yet in terms of poisoning this Treant, but nice to have this engine set up for being able to utilize some of this coin spending, being able to perhaps set up your candle as well, and then use the coins with an active engine. But Rebuke swiping it down, of course, also getting the death blow here.
Yeah, but the death blow goes on. Goes on the wrong Treant for Puzzle Express. And quickly, we see the Dryad's Caress Purified. No Dryad on the board, though, so not going to get that extra 3 points of Vitality, just the 3 boost and the Purification.
Yeah, this is a huge poison opportunity now for Kaneki. There is a Moral able to poison this out, but there's also a Rebuke, of course. So perhaps it would be nice to have a candle to boost this Moral up outside of Rebuke range. But the 17 is looking like a real juicy poison target. No Thaw, of course, in Puzzle Express's hand, but Kaneki doesn't know that.
Yeah, there's also a possibility for one-turn poison off of Golden Necker. Golden Necker will get you the Salamandra location, which can be for a failed experiment, and then you just need to find a poison either off of the unit or off of the special.
Yeah, Golden Necker, of course, big commitment from Kaneki if he were to play it, but Puzzle Express perhaps hoping to squeeze it out. And if you do play it in round 2, you want to make sure you can perhaps get ahead. So if you can get that one-turn poison off and get ahead and get card advantage, perhaps it isn't so bad to spend the Golden Necker. Using Leader to get rid of the Treant, applying Bleed with the Executioner.
Yeah. Finding ways to spend some of his coins, keeping reach. There's the second Nature's Rebuke, just deleting all of these engines. Kaneki really trying to, I think, like, because Kaneki's been holding the candle, his Freak Show and his Executioners have been easy Rebuke targets, but Kaneki might be afraid of a Heat Wave and not willing to expose his candle at this moment.
Yeah, it could be the case. Double Rebuke has now been played by Puzzle Express. There is the option to go into the Forest Protector and get another one in case there would be a Moral played out now from Kaneki's side of the board. So yeah, that is doable now for Puzzle Express. Of course, that Call of the Forest can become very vital in terms of finding your Simlas in round 3. So is this perhaps a pass?
It is.
Yeah, coming down here from Puzzle.
It is the pass, because even if you do call the Forest the Rebuke, the Forest Protector for the Rebuke, you're losing potentially an 12-point Spring Equinox later, and the tall unit, your Treant, might get poisoned anyways if there is a poison left, like a Fist Tech, in Kaneki's hand. So
yeah.
I think it's wise decision by Puzzle Express to pass in that moment. And look at these draws.
Amazing draws, yeah. Those would be the cards that you perhaps would have had to tutor as well with that Call of the Forest if it was spent in round 2. So another reason to not spend it. But yeah, really nice draws here from Puzzle Express. Putting that Forest Protector back, drawing into the Thaw, perhaps denying a poison. Kaneki wanting to set up a one-turn poison if possible, because of that Thaw, and of course the Forest Protector is tutorable with the Call of the Forest, so pretty nice find here for Puzzle Express, but decides to mulligan it further and instead drawing an Equinox, so now can put all of the Equinoxes instead back with the Alyssa, not valuing the Thaw, but rather just being able to play as many Equinoxes and as many points as possible. If you have so many tall units on the board, yeah, Kaneki can poison perhaps one of them, or 2 of them even, but that might not be enough.
Yeah, it is poisons and bounties against the sheer power, the sheer point slam of nature cards. Let's see which one is going to win out here. Ignatius not looking too hot right now. Just only 6 power at the moment. Still has opportunity to grow with this Caleb Menge being able to apply some bounties perhaps.
Yeah. And here comes the Call of the Forest onto the Forest Protector.
It is It is coming down to the wire, Sealy. This is game number 5 of the first semifinals between Kaneki and Puzzle.
Yep.
We see the hands, we see the situation on the board. I'm not sure who's gonna win here. I think it's gonna be, it's gonna depend on a few things, like what cards the Golden Necker gets, what the decisions that these players make. I'm a little bit nervous. I gotta admit.
So, looking at the deck, Shinmuri, what do you think would be the best situation for the Golden Necker? Oh, never mind. We just see it right away. Here it is. Kalkstein into Hysteria, into the hideout. Coming out.
Yeah, getting 6 damage on the Hysteria, finishing off of the Force Protector, and now an option for Kaneki here. Which of these do you take? I think it would be the Failed Experiment for an additional poison, knowing that it's not going to die to a Rebuke anymore. There's no way that this Failed Experiment gets really heat waved, I think. So I think it's a great choice. It gives you the option for 1 turn poison to play around a Thaw, to play around a Purify.
Yep, really, really nice for Kaneki to be able to hold that poison. And here is the second Equinox coming down from Puzzle Express. Tall units here for these poisons. Will it be enough for Kaneki to take them down? Fistic in hand, and then of course the Salamander Hideout that can move a poison from one of your own units, and the Failed Experiment as well.
Yeah, I think Kaneki has access to 3 poisons total. One from Fizztech, one from the Failed Experiment, one from the Gellert onto something, and then being moved by the Salamander location. So it's an odd number of poisons. It's not ideal. This Fizztech could have been something else, potentially. Like a Roland. That would have been probably the best thing that Kaneki would have ended up missing.
Okay, Puzzle Express putting those Equinoxes back into the deck so that Simless can tutor them out, and then finishing it off with Gord to really utilize having played as many specials as possible. Ignatius still left from Kaneki, and the one Fizztech, and of course the 1 turn poison.
I think it may actually be more worthwhile for Kaneki to poison and bounty the Alyssa rather than the 12-point Treants. You lose 4 points from the poison, but you gain 6 coins. You gain 3 coins from the bounty, from paying 3 to get 6 coins back, but you also heal your Ignatius by 6. Ignatius is not as big as he can be right now, right? So I wonder if Kaneki will see this. I think it's a difference of like maybe like 5 points. He does see this. Of course, we shouldn't doubt these players. They of course have practiced this so many times. Very, very cool to see the unintuitive poisoning, not the tallest unit, but the unit that benefits the most from bounty.
Yeah, very beautiful, and as you can see that Ignatius did grow up to 17 power now. That is a big gap. Full bank as well. Candle being able to spend it out sort of evenly here. Big play still left from Puzzle Express, but the point gap is looking really, really big for Kaneki here. It's a lot, and not to mention that 17-point Ignatius in hand currently.
Yeah, but here we go. The Simless into Double Spring Equinox. It is going to, we're gonna get a huge point swing here. It's gonna cover the gap, I think. Yeah, Puzzle Express is gonna be back in the lead here. Gotta make sure to use his Nature's Gift leader charge, because this is the last turn it's gonna get full value. It's a 6-point game right now, 6-point gap. Kaneki plays the 17, has 8 coins in the bank.
Yep. And here we see the last place coming down. Another poison can come down there from the Roland leader being used here for 2 points, or Gellert. And yep, that is the points that can be had here. Also purifying that little
with the last 2 coins.
With the
Yes, and Kaneki actually makes it through with bounty against a list that was set to target Bounty Golden Necker. Kaneki must feeling very relieved right now, but also a little bittersweet in his victory over his friend and teammate Puzzle Express.
Of course, very, very intense series. Both players did do well, but ultimately Kaneki winning a slight uphill battle, having to go on blue coin, having to get the syndicate through, able to get both the NR and then Syndicate from Blue Coin as well through, which is really quite nice and quite an accomplishment for Kaneki as he takes himself to the finals. Shinmori, crazy.
Yes, huge victory for Kaneki Imori. Well played by both players, honestly. I enjoyed watching that series quite a lot. It was close. It was another 5-game series after all the five-game series that we had yesterday. But I think Berja is ready to interview our winner, Kaneki Imori, of the first semifinals. Let's throw it over to them.
Whoa, Kaneki, we meet once again in the interview. You look relieved, yet kind of stressed, yet, you know, it was a fight between friends and brothers from one team. How do you feel? Like, what's the emotion right now?
Emotions are very anchored because I eliminated my teammate, so I don't really feel happy. But of course, I am happy to go to the final. I hope I will play well, but it's kind of sad for a puzzle. So
Yes.
yeah,
Someone had to win. You know how it is,
of course.
unfortunately. How do you rate your play style this time? Because yesterday you said you made a lot of mistakes. There were things that you could have, done better. Like, how do you rate your performance in this semifinal?
Today I played without thinking too much, and I think this is the best way for me. When I think too much, there's misplays that happened.
Yeah.
And here I just didn't look at his deck list, and I think I played quite well.
Yeah, you showed it for sure. When it comes to, you're in the final, so that's already big. But when it comes to your opponents and the possibilities of either having to go against Holder or Danirai, who's very confident in this tournament, who do you think is kind of the person that you feel like your matchup is more favorable against, or who would you like to maybe not play against? Like, what's going through your head right now?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see their deck list yet, so I guess I will need to.
You still have some time, don't worry.
Yeah. But I can't really answer this question because I don't know their deck list. But they're both great players. I like personally Aldir more than Danirai, so I would like to face him more, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Makes perfect sense. All right. I will let you get some rest. I will also let you, check out those deck lists and prepare. But try to take it easy because, like you said, looks like taking it easy for you and not thinking too much about things is actually the way to go.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Awesome. Take care, man. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we are back.
Yeah,
yes.
What an interview and interesting strategy coming up as well there from Kaneki, saying that the way to do things is to take it easy and not overthink it, because that's when mistakes can happen. He was clearly speaking from experience. That strategy turned out pretty well, but conflicting feelings for this series.
Of course.
Yeah.
And I think it makes a lot of sense what he said about not overthinking it, because like on the big stage in these big tournaments, there's already so much stress and anxiety, and you want to do what you can often to just make it feel like another chill ladder session, just climbing and relax and doing and getting in your groove, maybe playing some music. We actually saw that with some contestants or some participants and competitors in the past as well.
Exactly. Speaking of chilling and being calm, Kaneki definitely had a bit of his heart rate went up there when the Traherne potentially threatened
Yeah.
that golden necker find. So maybe he wasn't super relaxed in that moment, but overall in the series, he definitely was and pulled through here and facing either, of course, Holdir or Danarai based on how the next semifinal series will go.
Let's take a look at the updated brackets after Kaneki wins a hard-fought semifinal over his teammate and friend Puzzle Express. Kaneki in the finals now. Holdir and Danarai coming up next for the second semifinal of the day. Then we have the developer video segment with Ryan and Berja talking about update 11.7, which will drop on July 11th, as well as they will be revealing some new cards. I think 4 new cards from Scoia'tael from this new expansion.
Yes, very exciting stuff to come up ahead. And let's quickly take a look at the prize pool as well, as some things have happened. We had another very tight series here. Kaneki walking away with 2,300 US dollars, while Puzzle Express walking away with that 1,900. Another 3-2 series, Shinmiri. So far, we have only cast a 3-2 series this weekend.
Yes, and it's been a lot of fun. I love casting
Yes.
5-game series, to be honest. They're
Absolutely.
really intense, they're close, and yeah, I love to see the action. It feels like the stakes are a little bit higher in those close series.
Yes, it's all accumulating to that final game, and you barely can sit in your seat watching it. Very exciting stuff. But let's see how this next series will go, as of course we have two other players that have made it as far as the semifinals, and that is Holdir here, representing Ukraine, and of course Donny Ryden as well. But let's take a look at these statistics here from the players. Holdir with the Heim favorite card. You love to see it.
I love this card art and the side quest, the side quest in The Witcher 3 involving Heim and Udalric. It's a personal favorite of mine too.
Yeah, really fun one. And then checking out Donny Rice, that's on the other hand, being our second player. Favorite faction, Scoia'tael, very relatable, me too. And then favorite card back here, very cool sort of Aretusa journey, I believe, card back, which is, I love the sort of black and white. So it's fun to see Donny Rai, has good taste, I would say.
And it's we have to repeat his quote: "If I win mid-season, I will shave myself bald."
Yes.
Can't let him forget that in case it happens. I saw some people in the Twitch chat yesterday spamming Balderai. They're cheering him on. It's a very, very funny way to cheer on your favorite Balderai. Let's go.
All right, and of course, now as we are headed to the next series, the wonderful Tia and Lionheart will take you through that. So make sure everyone to wish them a warm welcome as they will take it from here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Seely and Shinmiri. I'm trying not to laugh at Boulder Eye. We are back here for an amazing second semi-final. Are you as hyped as I am?
I'm so hyped. Anarai really talked a lot of smack yesterday. I, on one hand, want to see him bold, but on the other hand, I want to see Holdir showing what he's made of. So, a lot of feelings here today. I would like to see what our community thinks, though. Who is going to take it through against Kaneki? Oh, Danarai.
Well, so far, for the 7 people who can still use Twitter if they haven't paid their bills, Danarai is in fact the favorite here, it seems. Maybe all that smack talk has led people to thinking he is very, very confident. Balderai is going to be the way I have to name him the whole way through this, and I'm gonna have to get Shin for that later. This is going to be quite a series. We had, just before, 2 teammates, close friends, worked together. I think we may have the opposite this time around. We have new arch rivals.
Yeah, arch enemies. I want to hear what Holdir has to say after this, but let's take a look at their deck list, see who's actually favored today. It is going to be Holdir first Lionheart with his Arajas Swarm monster list.
It is indeed, and I really like this list. I've been a big fan of the Arajas Swarm list. I still can't roll my khrs as well as you, but I will
You're getting
try.
there.
Slowly but surely, I'm getting there. Czech is teaching me how to roll letters, you see. But this list is absolutely wonderful. It's a powerhouse of a list. You've seen it. It plays well into multiple ways. Get your idders down. Have multiple of them. You can commit quite heavily with this blue coin list. You can commit some of those key cards because you know the Witch's Sabbath is going to bring them right back. A little different from the list we cast yesterday, though. This one has a few other tech choices. The Acid Spit, a card that got a nice little buff after its release. It gained 2 whole provisions down to 6, and it infuses an enemy unit with this infusion. If this unit has more than 1 power, whenever your opponent spawns 1 or more units, damage that unit by 1. This, as a result, then spreads. The acid will swarm, and if all of your opponent's units are at 1 power, like we saw yesterday, Glusty will eat them up. It's a really cool combo and one I honestly hope we get to see. It's a list I enjoyed myself quite a lot on ladder. I think it's a really cool take to bring over into the competitive scene and one I love a lot. The first time you and I get Syndicate this weekend now, Tia, as well.
Yeah. Syndicate Blood Money. This list packs quite a punch. It just has an answer for everything. If you're playing against the Syndicate list, your main goal is to really deny targets, because the more bounties that are set and the more cards that are taken out, the bigger some of these cards will get, like that of Ignatius Hale. So we've seen some matchups today in the previous series where people really try and play as uninteractively as possible against this, but it's a golden necker list, so it is a list that only has 9 provisions and below. You have a lot of control in the form of poison. You've got your Fistex, your Salamandra Assassins, you have your Blaneham Brothers, your Morale, everything you need to take out those bounty cards. Of course, you also have the leader ability Blood Money, which is also going to give you a lot of reach when you need it most. All in all, very strong list with cards of Curse of Corruption, Teshemutna Sword, and not something I would personally want to face myself. Next up, we have Holdier's Skellige Patricidal Fury list.
We do, and this one also a little different, not the Shoop version, as decided he wants the extra value in those double bronzes instead, and has a bit more mid-range power. We saw yesterday when we were watching our series that against these control-heavy lists, not playing your units remaining uninteractive can be a line to victory. Well, Holdir has a few tricks up his sleeve where that's concerned, a bit of mid-range value with things like Axel 3 Eyes, as well as additional Half-Roos and Berserkers, making it just a little bit easier for him to play around that. It is still aggressive though, as lists go. That massive Great Svalblood that we have seen do so much damage and wreak havoc, has the Sove for uninteractive points as well, but the removal value, that Heat Wave, that Curse of Corruption, and the Teshemutna Sword, Holdir's aggressive lineup continues. And it doesn't look like it's stopping with this Precision Strike.
No, not at all. It just continues. Instead of going with the Symbiosis combo that many of these players decided to bring to the tournament, Holdir has made it through all the way to this point with his heavy control Precision Strike list. Personally, I love playing this list myself as well. It has everything you need. It is a very versatile. If you want to take it through on red coin, you can push for round control with something like Feign Death in combination with Vanadain. You could also just take it on blue coin and opt for a round control into a long round. This Vanadain, of course, gives you 2 waylays in hand. The goal, of course, is to keep Vanadain alive, so you can spawn an extra Elven Deadeye every time you play a waylay. Other than that, having more waylays in deck is ideal, because after you've played them, you can use Alyssa to shuffle them back into your deck. And if done correctly, this list can have up to 5 waylays ready to go with Simlas in combination with that Feign Death combo. All in all, a very strong list, Lionheart. Next up, I think it's time to go through and take a look at Danarai's list again.
Yes, now Danarai's lists are one you and I are familiar with, having seen him progress yesterday. It starts with cultists, and he ended up with the Imperial Formation version, those 2 extra provisions, allowing him for the Brathans, a big play that can really help with the point swings. Danarai's lineup, as we mentioned yesterday, pretty much the opposite of what Holdir has bought, and the greed in this, well, it is completely the case when you are looking at this list. The powerhouses are in the 4 provision slots though. It is that Initiate and the Deacon. It's all about building up your points and your value with those infusions. Make as many of your cards as possible cultists. We saw yesterday the way to handle this is to delete these before they get their order ability off, before they can be replayed. Deny the cultist tag, deny the cultist value. And that is something that other greedy lists tend to struggle with, but control-heavy lineups certainly can do well. He does have a touch of control himself, of course, with the Prophet and with that Vilgefortz, but it really all does tie into that one singular strategy. It is going to be an interesting fight. Not to mention, he also has himself an Ursine Ritual list.
Saw this Ursine Ritual list doing 2 things. With Spelling Bee, it was his Achilles heel, took him out of the game. With Danarai, was banned off the bat, seen as a massive threat. So it really depends who you're playing against and what their lists are capable of doing. All in all, very strong. This list has many win conditions. You have your Melusine that plays for a lot of value. If you're able to bring that back in a short round, you are already far ahead of your opponent. Of course, if they can Heatwave Melusine, get rid of it in the graveyard, then it falls away completely. You'll have to rely on your Knut and Sigvald combination. Those two also pack quite the punch if you can keep them alive. You can bring them back with Fukushia, Sigdrifa's Ride, as well as Bride of the Sea. Lastly, if you're going up against a greedy list that swarms, for instance, maybe AQ here, then Svalbard is going to come in very handy if you can time it just nicely. All in all, a very strong list. And yeah, in the 6 provision slot, you do have that Grimace for a single Purify and Restore for even more value if you need it. Thirdly, we're going to go into the Northern Realms mobilization list.
Oh, yes, we are. While I think the list before might be more to my taste, it's Reavers. Now, we saw this Reavers list, and it does run that Will-o'-the-Wisp, as I did mention previously. A weird tech choice, but in reality, in so many matchups, it functions like a double Heatwave. Here, it is all about setting up your Reavers. Play a Reaver, create a Reaver, spawn another Reaver, and the Temple of Melitele in there as well. It seems to have found a home in many different types of Northern Realms list, and it really adds a little something to this mobilization list. You take what you are given, you get the best choices. The Avalak Sage in there as a tutor for extra consistency for these, over running something like a Rune Mage to slow down and improve the Temple of Melitele's options. It's a really powerful list. It's great into long rounds, provided it is playing first. Danarai, though, not running the wagon version, so he will be relying on trying to stick those engines. If you can stop them before they swarm, they don't do a great deal. One remaining list, and of course it is Nature's Gift.
Nature's Gift, more relying on its own tempo and not really interacting that much with its opponent's cards. This is where the Precision Strike list and the Nature's Gift list differ on a pretty big level. So here we do have Saskia as well in this list, something not a lot of players have brought. Saskia, of course, gives you the option to spawn either an Elven Deadeye, a Rowdy Dwarf, or a Dryad. We do see players opting for the Dryad most of the time, not only because Dryad gives you a lot of extra tempo with cards like Orquin, it also gives you the ability to play Dryad's Caress, which comes in pretty handy if you're playing against any heavy control lists with locks or potentially poisons. So in this matchup, I do think this list actually might do very well against something like that of Syndicate. Other than that, you do not have Alyssa in this list, meaning you get only 3 chances at playing your Spring Equinox from the get-go. That is, you have 2 in deck, 1 with Forest Protector. If you can time it right, you do have that Alvin Seer, potentially for even a 4th one. That is what you're going for with this deck. Tempest for some thinning value, also pulling out those impenetrable fogs, or either the just the impenetrable fogs. Basically, pretty straightforward deck, and I do hope we get to see it in action today. Well, now
those are the players' lineups, and what's fascinating is the lineups and the decisions from yesterday that the players will have made are completely different. Things that were good into matchups yesterday are now scary. So far, before this series starts, every faction has had a ban this weekend. I don't believe I have ever seen anything like that. The change in style is so interesting. It was kind of a mirror situation yesterday. Today, Holdir with kind of an aggressive control style into the greed of Danarai. I think he should be slightly favored here. That Skellige list is the one that Danarai probably has the most strength with. It's good into 2 of the 4 matchups pretty well. Will he have access to it, I guess, is the big question, as this one is going to be spicy.
It's going to be extremely spicy, and I think this is one of the most, how can I put it, versatile games we've ever had, and we do see the bans coming in here. Holdir's Syndicate list not making it through, so we won't get to cast one this series, Lionheart.
All that Syndicate prep completely wasted, but I will take it. And Danarai, this doesn't surprise me. Holdir has banned his self-wound. That list was good into very good into 2 of the 4 matchups and passable into a 3rd. So not surprised to see that go here. This is going to be a really interesting battle. Danarai, 2 very, very greedy decks into 2 very control-heavy ones. Will this come down to what can Scoia'tael do? Will Brick City be able to take out Symbiosis? Is that where this is heading?
I hope. I mean, both these players actually started off playing Squirtle yesterday with their first games. With Danaride was Squirtle in red, with Holdir Squirtle in blue. So, do we get blessed with a Squirtle matchup here for our first game today? I wonder.
Well, I'm always a fan of some Scoia'tael action. You know that. I'm a big Scoia'tael fan. I don't know if that's the line that they'll take. It could be interesting. Cultists, he's going to want to put that through. And I think he believes he can get it through against Skellige, but it won't be easy. It's going to be really tough playing that list from blue and trying to establish control. He is, of course, starting on red, though, so it's going to be a tough one. Maybe he does genuinely have to start with that Scoia'tael list, like you say.
So, given the options here and the fact that Skellige isn't one of them, Northern Realms was a red coinless as well as Squirtle for Danarai yesterday. But again, totally different matchup today, so might have to go in a completely different route. Holdir, on the other hand, having his monsters as well as Squirtle is his preferable blue coinless. So we really could see either of them. It really comes down to what these players think their opponents will queue.
Yeah, very much so. And it is going to come down to that. If he believes, like, AQ, that into the Reavers matchup, AQ wants to be on blue. If it's on red, it really, really doesn't prefer the matchup. So I don't think he's going to go that way. You might be right. Maybe it really is going to be a repeat. Different lineups. Is it going to be Scoia v Scoias to start? That'll be interesting, because a lot of that Scoia'tael list for Holdir does come down to drawing well. It was a bit of his weakness yesterday. It's better into the lineup for Danarai here. And oh boy, they have queued the matchup the complete opposite. Danny is taking these Reavers on red. I much prefer this matchup the other way around for the Reavers player. But let's see what happens here.
Players, interestingly enough, not seeing Squirtle as their first options, but well queuing exactly what they did yesterday. Hold your monsters on blue, Danarai, Northern Realms on red. So how do these lists fare against each other? The thing is, Holdir has a lot of control here. Going first, he's going to be able to set up those cards beautifully. And, well, right now in hand, he only has the Royal Decree, opting to give him his Idder. So it's a little bit awkward here, as you would prefer to have access to AQ as well. And that doesn't appear to be what's happening here.
No, it doesn't. But into this lineup, he may decide to take multiple defenders instead to protect, so that instead he can go down that route, bring multiple of them back, make it much harder to get through, as we do, of course, see the standard opening for anyone running Temple of Melitele, and it is 2 fish for some brilliant legendaries. Not terrible choices here. Trying to work out if he wants the Adalia for another shot at a Reaver that can survive, or if with the lack of direct control, actually that this duel could be more valuable in one of, if not the greatest premiums in Gwent, the Selkirk. He's taking his time thinking this one over, and I can tell you that he did take 2 Varaxus and an Adalia there, so has the ability to re-enable those Reavers multiple times now.
And Holdir does decide he is going to go for many defenders. Not a bad choice here, seeing that Reavers are going to be targeting the largest monster cards. Those defenders are going to come in extremely handy. Danarai immediately pulling Anzi's into the hand, as one does with the Temple of Melitele. If he can keep that alive and time it with a Varaxus or 2, that's going to play for an astonishing amount of value in this series.
Yeah, it would indeed. The question is going to be for him, does he just get out of here at 7, not worry about too much setup and take 2 longer rounds potentially, and try and resist the bleed, or is he going to push in and try and establish? His hand isn't the best. He has 1 Reaver and very few ways of building it. Does have the Anero as well, so he can deal with it, but which is he going to go for instead? Deny a bit of carryover with the first squirrel. Yes, you are not mistaken. It is a double squirrel. It legitimately is meta these days to have 2 of them with the amount going on in the graveyard.
Yeah, 2 squirrels and 1 Xavier, it seems I can't fault him there. It is going to get the job done. And Holdier knows he's playing against 2 squirrels, so he has to be careful here. He currently has 1 Cave Troll and he has 1 Arachas Queen. But how is he going to consume that Arachas Queen is what I'm wondering.
Well, that is the problem. He has no way of doing so here, certainly no efficient way. Even if he drops the Hive Mind, the only consume there is a destroy. You're losing so many points from that. He's not going to want to do that, and he's going to be very, very nervous to drop that Hive Mind into the graveyard as well. He's not really going to want to do that. It's often better to get rid of this in the early stages instead of getting rid of one of the units because of the amount of additional tempo that that Stalker can give. As Danarai just drops, very easy there. He pops a casting contest out for 5 points, signaling he's not really too invested in this round, perhaps looking at 7 and out here.
Clearly not trying to get those Reavers onto the board, something Northern Realms quite likes to do, instead opting to keep it for a later round when he can make use of them, as he is going to struggle catching up here. He knows Holdier has an astonishing amount of tempo in round 1 with his monsters list, and he doesn't know whether Holdier has the Andrega Warrior or not. He might think that Holdier is holding on to it just so that Cave Troll doesn't, just so the AQ doesn't enter the graveyard just yet and get squirreled.
Very much so. It is a possibility. Danarai says, I'm out, I'm done, and I'm happy. I'm going to get out of here on 7 cards. He's committed nothing but effective value for himself, giving himself some better legendary options later on, and removing the first of the defenders in the graveyard. How is he going to go from here? The big thing for Reavers tends to be establish your engines. Well, both of these really, because they are kind of engine in their own way, whether it's an aggressive swarmy one or just sheer pew pew. In the case of Reavers, they're both going to want to be in control for the decisive round. Is Holdier going to be willing to push? That hand does not look terrible here.
That purposely not having played a lot of units, though. There's only 2 cards in his graveyard right now, which is going to stop Holdier from having an effective Witch's Sabbath. Something that could have a big effect on whether Holdier decides to push into this round or not. What's scaring me is Danarai's ability to do a lot of damage in a short round here with that Anzies, and suddenly his Northern Realms list is looking like a short round winner here instead of having to have a long Reavers round to get ahead.
Yeah, which is a very scary proposition. As you mentioned, Danarai, just a solitary squirrel in his graveyard as it stands. You certainly don't want to be bringing just that back, as you only get 1 unit if your opponent has just 1 unit from the Witch's Sabbath.
And Holdier plays directly into Eder, not bothering to set up that defender first, maybe indicating he's going to pass and let that go into his graveyard so he can pull it out in round 3. Danarai does play that squirrel. What did he get rid of there?
The Hive Mind has gone. Again, the Hive Mind was about to spawn a Stalker as its next card, something that you absolutely do not want to be the case. If you are Danarai, the Stalker, the MVP of this list, the amount of value it can add, control it can provide is super, super scary. Makes sense to get rid of that over the Arachas Queen, even though the Arachas Queen is huge value.
See that Xavier coming down on the melee row, not really intending to be used as such, because again, Danarai doesn't really have anything in the graveyard that Holdier wants to get rid of just yet, so he plays it for sheer point value and perhaps indicating that a pass might be coming soon. He's on 7 cards now, and it is his shot at getting out, but he's also offering Danarai first say into a round 3 if he does decide to pass, which is very scary with Reavers.
Yeah, it can be. And now this is an interesting spot right now for Danarai. As Holdier can take a pass at 7 cards here if he chooses to, Danarai needs to find a big gap of points. He needs 14 points here, and I know he has Anzes, you know he has Anzes, let's be honest, Holdier knows he has it, but it will mean he has to spend it. The other cards in his hand are not catching immediately. The Aneromancy into... I don't think there's anything that would. A Dahlia into a Reaver doesn't catch. There's no extra points sat on the board. So it's a big commit if he has to do this. And Holdier, doesn't take the choice. Instead, he says, actually, I would quite like access to a few other things. I'm going to stretch this even further.
Like that play, and just like that, he has enough units in the graveyard and is able to pull out his Witch's Sabbath, committing here. But how is he going to consume his AQ? How is he planning on doing this?
Well, at the moment, there isn't a way for him to do that. He's pushing aggressively, like very, very aggressively here, pushing in as we see the Teshin Mutna come down and deleting that defender, following immediately with a heat wave. Doesn't need to be consumed anymore. It no longer exists as we see them trade backwards and forwards multiple cards thanks to the Arcane Tome pulling things out from their decks.
I mean, Danarai, now knowing he is able to commit if he really needs to, and Anzis is going to find a significant amount of value once it is played. It can quickly get rid of that pesky Idder, which is going to be pinging every unit Danarai plays, as well as providing a lot of drone spawns for the Kikimor Stalker here. Hold, you're not really having a target as of yet, decides to play the Acid Spit on a Squirrel. Not optimal. In all honesty, you'd rather have that ping off the Reavers into 1-point cards so you can blasty them, and now Danarai is just not going to play anything in the range row if he doesn't have to.
Yeah, he'll certainly be avoiding that wherever he can, but if he can get the Glusty now and survive the round, I think he'll be very happy. A lot of those Reavers tend to sit at one, well, every other Reaver needs a buff of some description to keep it away from that, so I think Koldir's pressing, saying, you've given me nothing so far. And that is about to change, as it doesn't keep him ahead, though. That is the big decision. Dropping the Anses always threatens Great Reach for this list, but it hasn't kept him ahead to the point where he gets to keep a card. That's the big thing. And Holdir not relenting right now, keeping ahead, holding his value, could potentially have an absolutely massive Glusty here, as we have already seen the heat wave come and go from Danarai to deal with that Arachis Queen.
Very placed, knowing that Danarai likely does have access to Veraxis, being able to play Anzis again. So honestly, wouldn't even be surprised if we see something like a Parasite coming through there. He could also just rely on his Stalker's ability to quickly delete some cards here. Getting rid of that Reaver, and the fact that Danarai doesn't even commit a leader charge, really just tempting Holdir to get rid of that Reaver instead of the Anzis here as an option. Will he do it though? He has quite a few ways to do so.
Instead, he's going to just play for as much setup as possible. This Glusty will be enormous here. He decides to kill it that way around instead, and I think, this is going to be a lot of points here.
Yeah, I was expecting the pew-pews to go off here. Danarai now definitely having to commit that leader if he wants to get ahead. That's exactly what he does. Holdir is going to use Parasite or Hideous Feast, if I am not mistaken, and try and delete some more if he can. That's what I want to see personally. Get rid of those Reavers before they're able to be set up.
Yeah, and he should delete that one out of existence. You're right, that's exactly what he chooses to do. Danarai taken a long time to set his engines up here. The Reavers, as of yet, haven't really been able to create a huge amount of value. And I do like this. He's put the Reaver Scout on the melee row. You wouldn't typically do that, but he's trying to find extra value. He wants it to stay alive. He doesn't want it to be easy to kill. So as a result, he has gone with it this way. It does still die, though. Holdir finding the way, and this is gonna be close. There's not many Reavers, and that Glusty Warp is looking absolutely enormous.
Okay, well, Danarai does have access to Oniromancy, and the problem here is that a Glusty is just asking to be spores or anything along those lines. Does Danarai have access to that tool reset?
He does have access to the spores here, so likely what he's going to take, but that Will-o'-the-Wisp is a 0. No, it's a 4, sorry, my apologies. It's a 4. He does get out still, though, with that extra Mushy Truffle charge. Huge for Danarai here, going into this final round, and there is very little of power left here. on Haldir's side. He has removal if he can find the Heat Wave or the Aneromancy, but he does not have many of his own points.
Yeah, Holdier went all out there. He basically committed for the 2-0, didn't get it, and there isn't really a way he can win this if Danarai has access to anything of value, and we know Danarai has, so I think Holdier just lost the game there. He was hoping Danarai didn't have the cards, but we could see Danarai did have a Neuromancy, and if he didn't, that would have been game over GG.
Yeah, very much so. It's quite a scary opportunity, quite a scary series, really. He's played it super well. Haldir out instantly by the look of it and says, I don't have the points from this moment. Gonna go next. It is 1-0 and the Reavers go through. First time, that is very nice. Danarai didn't win his first game yesterday. He will be very happy, and now the coin's flipped here.
Yeah, Holdier immediately passing, knowing he doesn't stand a chance anymore. It was a nice push, though. I respected it. It was very nice. It's just a pity that Glasty takes all of those points into one, and it is very easily removed. He did try and set up all those defenders earlier, but of course, with Graveyard Hate, it didn't manage to make it through.
No, not quite. I think it is the right line. I think he has to get his card set up. He has to push, be aggressive into the round that he thinks is going to be decisive. Letting the Reaver player take the round further typically doesn't end well. There was an option early on that he could have taken a pass with 5 or 6 cards that still to play. That certainly was an option, but not the one he ended up taking.
Yeah, and not the one he ended up taking, like you said. So Holdier now having red coin, potentially pushing his Scalagalus through on red like he tried yesterday. And Danarai having blue coin, potentially going with that Nilfgaard cultist list. It really depends. There's a lot of options here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a lot of different choices that they could go for. Danarai flipping this side. I can see him playing the cultists. Yeah, you could be right. That's certainly an option. He believes, because I did have a quick chat to him earlier today, that there is a chance for him to get through the SK list, but he has to draw very well in order to make that the case. I think each blue coin attempt he will probably push to do that with one of his lists already through.
I think you're right. I think that is a strong possibility here. It depends if players are starting to consider a snipe as well, as they could potentially go for a square tile list. I don't know. It's always a possibility. I mean, yeah, it's not preferable though, as these square tile lists really do prefer certain coins here. I mean, Precision Strike likes having something to strike, and that's why you often take it on red, so it has a target, if you will, and it likes to have interactive plays.
Yeah, that's very true. The lineup that he's brought in general, that's Haldir, of course, is quite aggressive. It is quite red coin heavy. It does like to be the aggressor, with lots and lots of removal, lots of expectation of perhaps players bringing some greed, and he certainly found one that has in currently Danarai, soon to be maybe Balderai, and I'm going to call him it forever. I can't not.
Hey, he has to win that name, Lionheart. He's not yet bold. He has to make it through and win.
He has to earn that potential. So currently still Danarai has to earn it, but he is 1-0 up here. I mean, that previous series was fascinating because it's a really intricate matchup, decision-making. I would have preferred being the other way around. I would have preferred being the Reavers player on blue. Danarai saying, no, I can win it from the other coin. The first round, jumping out early, not committing really anything, keeping his graveyard units, as you pointed out, to a minimum, making it slightly more awkward. But the techs, those double squirrels, finding so much value, as it turns out.
I really respect the double squirrels play here, instead of simply going for something like Xavier. It's just kind of funny. Like, instead of the Xavier, you have a bunch of different other cards in the 6-piece slot, like Arcane Tome, the 2 Reavers, and you do have that Will-o'-the-Wisp Teshamutna sword. So instead of going with Xavier, just popping 2 squirrels in there, saying, I don't need that many Northern Realms for P cards anyway. I might as well have 2 squirrels and take it from there.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you can see he does it, and Haldir does something very similar. He's got 2 in his Precision Strike list, 2 in his Patricidal Fury list, because Gwent isn't just about what's on the board or your hand anymore, but the value of what's in your deck and even your graveyard is massive, especially into the competitive scene when you think of the power of things like Self-Wound and that graveyard access, but also for the AQ lists, among many, many others. It's so crucial to be able to interrupt those plays at the right time. And we just saw it coming absolutely in clutch there. So really curious to see if that's going to continue to be the case. Are we going to see more Super Squirrel action?
Yeah, this is interesting. We see with Holdier a lot of more control decks, but I feel with his AQ list, he wasn't really able to pull it off as such. I think that was maybe one of his lists that relied more on his own setup, and even in round one, he didn't draw everything he needed to make that
No.
Arajas Queen tick off. That could have made all the difference in the world, having another defender on the board, having your
Yeah.
Glusty uninterrupted. It all comes down to it at the end of the day, and yeah, you can't win them all. But he will have 2 more chances at bringing his monsters list through on blue, which I think is something he'd definitely try and do. Now, again, Dandara, on the other hand, coming through on red here, he has to be careful knowing the amount of control that Holdier is bringing to this game, and he is definitely going to be wary of this Scalaga list potentially coming through next. If that's the case, what is he prepared to take here? Is he prepared to take something that is going to play around Skalaga's absolute control? Are we going to see something that generates its own points, maybe, like Squirtle? Is that ever something we suspect he'll try, seeing that he prefers it on red coin?
He does, yeah. And I can see why he prefers it on red. It has its own points, but and it is flexible. He can play it where he likes, and the round control for it does matter. But being able to jump out if he needs to and not overcommit can be big. I think for him, the Squirtle list has a chance of getting through the other lists. I think the Cultist is his biggest problem right now for me. They are, as I say, the definition of greed where Gwent is concerned. So I get the feeling that he's going to want to perhaps give this as many shots as possible. Every win matters, though, because each time you win a game, you get a little bit more of that prize pool, right? We've just seen another 3-2 in the series before us. They want to make sure everybody grabs their drops, right?
Absolutely. And for those of you at home, remember to claim your drops. If you didn't watch yesterday, now's your chance to get that card back, your meteorite powder. You gotta connect your account. You gotta click it every time you reach your milestones, or else the next one won't progress. Don't make the same mistake we make, okay?
Yeah, we have done that before, and they do not give it to us after the fact because we were at work, okay? So don't be us.
Exactly.
Make sure you click it. Make sure you do click it as we do go into game 2. Danarai is there, and is he trying to join the cult? No, he doesn't look too happy, but it is the matchup that you and I expected. Oh, it's Cultists versus Smork Skellige.
Yeah, it is exactly that. And yeah, you are correct. This is not a fun matchup for Danarai. You can see he wasn't hoping for it, because you really want to keep those Deacons alive for their order abilities, and I can tell you, Holdier is not going to allow that to fly.
Look at Holdier's hand. From left to right. Nope, 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 nope. I don't think these cultists are going to survive for very long. This might be a very, very short-lived attempt at spreading cultism here. As Danarai also draws into a brick as his final card, albeit having it in hand is not actually terrible in a round 1 that he might have to jump out of quickly, because he can infuse it in this round 1, knowing that when he pulls out with his leader in a later round, it is definitely infused, because he's not going to get much chance to infuse in deck in this round.
Not. Danarai is not looking happy. He doesn't even want to play the very obvious turn 1 play with the Deacon. He is very, very skeptical of what Holdier has in hand, and he would be right. Nothing is going to survive very long, and cards like Teleportation are really going to struggle to find value here.
They are, and he opens up with the Anero, I think. Is he going to go aggressive and push, drop the scenario instantly? Is that the line he's going to take here? He starts with the Operator. He wants as many opportunities as possible, but it is not a cultist. Instead, he is using leader charges to try and keep it alive as well, saying, you aren't going to have 6 damage very easily. I must keep this alive, and that is a really good way of doing it. Other than the heat wave, Champion's Charge is only a 5 without Bloodthirst. Those Gutting Slashes also need 2 Bloodthirst, and committing the Patricidal Fury leader could be problematic if it later on means you don't kill properly with your Sove.
Leader choice here, very handy, having that Imperial formation to boost cards out of damage. But Holdier says, I don't mind that. My Patricidal Fury is going to give me Bloodthirst, and I'm gonna yoink your target, sir.
And that is exactly what he does. He is willing to commit those 2 leader charges, believes that it is worth it, and also clicks as well. The Teshan Mutna sword coming down, that cultist not surviving, of course. The infusion does count as a status. He deletes both, saying, you will not develop your engines here. I am going to hold off and keep you at bay.
It's just so funny to me how Danarai said Holdier doesn't have any expressions, and he's just sitting there without any expression on his face, like massacring these cultists. He's killing an entire society of cultists, and he's not even smirking. It's honestly scary. It's quite sinister.
It is. So far, both of them rigidly, intensely looking at what to do here, as we do see the first Arcane Tome gone, and the Squirrel dropping down to remove the Aneromancy for Danarai as well. This time, it does survive. Didn't want to give the rest of his leader in order to be able to charge that Deacon. Big potential moment to start developing there from Danarai's side. The difficulty is, he can use one more leader here because he doesn't want to use the last one. That opportunity to thin a fan for free, too much to give up, I think.
Is he potentially considering playing that Eternal Eclipse round 1 here? As now's your chance, hoping Holdier didn't draw his Heat Wave, and seeing that you're going to be using all of your leader ability to get ahead here, most likely, you're going to want to pull Afan out like you mentioned, Lionheart, and trigger that scenario in 1 turn, setting up your cards for later use while you still can.
Yeah, quite possibly, especially into a series where you know your opponent runs the Heat Wave. You absolutely want that Chapter 1 that infuses all non-disloyal cultists with that boosting ability.
Absolutely, and Holdier coming here with a pretty proactive card, going with the Axel 3 Eyes here, not bothering to interact with Danarai's side of the board, just setting up his own points for now.
Yeah, so far, and as a result, Danarai taking a slightly greedy line, you could argue. He does drop down that Occultist to again infuse further. Holdier now still ahead, the card up, but likely going to want to take removal. The problem being, that Gutting Slash still only does 4, and Champion's Charge is the only real option to kill it here. Is Holdier going to think it's valuable enough? He is. He does decide that it still needs to go.
Holdier's in a very nice position here, and we finally see the Eternal Eclipse coming out. Are we going to see that trigger? We do. Fun comes down, triggers the first story there of the scenario, and setting up all his cultists there for later use with an extra infuse.
He does indeed. You can see on the other side, Holdier has lots of aggressive options, but not too many points of his own that he would like to commit right now. Lots of different ways. The Bloodthirst is all gone, so the Sove really isn't something you're going to want to play. Fukusha has nothing in the graveyard, and that Foulblood Totem, typically he'd like to pair with Foulblood. So while he is ahead, does have a pass here, it's difficult for him because he now needs to keep staying ahead with removal. And he does decide to get out here. Danarai, as a result, can just drop a bronze if he chooses to go down that line to go further. Now, the Prophet would proc the second chapter of the Eclipse to give another Deacon, which would give another infusion in hand. Doesn't really need that, I would say. I think he's better off just dropping perhaps the lock here with the Van Morlehem's Hunter. But we will see what he decides to do.
Carefully considering it, and a very well calculated pass here from Holdier, deciding, hey, let's go into that long round. I think I have everything I need from you, and I still have my leader ability. I have pretty much everything I need really to do a lot of damage in a short or long round. And Danarai has to go on 4 cards, not having the ability to push now without being 2 cards down.
No, but he will be very happy to take Last Say away from this SK list. It likes having Last Say, of course, as all control lists typically do, because they can hold off their more limited number of points that way round. The other option is, can you avoid playing any bronze cards so that your opponent doesn't really get many infusions? Obviously, the spies do play around that to some extent. It's going to be a very, very interesting, I would imagine, long round as Danarai passes as quickly as you or I can blink.
Okay. Yeah, and Danarai doesn't really have anything that can get rid of that chunky Sov later on. No Curse of Corruption, nothing like that. So Holdir pretty happy here with this list in particular, and I think Holdir is very happy with the fact that Danarai is going to go into this... Wait, let's see, we're going into round 3 now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
We are indeed. So you see there, Danarai didn't take a single mulligan, even though he's missing the Brathens. Now, the reason for that, he has 2 bricks. Both Nalziger Brigade are in his deck. He does not want to draw into one of those. Neither of them currently infused, however, in the deck. The Deacons, not enough of them survived. They are not infused right now.
Hold that Blood Totem, giving 2 targets there that are going to change later on.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to start playing on interactively here? What is the goal for Holdir? Of course, he's going to hold off on that Blood for a later value when all of the cultists are already on Danarai's side of the board, but yeah, he has a limited amount of interactive cards right now and has to use them carefully. Perhaps this 7-point cultist is a little bit too big to remove from the board just yet.
Yeah, and so he goes for the Aneromancy instead. He does have the option, even of something like a Curse of Corruption here, just to flat up delete it, and decides that that is the line he wants to take. It was, of course, infused itself, thanks to the Eternal Eclipse, so would have potentially been a pretty tall engine later on if left on the board. He doesn't want to start throwing the Gutting Slashes or the D-Bombs out, because those, of course, deal with the Eternal Eclipse Initiates, those 4P cards that you absolutely want to be able to remove into this long round. They're the ones that target your bronze units, they're the ones that cause those massive swings later on.
They're not looking very happy here with the options he is given, really struggling to decide on what he wants to play on the board right now. And he is going to opt into a decon here, pulling out those brigades alongside.
Yeah, and that was, which was an interesting choice, because typically you'd have infused those and it would have meant you had more cultists on the board. It can become very threatening then as a number of engines, and he could have taken that line, could have played one of the he could have played the Deacon down, tried to keep it alive to thin in advance. Doesn't believe it's likely to be the case though.
And Holt uses a swift D-bomb, getting rid of that Illusionist. Now the second Illusionist is, well, being targeted potentially with that Decon. It depends what Danarai is going to pull out here. He is hovering over that Dandelion there, potentially deciding to draw into another card here.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the line for the thinning. He's thinned the 2 bricks out. He can never play the Poet before that, and he has a 1 in 4 now of finding Brathens from that. It's a big, big card to grab if and when he can from this Dandelion Poet. Of course, he has no control over it. We don't know what order they're in either, and he's just trying to work out what is going to develop the most value for him now, effectively. And also a big question, when does he drop the Prophet? And that's the decision he makes. There is, however, that Brokwa Warrior in Holdir's hand, the easy counter to it. Danarai hoping that perhaps only some of the gold cards were left there. He'll be a bit sad to see it be so easy. He finds the Brathens.
A Brathens is going to play for a lot of value. I'm sure Danarai is very happy with that draw. Plays out Turis Vigo now with the Assimilate value going directly into the Initiate, and we can see those points starting to become a lot. Holdir now carefully having to decide how he's going to target them all, and goes with Spell Blood.
Yeah, I mean, that works pretty well. Svalblood, lots of Svalblood, all the Svalblood, and those engines, well, they're not here anymore. And the Vilgefortz does make a lot of sense, honestly. They might not look like a lot of points, but denying your opponent's ability to keep doing that is very important. Manages to boost up by playing Vilgefortz as a cultist, getting rid of more Bloodthirst yet again, and now pulls out a bronze unit, a decent tall bronze unit that could potentially be sniped with these initiates later. Lots and lots of opportunity.
Considering his options here, he does have the Fukushia available to spawn some rain. Decides to finally use the final charge of Arnulf the Patricide, giving him 3 Bloodthirst as of now. And I assume we're going to see Sov coming out onto the board, finally getting its points worth. Going for that swirl.
He's going to click for the rain and try and find it. He does find it. Pretty high chance of him finding it, of course, there as well. And I'm not going to do the maths on whether it's 75% or 83% because it'll hurt my brain, but we do instead see that instant click. And Danarai is jamming cards here, already swings back.
By just so many points. We can see he has a reset, a toll removal. He has a 6p gutting slash there coming down with the Bloodthirst 2. It's not looking amazing here, but Danarai still holding on to those final cultists, which are going to play for a lot of value, as like you mentioned, they are the bronzes and they will be triggering those others by a substantial amount of points.
Yeah, very much so. They are exactly what you're looking for. They are the value cards, not the gold ones in this, as we now see Haldir taking that great mid-range value, doesn't have to try and play uninteractively effectively. Just a huge number of points for Kusha, plus multiple rain, as much value as possible. Into Axel, great choice.
Yeah, and with a single bronze, Danarai already getting ahead there, almost, but Heatwave slams down, putting him back onto a 23-point deficit. Now, is it enough?
The crow. He hits the crow, and he's going to double target this crow. This Duchess Informant is also a cultist, bear in mind. It's a massive reset, but I think Danarai might just have more than enough to take this here. He has so many points in this swing, and it's not even close. Look at the points. Danarai seems pretty happy with that one. Cultists with Last Say is petrifying, as that was one of the big matchups. He's now got 3 shots at getting Scoia'tael through.
Wow, that looks really good for Danarai. That was an interesting reset there. I think the Dandelion looked worth more, but it didn't matter at the end of the day, though. Not in the slightest. Even with a heavy control list like that of Patricidal Fury, wasn't enough to deal with those cultists.
No,
Wow.
the difficulty in that round 1, as amazing as it was to have so much removal on Haldir's side, he didn't quite have enough points himself to keep pressing and stay ahead, take advantage and win that round. We've seen, as amazing as this control list can be from Red, not having Last Say can really, really suffocate it. It can be really difficult a lot of the time. And again, those cultists, those pesky cultists, find their way through. But they flip again. What do we expect to see here?
Assume that Danarai is playing a Scoia'tael list, as it's the final one he has left. But other than that, as that is pretty obvious, Haldir has the option of going for his AQ list on blue again, or his Scoia'tael list on blue. I think the AQ list for that round control and that stratagem more than his Scoia'tael list does. I feel like you can't really negotiate with that monsterless coin, and I think this is probably his best shot at taking it through.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think the AQ list doesn't mind the Scoia'tael matchup either, to be honest. It has, obviously there's a lot of swarm going on there, but that does mean there's plenty of low power trees that you can perhaps take a little bit of advantage of. It almost always has to have units in the graveyard early, so when you play your own setup. So I think you're right. I think the AQ is probably what I would expect to see here as well.
I expect to see AQ, yeah. I think going into this matchup with a potential reverse sweep in mind, AQ would be the best blue coin, and you would have your Scoia'tael on red, and then potentially... I don't know, it's difficult, as you want your Scalagon red as well.
Yeah, I think the Skellige has to go on red and the Scoia'tael ends up on blue at the end. If we get there, we've spoken about it before, reverse sweeps are just always on the cards, and we've seen it many times. Can Danarai avoid it here? As we are right, you called it, it is Aracha Swarm on blue here, and not a bad looking opening hand, does have access to at least most of what he would like. Danarai, though, equally happy. Aside from the Gord, has an unbricked Tempest, and of course that big one. It is the Alcuin there as well. Will struggle, though, as the Parasite from Holdir is a lovely way to clean that up quickly. You don't want that engine on the board for long.
No, you really don't. And Holdir, this time, having drawn all the cards you want to see in round one, he immediately goes down here with the Idder, doesn't even bother with the Defender, as, well, it's actually quite interesting that he would do that, as Danarai does run Heatwave in this list, and he's kind of just tempting him to use it here.
Yeah, he is indeed. He's just saying, okay, do it. And Danarai, trying to keep that alive, does use the ping, but the Parasite exists, losing Alcuin early. She does obviously give you the infusions, but the amount of vitality value she gives, not having that on the board will make it a lot harder for Danarai to pressure here.
Yeah, it certainly will. So Okrin coming down here, but instantly removed, and we see Saskia in her place. Probably going to go with the Dryad here, as it will give him the the extra bit of Purify value as well as Vitality. Pretty happy having access to that. Holdir is going to go into AQ right now, making use of the slots, and also triggering its Death Wish ability with the Urn of Shadows, getting another Idder here. Now, Danarai's list doesn't have any graveyard manipulation. Holdir is actually pretty safe. There's no squirrels, no Xavier.
No, yes, you are right. And you can see, as a result, it's going to be interesting to see what comes back when he uses it. The big thing, everything will come back for Holdir, but that's true then for Danarai. He committed the Saskia, knowing, well, that she also will be potentially coming back, and the Order ability therefore will be there. Alcuin coming back, and a Hammer Dryad, so as valuable as Witch's Sabbath will be on one side, it could be just as dangerous on the other.
It could very well be, and Holdir here does at least have Xavier in this list, so he can manipulate the graveyard if he wants to do so in the next round, as he does have access to cards like Oniromancy. He also has both Andrega Warriors in hand, so he's going to find a lot of spawns here, and he is going to be able to trigger AQ again.
You are right, he is indeed. Danarai now, the double thinning and the double fog value there with the Tempest, trying to avoid putting extra units on the board to make sure that he doesn't end up in an awkward spot, but also keeping himself ahead here.
Very to stay ahead if necessary. Holdir not really bothering all that much. He is kind of just taking it slow here. Not ahead, and his Ran Warrior gets removed. Now, is he willing to play more cards at this point, or is he happy with his graveyard setup as is?
It's a difficult one, but it's not just about the cards he plays, it's going to be about the ones that he spawns as well here. Because, of course, he had played the Hive Mind. Kikimor Stalker being on the board. Big, powerful, no question or doubt in my mind about that. But the big one is, it's also now been played and is gone. Having to commit a leader charge to keep ahead as well. Does know that his Stalker is safe at 6, though. He's worrying about a second Rebuke, potentially. Doesn't want to risk losing it. So, does end up consuming a lot of those ones there.
Stay of killing range, very nicely done here, and not showing any indication of stopping, as he should finally getting that Idder out onto the board. And now he's easily going to stay ahead here with his tempo list, and Danarai won't be able to catch up even if he tries.
Yeah, it's a struggle for Danarai now. Holdir's play coming to fruition, knowing that Danarai not really wanting to pass, but he is going for that threat. He is saying, I still have the Elven Seer, and I want you to kill it. I want you to take it out. We know, of course, that there are no Equinoxes in hand. But his opponent doesn't know that, and if he's willing, Danarai will want to press to try and win this on even. Is Holdir going to buy the bait, though?
Yeah, but what a crazy card to commit, even if you are baiting, as there aren't any LSS in this deck, and therefore Danurai only has that many shots at taking that powerful Equinox through, so he just threw away a potential extra 11 points.
Very much so. He could also be betting on the being better cards in hand, betting on better, trying to perhaps push, thinking you only have a hand of decent cards left. I'm going to trade up with this. Of course, we can see that that is not the case, and I think he will be very sad to see what he's just traded for. As valuable as those consumes can be later on, Holdir really pushing and punching to say, you need to go away now. It's risky for Danurai. The Gourd only boosting to 7 here, so the Gourd is worth 10. He is down by 24. So if he double leaded and the point on board, the Hamadryad is going to give him 4, 5, 6, so he's got 7. He can still get out here, but it's probably the time to go away.
Danurai decide to keep both of his fledglings for later. A wise decision, as he was not getting ahead. Holdir pretty happy still having that Ran Warrior in hand too, and really just having his graveyard set up for an astronomical point swing later on.
Yeah, quite possibly. One of the things, in terms of what's in the graveyard for both players, there is now either the Elven Seer or the Hamadryad that would come back from a Witch's Sabbath for Holdir, but he is very happy. He wants to take the long round against this. He, of course, gets stronger into a long round, whereas the Point Slam of Symbiosis is much, much more terrifying into a short one. It's one of the reasons why round control can be so vital in this kind of situation.
Absolutely. So we will see a long round here from both players. Danurai going to shuffle and Mulligan that Spring Equinox, having drawn Simlas and being able to pull out both in one turn. Very nice. Also has Gourd in hand, perhaps wants to Mulligan that back if he has a chance, but it is going to stick for now, it seems, as well as the Isengrim's Council.
It is, although on Holdir's side, he's managed to miss the Defender, miss the Glusty, and Witch's Sabbath. He does have access to 2 of 3, of course, with both the Aneromancy and that Arcane Tome. But we do see that Xavier Lemons drop down. Selective gets rid of the Alquen. Makes a lot of sense to me, getting rid of that card. It would be terrifying to give Danurai access to that into this long round.
Absolutely not something you can allow to survive here. It is a 13 provision card after all. Now, yeah, Holdir does have to decide here what he wants to pull with the cards he has. Witch's Sabbath is a no-brainer. That's something you want to set up as early as possible. A Glusty obviously would have been very nice here against all of these little Treants, but I do believe Idder is going to allow that Stalker to play for so much more value if you can keep it alive.
Yeah, and that's what he's deciding right now. Does he Aneromancy out this Defender first, or does he just go straight for Witch's Sabbath and say, I'm not going to use the Defender? That is the line that he takes. That is where he's going with it, but he does, of course, get that Kick Him or Worker back, having spawned it early on. Not the best option. Could have had another Idder there, so a huge number of points missed on that low roll, but if there were 3 chances for it to turn up, odds are it had a chance of being in one of those slots.
Yeah, be better, but also not the end of the world. Still has 2 Idders and will be able to use those little chargers to fuel his Stalker's ammo. Now, Danurai carefully having to consider what he's prepared to do here. He obviously wants to remove them, and even the Worker is some nice removal bait there, as it only needs its 3 armor exposed in order to disappear. So, yeah, Danurai has a few options here, but decides to go with the Dryad's Curse first, so it doesn't get removed instantly by the Stalker. Will he use his Arcane Tome is the question.
And, well, we will find out, as we do also see that Saskia getting the Order ability for a second time. No, he doesn't. He knows how many powerhouse specials are still possibilities on the other side. The Heat Wave, the Acid Spit, the Spores, all of them big, big value. Does not want to give his opponent extra access to them, hoping that they're not there. Of course, you and I both know that they are, but he will be betting that there are at least a few more units available.
Of course. And now comes the fun. That spit needs to be played and it needs to be used carefully. That melee row is already looking like quite a nice target, if I do say so myself. If you're able to play Acid Spit down before you start using those leader charges, it is going to be resetting cards like crazy, setting up that Glusty as well. But Holdier might also just want to get rid of some of those targets too. Decides to wait before he goes with his Stalker and does in fact use his leader ability here.
He does, and quite sensibly as well, does push it straight down to 1 and spread this damage here, knowing that while it might not be optimum value to use the Forest Protector to bring back another Dryad's Caress, it might end up being more points if he denied all of Acid Spit's value that way than replaying an Equinox later. So nice line there. The spawns, of course, then he does lose out on the Kikimore Stalker, but I think he's looking to pair as much value as possible from the Acid Spit instead. This Vran Warrior with a potential Glusty is the line Holdier appears to be trying to take.
And Danarai does decide to simply get rid of that 7-point card. It is easier to remove after all, and it seems these Idders are stuck here for the time being. Simlas is going to want to go into the Equinox, and Forest Protector likely as well. So really not a lot of options to remove the Idder, even if he used Isengrim's Council to draw something out there. Now, Stalker finally coming down here, and it is going to play for a lot of value with Acid Spit still ticking off. He boosted out of killing range at 6 points. Very nice.
Now this is big.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes, there were only Dryads remaining. And while, to be fair, the Naiad Pondkeeper is amazing. He has a 7. He can delete the Kikimore Stalker here. Very happy for him on his side that he can do that. There were 2 of those available. He could also have found Valve or the Hammer Dryad. Of course, the Valve would have pulled either of the Bricked Equinoxes, or better for him, a Naiad Pondkeeper that is infused as a nature card. So it wouldn't have been fatal, but there was a chance of a worse option there. So he'll be happy with the middle of the pack choice.
Very well played. And now Holdier actually suddenly not looking that great. That Stalker wasn't supposed to be removed. It's going to change everything now, as Holdier has to decide what he wants to draw with the Neuromancy. Like, Vran Warrior isn't going to get value if you don't consume cards. And Danarai's hand is looking really strong here, Lionheart. It's looking kind of scary.
Danarai right now has the opportunity. If he drops this Forest Protector and he takes a Rebuke, if he kills off this Vran Warrior, I think that might be it. I think he might be far enough ahead in this situation that the Glusty can't save it here. Danarai, 30 points, more than 30 points up right now. And as valuable as these removal options are, they're only going to get less valuable as we progress here if he uses them now. The Glusty, is he getting a better Glusty than right now? Does he have to use it in this moment? This is not looking great for Holdier, and in spite of it being quite a difficult matchup series, Danarai looking to press this 3-0.
Danarai just like subconsciously just twirling his hair all the time, as if he's already imagining shaving his head bald after winning all these games. Simlas finally coming out here, and we're gonna see 2 Spring Equinoxes coming down for a load of points.
Yeah, we do, and you can also see, of course, he is buffing everything possible out of 1 power range. Danarai more than 50 points ahead here. Absolutely huge. I don't think this is going to be close in the end. We've seen big Glusties in the past. The Gore dropping down for an extra 15 as well. Oh, this is going to be... There is a 1 on the other side. Of course it's Glusty. Is it enough, Tia?
I don't think it is. It is not close enough. Lionheart, Danarai going through to the finals, 3-0ing Holdier.
And he is there. He is... Well, he's definitely going with the cartoon villain role. He's happy, 3-0, and I'm sure he is about to re-sue as it throws back to us. Honestly, lineup for lineup, I did not expect that to be that fast. I'm not going to say easy. Both players had to play pretty well, and Holdir suffering in a couple of situations, draw-wise, not being able to press his coin of choice. But Danarai now a series away from being Boulderai.
One series. I hope he starts the whole bolding process if he does win the finals on camera, just to show us that he was serious. Well deserved. I mean, that was exceptionally well played. No bad luck, in my opinion. All RNG was kind of out of the window. That was well played, well deserved, and congratulations, Danarai, going through and facing off against your opponent, Kaneki.
Yes, that is going to be quite the series, but this one may have been quick. There's plenty more Gwent still to come, of course. We will be hearing from them shortly, as well as a developer video and some cheeky leaks coming our way today as well.
Oh, yeah. And I hear we can go over to that interview, Lionheart, and hear what Danarai has to say.
And there we are. I don't know if you can hear me, Danarai. I hope so.
Yes, I can.
Well, I don't know if we can let you legally speak today after all the fire you spit yesterday, but I mean, you make quick work of your opponent today, so I think it's fine. You deserve it. So first of all, congratulations, man. How do you feel after 3-0? You said it's like rock beating paper, but how did you do it then?
It's like paper beating scissors.
Okay, there you go.
The thing with control is I played control myself. I know how like awkward these decks are. I personally don't really rate the AQ deck either. Like you could have seen that there's ways to outplay the sub, but all the like, you know, I have binary decks, but I think I know what I'm doing. It's not as binary as you would think. Like I don't want to like pat myself in the back, but I think after this series, I think I'm the best player in the world. Like if you win 3-0 against control with greedy lineup, or rather if you lose with control like he did, I would like reevaluate my life choices, honestly.
Well, that's a bold statement. And speaking of bold, there's only one more series in the way of you and your bold head. So what do you think of your chances in the finals against Kaneki?
I didn't play a single series against his decks. I've seen them. I'm not favored. And if I'm being honest, I don't really like the idea of playing a final in like an hour from now, because I feel like it's the opposite of how it should be. Because I just played a great game, but it cost me like basically everything, because I put all my money on the Civ game, and now I have a final. I think Kaneki also didn't really prep against my lineup. Yeah. And in an hour we have the game for all the marbles, but it's probably gonna be a fiesta like usually those finals are. Both people are unprepared, it's going to be misplaced, people are tired. I don't know. I'm gonna do my best. I've already lost one final. I don't want to repeat it, but I'm not favored again, and you know, I hope I will win, but I'm not gonna cry myself to sleep if I don't. But I say back-to-back losing finals would suck, to be honest.
Well, you beat the odds before, and I mean, you've got the experience of being in the finals now, so I think you're going to be a bit more confident this time around. Well, thank you very much for taking the time for this interview. I mean, we could go on for another 20 minutes and, you know, prolong the time until the finals, but I think you need some time away and take a bit of a rest.
Yeah, I will, definitely. I'll rest. Thank you, Ryan. Bye, guys.
Awesome. See you later. Oh, he's gone already.
And we are back. That was yet another humble and incredibly modest take from the self-proclaimed best player in the world now. It is Danarai.
It is. And yeah, let's see. He's going to be facing Kaneki, both exceptional players, and the winner will be going through to December's Masters. So I think we could take a look at the bracket list right now, Lionheart.
Yes, there, as you have just said, the bracket, well, we do have it complete for the semi-finals. Kaneki, as you mentioned, beating Puzzle Express 3-2 before our series today.
Going through here, beating Holdier 3-0. Definitely the player walking away with the most cash thus far. Definitely a reason to dance and be pretty happy.
Very much so, and there is, of course, plenty more cash on the line. In the final, it is the biggest chunk available. The players going into it, I think there's more on the line there than either of them have got so far, so they will be very keen to earn as much of that as they possibly can. But why not take a look at what they've earned so far? Let's take a look at that prize pool, shall we? I think we should.
Alright, Danerai walking away with a hefty $3,250.
Wow, that is a lot. Holdier going home with 1,100. It's not as much as he'd have liked, but nonetheless, it is still $1,100 in his pocket, and I don't think he will be too sad about that when it hits his bank account. We've mentioned that the final, there's a lot of change on the line. There's no question of that. The biggest prize for me is that place at World Masters. Whole new format, 14 players go into the 2 weekends of World Masters. This will be the first player to qualify, but they skip weekend 1. They go straight to the final 8, like the player with the most crown points. That is a massive reward here for one of these 2 players.
Absolutely, it makes all the difference in the world, not having to try and recompete, having to do all those qualifier events and such. Just a golden ticket into the final and last event in GWENT history.
Yes, it is the final of GWENT Masters Season 5. Of course, those other 12 players are going to come from the top 16 and top 64 qualifiers in the next 3 months, and I think they will be some of the hardest fought and most intensely difficult series in GWENT history, so I can't wait to see those. But before you and I sign off, we know, of course, there is another segment coming up ahead of the final, right?
Of course, Burja and Ryan wouldn't leave you with nothing. There is a big developer update around the corner and some more potential leaks. So I think we might be going over there. It's been great casting again, Lionheart. It was a lot of fun.
It has been a pleasure as always. Fantastic series, amazing players and brilliant stories. I've enjoyed it and I know you have as well. I think they all want to go and see those Scoia'tael leaks though. So shall we send them across?
I think we should.
Fantastic.
Go ahead, guys. We'll see you
Take care,
later.
everyone.
Bye.
We will see you next time. Bye, guys.
Hello everybody and welcome to the developer update just before the finals of the mid-season tournament. I'm here with Ryan as always, and my name is Pavel Burza. If you don't know, you probably know. Yeah, what are we doing today, Ryan? We have a lot of cool stuff lined up.
Hell yes. We've got some spicy content right before the finals of today's tournament. So I think we prepared enough to keep it interesting and on the level of the excitement that we had over the past 1.5 days. First of all, we're going to be talking about upcoming balance changes with 11.7, the update coming in not this Tuesday, but actually in over a week. So this is quite early for us to talk about upcoming changes, but maybe we'll let players know what to expect a bit sooner than usual.
Yeah, we don't have Maciek, but he's busy right now. But thankfully, he gave us his notes, and we know what the changes are, and we know what to tell you, which is good. So do not worry. I know we're not developers, but we're here to help you out.
Yeah. And what are we doing after that?
After that, we are going straight to the reveals. We have a couple Scoia'tael reveals. Do we have 4? Do we have less? Four
brand new cards.
4 brand new cards, and these are not all the Scoia'tael cards because there will be more coming on Monday. So 2 more coming from the community, right?
So unless you or somebody else has revealed the name of the upcoming expansion, let's just say it right here. The name of the upcoming expansion is The Tide Rises. And with that, our excitement is also rising because people will now start to see cards from that new expansion. Already theory crafting out there. And just as a reminder, The Tide Rises releases on July 11th, so in a little bit over a week.
Yeah.
this is the official kickoff of the reveal campaign this weekend. So you already saw 4 monster cards yesterday, and as we already mentioned yesterday, there are 6 cards per faction, no neutrals this time around, so 36 cards in total. 4 cards of monsters revealed yesterday, 4 cards for Squirtle will be revealed right now, and then the rest, 2 monster cards, 2 Squirtle cards will be revealed on Monday by our trusty partners, GWENT partners out there. They're helping us out with this reveal campaign. Make sure to check out their channels. Don't miss the reveals. We're gonna have a schedule up on playgwent.com, and following that, the whole week, more partners will be revealing the other factions as well, right until 11th of July, when the Tide Rises finally releases.
Perfect. The tide is rising, and with it, a lot of new cards are coming into Gwent. We're super excited about this game update and also the card drop, because we're always excited for card drops.
Yes.
They're freaking awesome. And they bring new tools to the game and a variety of cool stuff, and also new art, which we really love. But we'll get to those. But before we get to those, I feel like it's time to jump in and talk about the gameplay changes. So we have the cards as always, and we'll be starting with Spring Equinox.
Yeah, let's take a look. As you said, Legion, Maciek is not here right now with us today because he's busy. A little bit later you might see why he's busy, but for now, Spring Equinox, what has changed here, Buja?
So, as we know, Spring Equinox stole the show in 11.7, and even though there are some sacrifices a player has to make to maximize Equinox value, it's clear that this value is too high anyway. This is why, from now on, Spring Equinox will not count itself, or any other copies of itself in this case, towards the boost, capping the boost at the maximum of 10. Additionally, the card is now doomed.
Ooh.
So Alyssa and Simlas will have to find new friends, or old ones. Happy waylay noises, maybe? Maybe?
Yeah, I think the later half of this, like the doomed, is quite impactful.
Yes.
There were a lot of Spring Equinoxes, Equini, flying around.
And counting all themselves.
Yep, so let's see if this sticks around. As we said, the patch is still a week away, so you can still get those Spring Equinoxes in right now while you can. But after that...
While they're hot.
Yeah, while they're still hot. All right, moving on to the next card. And here we actually have 2 changes on one slide, 2 monster changes. And you already saw 4 of the new monster cards revealed yesterday, so this might not come as a surprise that we're touching more archetypes and more trolls, big creatures that also include the new keyword might. So yeah, first of all, Jotun and Ice Troll, both of them were changed. Give us a rundown what those changes are all about.
So when it comes to Jotun, as interesting as his ability might be, it's quite niche if you think about it. Although I know Ratclog players might think differently. So the new Jotun will be a gigantic unit, which helps to enable our new keyword might. But his power comes with a cost. You need to run Ice Giants in your deck. Are you brave enough to consider running 7 or 5? So if you are, they're not that bad and you can actually pull it off.
Yeah.
And some cards from the Tide Rise expansion will be happy to do so. So there'll be more to kind of delve into here.
Yep.
But yeah, that's one change. The other one is Ice Troll, which is also reworked along with Jotun. So still the card remains an engine. And since his ability is pretty hard to trigger when it's compared to other engines, his starting stats are better, so it's much more convenient to actually use this card now because it's just, it's worth your while.
Yeah, it's quite a chunky boy. I think it fits that you can't just zap him.
I mean, it's an Ice Troll.
It's an Ice Troll. So yeah, rather, I don't know, poison it, contain it, lock it.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
So 2 big boys.
2 big boys down. Moving on to the next one. Also quite a chunky boy, the Ancrate Armorsmith, and he's got a provision nerf.
Yes.
Costs 1 more, but he's got a fresh ability.
Yes. The ability I think is the highlight here.
Yeah.
So currently we feel that's one of the worst cards in the game. So he definitely deserves a new ability for sure. And I think players will agree because there always want abilities to change, so easy clap. This new one can become a big boost if you stack a lot of armor on a unit. You can start from 0 or play some cards that have high armor from the start, your call. And that's pretty much how he works right now. So boost an allied unit by the amount of armor on the highest armor unit in your hand, which is, if you're stacking armor, you'll have fun with him for sure.
Yeah, in PTR or on the PTR, there were quite some high numbers that were created by him. So
Yeah.
we'll keep a close eye on him as well to see how he
Gotta
performs.
keep an eye on him.
Yeah. Up next, Squirtle, the faction that we're going to be talking about a bit
The best
more,
faction,
actually.
yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
very
yes.
fitting. And we've got Spring, and Spring is a keyword for traps.
Yes.
So in 11.7, we're introducing some big changes to the trap archetype. So from now on, Spring will automatically activate on traps played next to artifacts. That means that if you want to play 3 traps in a row without any units on the board, you will lose value because they will automatically activate. So
Yeah.
obviously, traps are artifacts, so playing them next to each other does reduce the value, which means at least having some units in there, you know?
Yeah. And also, if you think about it, like traps have always been kind of controversial when it comes to the card mechanic itself. Like some people don't really like to play against things that go on the board and you can't target them.
Yeah.
You can't interact with them. And then you know your cards are still making a huge point swing in the last play with Eldain, for example, which just makes players frustrated. So with the Tide Rise expansion, we want to redefine this archetype as something that focuses on unpredictability and payoff units rather than a deck that punishes reactive decks heavily.
Yeah.
So playing 2 traps in a row will still be possible. So this part of trap archetype isn't fully removed, but going beyond that will mean you lose some value. So maybe it's worth to get some elves here and there. So you're kind of building something more hybrid in this sense instead of making it full-on traps.
Yeah. No only untargetable.
Yeah, I personally, as a big Squirtle fan, I always felt that traps were kind of an interesting mechanic, but they were kind of doing something which didn't feel well to play against because you're losing this possibility of interaction, and I feel like that's important for players. And you need some units and points on the board apart from just traps, and then doing big swings when you're out of those.
Yeah. Speaking of interacting, one character that I would like to interact with, Aibara Hattori. The elf has gotten a little bit of a twist now. Provision went down to 6 and the power went up to 6. And I think we've got some notes here that are going to be talking about why we made these changes.
Yeah. So going back to traps once again. So playing against traps can be difficult, and Hattori can make it much worse. We want a match that features a trap archetype to be about deduction, prediction, and bluffing, like everything in Gwent. If a trap is out, you know it's out, unless you see your Vit pick it up, for example, then you know it was a trap. Against Hattori, deduction doesn't matter because he can play another copy of any trap from the opponent's deck, so we're removing his current ability to make predicting which trap was just played easier. Also, with the new traps in the expansion, wink wink, this deck definitely doesn't need more of them.
Yeah.
And as mentioned earlier, we want to give trap archetypes more payoff units. So here is one, simple, but with a lot of potential.
Yeah, so we talked about existing Squirtle cards for the trap archetype changing. Maybe hinted a little bit at the archetype that will be coming or will be adjusted with and supported with the Tide Rises. So there's one more about traps. Actually, let's take a look at the new cards. All right?
Okay.
Are you ready for some fresh cards?
I'm always ready.
Sure?
I'm always ready.
All
man.
right. All right. So here we go. Fresh design, brand new
Nice.
art here as well. Look at that ship. What ship could that be? It's a legendary.
Yeah.
It's an elf bandit soldier named Riordan or Riordan or Riordan. I think the community will figure their own
Yeah, for sure.
pronunciation out.
It's a well-known character in the universe.
Yep. And 5 power, 13 provision. Also awesome art by Renata there. With the deployability, if played adjacent to at least one trap, play an elf from a deck, or elf, play a trap from your hand.
Yeah, so easy. One of the examples of units that benefit from traps. So if you have a pocket of a trap and an elf, you will be able to play another elf and a trap, but only one of each. If you play Riordan between 2 traps, you won't be able to play 2 elves.
Okay,
So
okay, that's good to know.
it's not that you get kind of, you know, best of both worlds, but it works in that sense.
Yeah, and a little bit of a spoiler here. This card art actually features 2 characters, but we only see one in the focus here. But you might be able to get to know the other one later down the line.
I think there will be a possibility for that for sure.
All right, that's the first legendary.
Moving on.
Yeah, there's quite an interesting card now.
All right, my favorite art from this expansion.
Yeah.
Shout out to Angelina for killing this one.
Shout out to The Witcher 2.
Exactly. Shout out to The Witcher 2. We have the boys are back in town. We have Jorvit and we have Geralt of Rivia himself. Deception. Aye. So this is artifact card, and it's of course one of the 2 new traps. So if you look at the ability, ambush timer 3, spawn 3 elf dead eyes on this row, spring, spawn 2 elven dead eyes in this row. So this is gonna be, I feel like this is gonna be an interesting and impactful card in this card drop. It can help you create elf pockets for more of your traps. Its weakness is that it has 0 tempo. If your opponent passes right after you play it, it won't trigger immediately after you pass. But your opponent can never be sure what is the trap you just played. So that's your advantage.
Yeah. I mean, this also, compared to other traps before, it creates more units to interact with by the opponent. So yeah, I think this just emphasizes this new direction of the trap archetype that we're taking.
Exactly.
All right, let's take a look at the second trap then, because we've got 2, and this is Sticky Situation. Also love the art here. I would not like to be in that situation.
Yeah, we're once again playing with the Scoia'tael interrogation method, which is pretty much putting people in honey and letting ants and other bugs eat them alive, which is quite interesting. But once again, we have Jorvit here, and another, like you said, trap and also an artifact in this case. Ambush when your opponent plays a unit with 4 or less power. Flip self. At the end of your turn, boost adjacent units by 2. When your opponent passes while this card is face up, lock self. Spring. Boost a unit in your hand by 6, then lock self. Whenever your opponent passes, decrease the boost value by 1. That is a mouthful of a card's tooltip. So, yes, another trap. This time it doesn't spawn units, but you need them to benefit from its ability. One of the weak spots of traps is getting bled and being forced to play short round 3. Contesting round 1 historically hasn't been the easiest either. Sticky Situation can generate a lot of points per turn to help you win round 1. So round 1, if you need to push, this is the way to go. It can still be okay around 2, however be careful because in round 3 it can only be used for the spring ability and some other traps enemies.
Yep, I think very situational, but I'm intrigued to see how it plays out in a game. I think this is hard to theory craft, but yeah, we'll see. Yep. I'm interested to see it, and even though I like Jorveth, I don't know if I want to be in that sticky situation right there.
Yeah, I think we've all been in a lot of sticky situations, but not that sticky.
Yeah. All right. Last but not least, we've got the Trap Maker, and that's actually someone that we know.
You need to look really closely at the art, and you might recognize the face, but I don't want to spoil it yet. I will let the owner of the art actually talk about it on their social channels, if that person will do it or not. Trying to be as cryptic as possible here. But yeah, another for provision payoff unit for traps, of course, in this case. This card can reach really high values. You can get it easily to 11 points, quite reliably, and sometimes it can also do more than 11 points in this case. Provided you plan your round in a way which keeps as many face-down traps on the board as possible. So this unit on deploy is just boosting self by 3 for each face-down allied trap. So I think that's important to highlight here. This is where deceptions, if you think about that card, timer 3 isn't a weakness but a strength because it gives you space to sneak in a couple of other traps to get the most out of Trap Maker. So traps work on the Trap Maker. So the synergy here is perfect, right? Also, this card combos very well with Riordan, who can play yet another trap in the same turn as Trap Maker comes down. Also, have in my notes here that he's a handsome fellow. So, I mean, wink, wink. We know who wrote the notes. So, yeah. Why would he say that? I don't know.
I think it's just a very beautiful elf right there.
Yeah.
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 I'm excited. I like point slammy cards, and
Same.
comboing that with traps makes it for a more interesting game.
Yeah, I just hope players will have now the possibility to play a little bit more with traps and kind of play around with the archetype. I feel like with these new additions, it will be stronger. With the reworks of how this whole spring mechanic and everything works around, I think this will be also something that players will want to check out. So lots of cool stuff for them to explore. And yeah, hopefully this kind of also plays into the thing that we've been highlighting, is going back to mechanics and things which we feel like need a little bit more love, and highlighting those and letting you to like check those out and play with them. So super exciting stuff, really cool cards, and yeah.
I'm excited for more. As we said earlier, the rest of the cards will be revealed during this week by our GWENT partners on their channels. Make sure to check out playgwent.com for the schedule. And I think that's all that we wanted to cover. So now
That's all she wrote.
it's back to the finals of the mid-season tournament, and I'm particularly excited for when in round 3 Fireball comes out of the back and just slams him with the steel chair, you know.
This isn't wrestling, but if it was, I could totally see that. But also,
What about Gwent boxing, you know? One round of Gwent, then you box, then you play another round
I
of
think
Gwent.
I hardly used this, but you went too far. It's
All right,
a bad
cut
one,
it
but
there.
it's a good one.
Cut it there.
But I just wanted to thank you, Ryan, for kicking off once again an awesome reveal campaign. And shout out to all the community people that will be doing the reveals. And let's just keep on playing Gwent and enjoy the finals.
Yeah, have a good one. See you next time. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Hello and welcome back. What a fun update. Lots of new and exciting things coming here for Gwent. Some Squirtle reveals and, of course, card changes and maybe even Gwent boxing.
Yes, we're back here just before the finals of the mid-season tournament in World Masters Season 5. That was a very interesting dev segment. I'm really happy about the changes to the trap archetype, especially to the spring keyword. I think it's so much healthier for the archetype that it inherently limits how many like uninteractive face down traps you can have on the board at one time. You have to have some units that opponents can maybe disrupt and remove to prevent another face down ambush trap being played the next turn. So I really like that. I thought that was really elegant design.
Yeah, absolutely. Traps have been an identity of Squirtle for a long time, so it's fun to see sort of a new and fresh update to all of that. But yeah, time flies when you're having fun, and we are already at a moment ready to jump into the finals very soon. We have 2 finalists, of course, Kaneki Yamori versus Donirai. Let's take a peek at the bracket and see their journey to the finals and how they got all the way here.
Yeah, Kaneki in the top half of the bracket, defeating Lirio 3-2 in the quarterfinals, and then his teammate and friend Puzzle Express in the semifinals earlier today in another 3-2 nail-biter.
Exactly. Then we have here on the lower bracket, we have Holder beating Miyamon, and then Donirai beating Kirpitsen with a nice 3-1 win, and the ultimate swift victory. Donirai taking it here against Holder 3-0, moving on to the finals, going to be facing Kaneki from the top bracket there.
Yeah, so it's a great storyline. Donirai, one of the few players who brought a really greedy lineup into a day 2 with all other players playing control lineups. He's already taken down one of them in 3-0 fashion. Will he be able to do it again and overcome from the underdog position? I would say like greed versus control. Usually greed is the underdog and control should be the favorite, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not quite that black and white either, that you see a control deck and you see a greedy deck and you think, oh yeah, the control deck is going to win, because there can be things going wrong with control lineups. You can draw a card or miss drawing a card at a very crucial moment in removing a threat of your choice. And if you miss drawing a particular answer at the right time, the greedy decks have a chance to really push through. And that is what happened in the previous series, definitely for Dunrai, being able to take some of the most greedy decks through all the way to the finals. Can he do it again versus Kaneki, who also has quite a few control heavy decks under his, or up in his sleeve?
Yeah, and we can also take a look at the updated prize pools just ahead of the finals. The biggest lion's share of the prize money will be at stake in the finals here. $6,000 match stake in the finals, plus I think an additional $1,000 from the community contribution to the eSource bundles. Both players already winning quite a lot of money already. Danarei with a little bit more with the semifinal sweep.
Yeah, definitely. That sweep did help Dunrai. But of course, you may be wondering who's taking blue coin, who is taking red coin. Well, Dunrai is going to be going on blue coin for this next final game, and Kaneki, on the other hand, responding with the red coin. And I do think both players are sort of happy with that. Dunrai having multiple sort of more blue coin heavy decks with that Nilfgaard Cultist list, and potentially Reavers is a deck that can be very happy going on blue coin. Kaneki, on the other hand, does have these more control heavy lists that can be very happy with red coin, such as Blood Money and Pincer Maneuver. But speaking of the lineups, let's take a recap and see what the players are bringing here today. We've seen the list, but let's go through them again. Crucial information before the finals. We have Imperial Formation Cultists from Dunrai here, along with Self-Wound, Ursine Ritual, Mobilization Reavers, and Nature's Gift Scoia'tael.
Yes, the cultist lists on the far left. Imperial Formation actually doing a really good job as a leader ability to protect those cultists early on. We saw him using it in his previous match versus Holdier that also got rid of Bloodthirst in the Patricidal Fury matchup. So interesting that the differences because Kerpiton yesterday also brought cultists, but with an imprisonment leader, more offensive. Here, the protection from the Imperial Formation turned out to be crucial for Danarei.
Yeah, and the strategy that we saw Dunrai execute very well in the previous series was that ideally you can win that round one, play your scenario, infuse a lot of tags into your deck, and then go into a long round three, because the more cultists you have, the more point potential you do get from every single one of these cultists that you end up playing. So not only the infusion effect from the Eternal Eclipse, but also the Initiate Bronze, generate more points the more cultists you're able to play in the same round. We saw those the Initiates really pop off as Dunrai's last play is sort of coming onto the board there. Very big point potential.
All right, and next we have Ursine Ritual Self-Wound, which was banned in his semifinal series earlier, but I don't think this will be banned in the finals. Kaneki's lineup is targeting Self-Wound, and so this will probably be one of the decks that he's looking to shut out from Danarei. Let him play it and just never let him find a win with it. It's a greedy list. It's got a lot of things that it wants to resurrect with the Ficusia, with the Sigdrifus, right? And with the Bride of the Sea into a Sigdrifus, right? But there's so much banish and so much graveyard hate coming from Kaneki's side that Danarei might not be able to take advantage of his most valuable threats more than once.
Yeah, that's right. Kaneki targeting the Self-Wound list and also Syndicate with the lineup. So would find value with that control against this Ursine Ritual list from Danarei, perhaps. Then looking at the Mobilization list here from Danarei, it is a true engine overload deck. The Reavers is a huge threat from Blue Coin, where it gets to set up its engines proactively and protect them with tactical advantage. Generally, a first say overall can be very useful for this list. It includes so many ways of playing Copy Reaver Hunters that it can easily fill the entire melee row with them. The deck does want round control since it struggles with shorter rounds, but we did see Danarei cue this deck from Red Coin as well earlier, so might have a few shenanigans also planned out, and maybe not the most obvious plays for this list, but very powerful engine deck indeed.
Usually what this list does, it tries to bandage its short round weakness with the golds that it can find from Temple of Melitele. Maybe something like a Gerhardt would be not so bad to play in a short round 3, but that's always up to our randomness, and you got to take what you can get, right? And Danerai does run a Prince Anseus in his starting deck as the target, the intended target for that Temple of Melitele buff.
Yeah, and Nature's Gift here, a slightly different version as well. Skips out on playing Elisa. It doesn't want to put those Equinoxes back, potentially vulnerable to being removed from your graveyard. And also, Elisa is not really tutorable in some strategies. So the Tempest is also included here for multiple nature cards, but also the thinning and ability to have a little bit more removal range with the Fog on the board, making the Rebukes in this list potentially able to deal with threats going up to 7 power in one turn. Then also Saskia stands out here. She can be quite powerful because of this recent buff she got, being able to spawn something like a Young Dryad and a Caress then for even more nature and symbiosis triggers and gourd value, of course.
Yeah, then there we have it. That's Danerai's greedy lineup up against Kaneki's control. Let's look at what Kaneki has. He's got the Enslave 5 Erendite control list, Blood Money, Bounty, Golden Necker, Pincer Maneuver, Erlin control, as well as his own Nature's Gift Equinox.
Yeah, Enslave here, usually being tied to that blue coin, as we have seen, focuses on thinning the deck, playing those tactics, and stopping the opponent's strategies in its tracks, which could be very useful going up sort of greedy lineup that Danerai is bringing. So let's see if these Heat Waves, Yennefer's Invocation, Belgafords, what kind of value they potentially could be getting against Danerai's lineup.
Yeah, next up we have the Bounty. Bounty, Kaneki got a lot of playtime with it earlier today in the semifinals. It's very engine heavy, threat heavy, but also a lot of control potential here too. So could be one of his MVPs in this matchup against all the greed coming from Danerai's side. If you can stick some of your control engines or threats like Horseman's Freak Show or Tunnel Drill and just combine them with all the statuses and bounties and poisons that you can put on the board, you can keep your opponent's side of the board wiped clean for a long time into the round.
That's right. And then Pincer Maneuver, a deck that focuses a lot on carryover. We did see it earlier from Kaneki as well, getting to take this list for a spin, proving quite threatening with all of those amazing creations from Temple of Melitele, really showing why that card is in the list and being able to sort of adapt its strategy on the go, depending on what you will be facing, potentially finding a reset with a Baron and so on. So yeah, carryover heavy deck. Of course, the big sort of finisher you might want to aim for is the Erland that will of course take advantage of all of the boosts you can create in round 1 with the help of All God, Muted Generator, offerings, and perhaps also some Redanian agents.
All right, and last but not least, Kaneki has his own version of Nature's Gift Symbiosis. This is probably the deck that I'm maybe the most worried about for Kaneki because it's up against all these greedy lineups, all these greedy decks. Nature's Gift is the one that has the least amount of control. It has the most amount of, proactive points and point slam, but you've got only Heat Wave and the Rebukes and the Pawn Keepers for limited damage. There is an Xavier Lemons for some graveyard hate, which could come into handy against Selfwood. But I think this is maybe the deck that Kaneki's going to be most worried about finding a win.
And there we have it, the decks from our opponents. It's going to be a very interesting situation. The players, Kaneki in his interview mentioned that he hasn't quite been able to see much of the lower brackets lists in action, and there hasn't been that much time to prepare considering the final is already taking place today, and Danerai just coming off of that win in the semifinals also is going to have to very quickly decide on some of the cues and what to ban. All of these decisions will be, the players have to make them quite fast, but it is even because both players of course have very little time to prepare. And speaking of those bans, I'm sure we are all curious as to what the players have decided to go for.
All right, we see Cultist being banned for Danarai, and Kaneki Imori having his Erland Mutagenerator Control Northern Realms list banned.
Yeah, perhaps saying that this cultist list, if you don't find enough answers, maybe it has too many threats and it can just be too difficult to control for Kaneki. He doesn't want to take the chance of the cultist being able to run away with a win and decides to ban it instead. And no Northern Realms, a flexible deck, of course, from Kaneki getting banned here.
Yeah, okay, so we do have the coin flip. Danarai is going to be on blue coin in games 1, 3, and 5 if necessary, and then Kaneki will be blue coin on games 2 and 4. Both players, like you said, probably got the coin that they preferred. Cultists, so we're never gonna be casting Cultists this weekend, Sealy. I don't know. How do you feel about that? Relieved?
Relieved, but also there is so much action going on. Of course, there's a lot of boosts happening, there's a lot of infusions happening, and those can be really difficult to keep track of constantly. As you could see, those really explosive sort of last plays coming down. It's very hard to actually know exactly how much they're going to end up playing for. So a lot happening, but sort of a satisfying aspect of Gwent being able to reach such high point limits.
Yeah, and in this matchup of control versus greed, the players are going to really have to make tough decisions on which threats am I willing to expend some extra resources in protecting, which threats am I going to be willing to spend some extra resources in controlling. So these decisions, they're not to be made lightly, because as we saw with something like Cultists, if you don't answer a 1 point Nausicaa Sergeant or Nausicaa Brigade with that Cultist infusion from the first chapter of the scenario, that 1 power card becomes like a 20 power card by the end of the long round. So these decisions that you make, these answers that you find, or these the answers that you find that you're able to like creatively come up with, can be worth so much more than normal. So
yeah.
despite these huge swings, a lot of these matches are ending up in like 1, 2, 3 point differences. It's crazy how intense it is and how important some of these decisions the players make are.
Oh, absolutely. So yeah, locked out of a sort of very blue coin tied deck to be able to utilize that curse scroll and find that scenario that you're looking for. Danarai not going to be able to bring that now on blue coin. Has to decide between mobilization, gift perhaps, and then Skellige is kind of a sort of flexible option still. For Danarai's version. Kaneki, on the other hand, pretty tied to the blue coin again with the Nilfgaard and Slave 5. And then has the Golden Necker and Gift, who are both sort of flexible, and Syndicate's definitely preferring red because things can definitely get a little bit scary for Syndicate if your opponent can keep on spinning out points, and a win on even can sometimes be scary with Syndicate. So, but we did see Kaneki overcome the blue coin with Syndicate earlier, so perhaps not feeling too worried about that.
Yeah, and the symbiosis list in both players is more of a flexible slot, can be played on blue or red coin. On red coin, it can try to maybe tempo ahead and threaten the win on even. On blue coin, it has that additional stratagem to help protect its seers. And first off, right off the bat, we have a symbiosis mirror.
All right, here we go. Okay, Danarai on blue coin with his square tail list. Meanwhile, Kaneki responding from a red coin. Shinmari, do you notice something different about
Danarai? I was leaning into my screen here. I'm like, wait, something looks wrong. Something looks backwards. Danarai has shaved his mustache, and now Kaneki has a mustache. What happened there?
I really wonder. That is interesting, but perhaps Danarai is giving us a sign. We know that his quote said that if he wins today's tournament, or this weekend's tournament, then he will go bald. Maybe this is like an appetizer, sort of saying that I'm confident and I can easily take the next step if needed.
The first step that I'm already starting to shave. I'm that confident that I'm going to win this series. All right. We're getting started in the finals of the mid-season tournament, Gwent World Masters Season 5. Danerai versus Kaneki Yamori. Let's go.
All right, here we have a Hamadryad set up by Danerai. On the other hand, we can see Kaneki go for that Maxi. Elisa being the second card, drawing into Simlas. Definitely nice to find. Is there anything missing at the bottom?
Oh, let me take a look. Yeah, there's Gord and there's Isengrim's Council, and there was an Xavier Lemons. Xavier Lemons probably not going to be crucial since Danerai's version isn't running on Alyssa. But there was a Gord down there, which you can access. So I don't know. I'm not sure if he would have shuffled or not.
Yeah, pretty much looked like everything else was something that Kaneki was going to draw into. So really nice to be able to play out this Maxi early on, giving Kaneki the information necessary. Meanwhile, already quite a bit of points on Danerai's side of the board after playing out this Naiad and Dryad. And holding on to them for now both players need to be careful of the rebuke range coming out when trying to get any smaller engines to stick on the board, for example a seer that both players do have in their lists.
Exactly. This is going to be a story in this matchup. This is going to be a story about both players having not enough control to control all the engines and threats on the other side. You have Heatwave, you have 2 Rebukes, and you have 2 Pawn Keepers. Pawn Keeper, one of the Pawn Keepers already being used for Kaneki Yamori here in round number 1. Pawn Keeper can be a great way, if you have a boosted Treant, to kill something like a Seer or a Naiad Fledgling. These Naiad Fledglings are also really, really big threats.
Nice thinning coming down here from Danerai earlier as well, getting those fogs out and getting some more consistent draws later on. Kaneki, on the other hand, did roll this Whisperer from the Bountiful of Harvest, and if it stays on the board, it will definitely still generate a lot more points. Perhaps Kaneki is hoping to see a Rebuke or something on this Whisperer, not being sort of a main engine to protect, but the point gap being a little bit too high currently, Kaneki does decide to take the pass, and Danerai has secured round 1 and is definitely in the driver's seat, being able to control future round lengths.
Yeah, round length is definitely, the control of the round length is important. I don't think the last say is that crucial, as there's just going to be so many tall units on the board before the last turn that both of these heat waves will find a lot of opportunities to find value. And the big difference in the list here, I would say, is Kaneki Yamori playing Alyssa. He can really greed his Equinoxes a bit, play them an extra couple of times, and shuffle them back with the Alyssa. Danerai's version not playing any sort of graveyard hate himself.
Yeah, those Equinoxes are tucked away and safe even if they come down earlier, so allowing Kaneki to have a little bit of flexibility. Danerai has pretty good hands, or the hand is going good for him here, having drawn into the Rebukes and a lot of those gold cards and tutors that might find whatever you may be missing. Now the question is, do you go into this round letting Kaneki play those Equinoxes that can be put back down, or do you just say one round of Equinoxes is good enough and I have everything I need, but does take the Call of the Forest, perhaps wanting to set that Aquan on the board, infusing all of these Naiads with the nature tag?
Yeah, exactly. So that's a sign that Danerai will be pushing in this round. Kaneki does have his own version of Aquan in his hand, but might want to protect it with like a leader charge so that it doesn't die too easily to a Rebuke. Now Danerai has first say in this round. It's a little bit of an advantage in a way because you get to set up your Treants first. Maybe you're able to boost your Treant high enough so that your Pawn Keeper can actually deal more than 5 damage to your opponent's threats. But there's also the downside of playing into this round, potentially losing card advantage as well if Kaneki is able to keep ahead.
All right, Kaneki going for this Aquan, likely to put the leader charge on it so that it doesn't fall into the range of Rebuke right away. So Donorai has slightly harder time getting rid of it instantly. But yeah, with the Pond Keeper in the hand can provide a little bit of extra removal. Can be very useful. We do see the Seer in Kaneki's hand, for example, very limited ways of protecting its Bountiful Harvest. Maybe could get a boost on it at some point, but it's going to be hard. We do see that Hamadryad in the hand enjoying the previous round's Bountiful Harvest boost a little bit.
Yeah, the Elven Seer in Kaneki Mori's hand is in a really awkward position. You can't really play the units to the left of it or to the right of it to get the guaranteed hand buff with the Bountiful Harvest, because you want to play Alyssa and Simlith both after the Elven Seer. Perhaps. Let's see here. Is Danarai just... No, Danarai is going for Fove. He's looking for another engine, and he's putting that Naiad Fledgling next to the tallest Treant to help boost it even further and try to get it up to, you know, a respectable value fast enough.
And Kaneki, on the other hand, taking the opportunity to remove the Fledgling there with a very clean Rebuke, but also not establishing more engines of his own. So Donorai has that going for him with some vitality on these Treants. You love to see this double Aquan thing kind of happening, both of them surviving and actually being able to create a lot of value for both players in a longer round.
Yeah, Danarai's still ahead here by a little bit. Looking to maybe even commit even more. Gonna go Simless! Okay, this is a very early Simless into double Equinox. Danarai's now not going to be able to play Alyssa because he doesn't have it in his deck. He could still play one more of these Equinoxes through the Forest Protector, but jumps out to a 33-point lead with 3 more Vitality. So how is Kaneki Yamori going to respond here? He needs to play, like, because Kaneki has his Equinox in hand, he can't go Simless into double Equinox right away. It's going to take a few steps.
Exactly. It might be that Donorai would have hoped for something like this, because when playing that Elisa, you do want to play your Equinoxes out to be able to put them back into the board. Of course, there is still a way for Kaneki to play double Equinox, but that does require the Seer staying. And if it doesn't get a hand buff from this Bountiful Harvest, it is not going to do so with those Rebukes looking very threatening currently in Donorai's hand.
Yeah, the point gap is really big, and if Kaneki Yamori doesn't start to, like, it's a tough spot for Kaneki right now. Do you try to, you know, if you think the round is going to go the distance, your sequencing, your optimal sequencing is going to be something like Hamadryad, Naiad Fledgling, and so on and so forth. But if you think Danarai is just going to pass right away, you need to get this Equinox in your graveyard and then back into your deck ASAP so that you can catch up with that fast, that big tempo swing of Simless.
And Donorai putting more pressure onto the board. This Seer, of course, getting the boost from Isengrim's Council, and we do see the Forest Protector in Donorai's hand being able to get out another Equinox, threatening the double Equinox, or 4 times Equinox in one round. It is definitely possible, and currently, Kaneki cannot do anything about this 6 power Seer.
Yeah, that's the power. That's the advantage of being able to pull an Elven Seer with that Isengrim's Council, giving the extra protection. And Danarai does it at a really good time when the tallest Treant on Kaneki's side is only 5 power. So there's no chance of being able to answer it. But now, with this Rebuke play, if Kaneki had access to a Grove, to a Pawn Keeper, he would have been able to kill this Seer now with the Vitality growing the Treant up to a 6. But unfortunately for Kaneki, there's no access to this Pawn Keeper in his deck, and there's no access to the Forest Protector, which would have been able to resurrect a Pawn Keeper from the graveyard. Since it does have the nature tag in there as it was played in round 1 before the Awkward.
Yeah, exactly. That is intense. Looking at Donorai, I think this is the turn that Donorai is the most nervous about. Can Kaneki actually do something about the Seer or not? And here we see the Bountiful Harvest not being able to really do anything. And Donorai is so relieved, I think. after this turn, seeing that Seer is not going anywhere and opening up this Force Protector play. Is that going to be coming down now?
Yeah, definitely. You take advantage of it. You get 4 Equinoxes in 1 round. The nice thing for Kaneki, though, is the Bountiful Harvest hand buff randomly jumped onto the 1 in 3 chance onto that Seer, and now the Seer can be played, which doesn't die to a Rebuke either.
Yeah, exactly. Also creating this elf that will be boosting itself depending on how many specials you play. And here comes the Equinox right away before the Seer. But Alyssa, of course, can put back the Equinox. Clean kill there on the elf from Donarai, not being able to get anything out of playing multiple specials. And big point gap for Kaneki to catch up to, but doesn't want to reveal all the cards quite yet. And Donarai feels confident, plays out the gourd perhaps, but here is the Alyssa showing that, okay, putting back the Equinox, and that is still an opportunity. Huge point gap, but that Seer is the hidden thing that Kaneki has. And yeah, confident gourd coming out there, and now the double Equinox still happens. Perhaps Donarai didn't expect it, but big point gap to catch up to here, Kaneki.
Yeah, 50-ish points. Kaneki was a little bit conservative with his Elven Seer play, wanted to play it after Donarai passed because he was worried that Danarai's last card was actually a Pawn Keeper that would have been able to kill the Seer. But the conservatism loses Kaneki the round, and he gets 2-0'd in game number 1. Because if he had committed that Seer earlier, before he played the Spring Equinox from his hand, there would have been 2 Equinoxes in his graveyard for him to shuffle back with the Alyssa, and Assimilus would have pulled out 3 instead of 2 that he actually pulled out by playing this conservative line. So I don't know. I think like the line that Kaneki took might have been a line that loses anyways, but if he had gone for the greedier line and committed the Seer earlier, he may have survived to fight in round number 3.
Yeah, that was intense. Donarai really found everything necessary there and decided to go all in. Kaneki, on the other hand, barely not being able to keep up there, which does give Donarai the lead in the series, as Scoia'tael is now through from Blue Coin, and Kaneki, on the other hand, does have all of the deck still ready to go, being an Nilfgaard and Syndicate, as well as the Scoia'tael list potentially again.
All right, so Donarai wins game number 1 in the Scoia'tael mirror. I think that's not too much of a worry for Kaneki if you're looking at it from his perspective. His target is still the Self Wound, and then there's also Reavers, which is a greedy deck that might succumb to some of his control that he has on his side. The Nature's Gift list getting through, I think, is the least concerning one. So even though he is a little bit on the back foot, still got a lot of games to come, and still a lot of plenty of opportunities for him to win this match.
Yeah, the point output from Gift is huge. It is one of the more solid decks that we've seen in the tournament, and Donarai getting that through is not very surprising. But yeah, Kaneki will have a fighting chance. Donarai, on the other hand, is going to try to defend. Gets to answer with a red coin now. Can choose either Self Wound or Reverse. Potentially, we did see Donarai actually queue the Reverse from red coin against Holdier's AQ. But
Right.
Can also choose the Self Wound, of course, which, like you said, Shinamori, is going to be potentially the difficult one to get through here, because Kaneki has designed this lineup to target both Self Wound and Syndicate, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Right, and Kaneki, I think we would expect him to bring the Enslave Erendite list on Blue Coin now, right?
Yeah.
I don't really know. I think Enslave Erendite, that list should be pretty favored against Self Wound, but I'm not really sure how well it matches up against Reavers, because it's got a lot of tall punch. It's got the Heat Wave, Vilgefort, Yennefer's Invocation, super good against Self Wound if it draws those cards. Reavers, on the other hand, they tend to go wider rather than taller, and their points are not so much concentrated on individual units and trying to resurrect them and replay them as many times. So I think that might be, that might be the way to go for Danurai if he's if he's expecting Nilfgaard on this queue from blue from Kaneki to did what he did last series and queue Reavers from red coin to try to find maybe a slightly favorable matchup or relatively more favorable matchup compared to himself.
Yeah, exactly. Nilfgaard, of course, does have the advantage of going on blue coin, being able to maybe secure round 1 a little bit easier, or at least stop the Reavers as they're trying to multiply in round 1. So if Danurai does decide to queue it on red coin, he would lose that first say ability to be able to develop your engines very efficiently. So that could still happen. And yeah, like you mentioned with the self-wound list, whenever Danurai is going to bring it, all eyes are going to be on that matchup and whether that self-wound actually gets through or not, because that is something that Kaneki would probably find devastating were it to happen. But yeah, Danurai has 2 choices, perhaps trying to get a win in with that self-wound list or the Reavers and trying to fight Nilfgaard. But we're about to find out. Here we are. It is Reavers from red coin versus Kaneki's Erendite Nilfgaard list from blue coin. Can Danurai fight the odds and get this list through? Can Kaneki control all of these Reavers that will keep on multiplying eventually from Danurai's side of the board?
Yeah, and also a big question for Kaneki. It's really unknown because you can't see as Northern Realm's opponent, you can't see what legendaries your opponent is making from the Temple of Melitele. So you kind of are wondering, should I keep an answer for like a War Elephant or, for a Selkirk? Do I need to save more stuff? Or can I just expend all my answers on Reavers?
Exactly. We don't know, but here...
This is a Traherne, I think.
Yeah.
Traherne really not finding good cards in this tournament so far, right?
No.
I feel like earlier, it was also just like a Fist Tech. Here we get an Arcane Tome. Nothing too crazy. Nothing like a Reaver Hunter or, a Temple of Melitele. That would be really great. Or an Onseus, even.
Exactly. Being able to get that Reaver Hunter would have been really nice, considering that Tempo was already drawn here by Danurai and is able to play it. Avalach here tutoring out the Truffle, and that placing the first Reaver Hunter on the board, which very efficiently gets answered with a Tourney Joust from Kaneki. So 1 answer down, but a lot more necessary as these Reaver Hunters will keep on popping on the board. But it is nice for Kaneki to very cleanly answer that.
All right, I'm going to do a quick count of how many Reaver Hunters Danurai has in his deck.
Right.
He's got a Garrison, he's got a Mushy Truffle, he's got an Idarin, 2 Reaver Hunters, and a Casting Contest, and a Reaver Scout. So that is a total of 7 ways to get Reaver Hunters, and the leader, which he just used in round number 1. 8 different ways to get Reaver Hunters, and the leader is special because it puts an extra one on the same turn. So now Kaneki's on the back foot, needs to answer 2 of these, and they're both 7 power.
Yeah, the double threat is huge. A leader being used, but Danurai saying that securing this round control becomes very vital and does have to spend a bit more commitment to be able to do so, because if he keeps on popping one of these threats one by one, they can in turn be answered efficiently by Kaneki, while now things are looking definitely more rough. And also Erendite value is starting to become something that Kaneki has to be concerned about. Not choosing to take any control on these 2 tall Reaver Hunters, rather thinning and playing out the Blightmaker.
Yeah, not controlling either of them. I wonder if he's just resigning the round to lose on even, saving his leader, and then saying, okay, you committed your leader, I'm okay with losing this round then, because your threat potential just went down that much without the leader in your future rounds. I think a rule of thumb, when I try to play against Reavers, my rule of thumb is don't let them win a round without committing their mobilization leader. So if you do commit the mobilization leader, I think maybe it's okay that they win this round. And then losing on even isn't great, But if you can drag this round out a little bit, save most of your answers for later, Kaneki could be potentially in an okay spot, although it is always scary to give Reavers a longer round where they have first say.
Absolutely. And here comes the temple. We saw the first 3 options being created. Here are some more. And last but not least, other options.
I'll give you a summary of what he took. He took Erland, Shawnee, and Ildiko. Shawnee is huge. Shawnee is another Reaver Hunter for Danarai here. Erland is just okay. Ildiko can be great, as Ildiko can let you... if Ildiko is not answered, then the Reaver Scout and future Reaver Hunters can just be clicked immediately.
So another threat for Kaneki to try and keep under track and stop it from multiplying. That's going to be difficult. Danarai also hoping to save this Idaran for later, can create even more. And Idaran would be something that Kaneki also would have to spend some removal on. Now the question is, will Kaneki play out perhaps this Blightmaker to squeeze out another card from Danarai? Or is he saying that, okay, I'm losing this on even. I don't want to commit anything else that I have in hand currently because most of the other cards are either answers or Ramon. And it does seem like the pass comes here and says, all right, you take this round.
That's surprising. I feel like, why not Thin with the Blightmaker? The Blightmaker isn't really removal, because it's 2 random damage, probably going to hit armor. And if you play, Danarai will probably consider clicking the Temple in round 1. Now you give him a bigger hand buff from the Temple in round 2, right? And Danarai, though, draws into the Anseus. Yeah. That is unfortunate for Danarai. That would have been the target that he wants. And unlike with Erland Mutagenerator lists, you don't have Pincer Maneuver to put the Anseus back into your deck so that the Temple can buff it.
Exactly, but being able to get another card of his choice is going to still be very useful. Dream Vandra coming down here and resetting the order ability of the Truffle. Now, Kaneki, on the other hand, is responding with the Blightmaker to further thin.
Yes, nice little 11 tempo play for Kaneki. Danarai is definitely going to be pushing the round. He's got the Truffle and the Garrison on the board from round 1, so really wants to take advantage of that carryover. The Dwim has refreshed the order ability of the Truffle, so it can be used to further protect future Reaver Hunters on the same turn that they're played, maybe getting them out of range of something like Attorney Joust or Assassination.
And here comes the choice of draw, and it's going to be a Giga Shawnee. As you mentioned, there will be another Reaver Hunter from the Shawnee, but this is huge.
This is almost a 20-point fucking Shawnee, Sealy, from this Temple. You have 15 power on the Shawnee. Interesting. We're just gonna slow play it and play this Redanian Elite.
Yeah, another thing that Kaneki eventually will have at his disposal in trying to negate some of these Reaver Pings will be a lot of armor. We have Ramon, we have the Nausicaa Sergeants that can really help negate some of the damage that potentially those Reaver Hunters will end up doing once they start multiplying. And until then, perhaps Kaneki can find ways of controlling. And it seems to be holding on to these control cards and rather just playing a little bit conservatively and also proactively saving those answers for later. Soon, though, it's going to start to get a little bit more committal in terms of having to play some control cards.
Yeah. Danarai maybe wanting to put the body on the melee row for the Truffle buff before he plays something like Shawnee into Reaver Hunter. Shawnee does need to be played this turn, though, if he wants a chance to use her Resurrection a second time. Decides just to play out an Idaran without getting any benefit from the Idaran on the turn that he's played. But it is protected now. Now we see the reason for playing that Elite last turn. It's so that Assassination does not kill this Idaran cleanly. And a Heat Wave being committed to answer the Idaran.
It is a very important engine to answer, and no real clean answers here from Kaneki. So does take the heat wave on the Darn. Pretty scary once a Reaver would potentially come down from that huge Shawnee. Of course, the Scout is another threat that Kaneki does have to deal with. Has the 5-point leader as well at his disposal, perhaps able to steal something valuable later on. Danarai deciding here how to proceed. How committal is it going to get? Are we going to see a giant Shawnee or something just to stall a little bit? But here is the Reaver Scout, and it can cleanly be taken care of by an assassination now.
Yeah, no hesitation there by Kaneki. Just assassinates it immediately. Kaneki, a little bit, few cards in his deck that he probably wishes he had in his hand right now. Yennefer's Invocation, as well as Erendite. Erendite's still in the deck, meaning that it's growing, and it's at 8 power right now, but there won't be an opportunity for Kaneki to use it twice. Unless he draws into it here.
Yeah, exactly. With the Slave Driver into the Magni Division, another card will be drawn, and it is War Council, a really nice and flexible card for Kaneki to see here. Of course, has to sacrifice an assassination on something that does not really require damage value, and Danarai keeps going and just tries to squeeze out as much value as possible out of Kaneki, and with this Squirrel, it really is starting to get more committal. War Council coming down can decide between battle prep, diplomacy, and invocation, and goes for the battle prep here. Not too committal, and not another answer committed by Kaneki.
Really interesting line from Danarai. Just value bleeding after winning round 1 on even, not committing any Reaver Hunters in this round, and is just going to try to keep all his best cards for a shorter round 3.
All right, even Insei is coming down here, utilizing the boost from the Truffle. Yep, here we go. Another card has to be committed from Kaneki, and it looks like it's going to be Lydia for now. Pretty flexible card. Can find an answer, so would have been nice to hold it into a Reaver Hunter, anything that really requires that removal, but decides to instead commit it here out of the cards left. I mean, Ramon looking a little bit scary with only one Nausicaa Sergeant there. Artorias being able to create another Nausicaa Sergeant as well. Again, that armor is going to come in handy for Kaneki later when those Reavers are going to have or start pinging down the board, and a nice death blow we see here, and a Revenant on Kaneki's side of the board now.
Love to see the Revenant in a mid-season final here. Not a card you see very often, but okay. And Danarai passes. Kaneki Imori survives round 2, has some carryover from the War Council, and got to preserve his most valuable cards in the Ramon, in Sergeant, and Artorias.
Yeah, absolutely. And hoping to find some more answers here, perhaps. There is Invocation, but of course a couple of more answers missing still with the Velgaforts, and there's the Erendite as well that we haven't seen yet from Kaneki in this round, or in this game.
And Kaneki with a really good hand. Danarai on the other hand, no Reaver Hunters. There's still 2 Reaver Hunters in his deck, but he can resurrect a Reaver Hunter from the Shawnee. Danarai's hand looking really weak with the Spores and the D-Bomb, as well as the Squirrel.
And not to mention that leader having been used in round 1. Kaneki, on the other hand, does have a 5-point leader left, which is going to get value. And here comes the Ramon, putting nice armor on the board. Danarai looking a little bit upset there, raising his eyebrows, does know his own hand and sees what's happening. Decides to keep discarding cards, perhaps to push Kaneki to play, to only have answers and not be able to be proactive. But of course, we know there are more Nausicaa Sergeants to be played here, so easy decision from Kaneki.
Yeah, Danarai going for the no unit play. Gonna try to play an immune Erlin, and probably last play this Shawnee so that it's not, it cannot be punished. And so he's got the Spores reset, the Erlin, the Shawnee. It's gonna be quite a few number of points, but at the same time, Kaneki has so many with his sergeants upon sergeants upon sergeants.
Still, this immune Erland is definitely nice for Danurai in terms of continuing this non-interactable strategy, because this Vilgeforce is not really getting a target. And I said that leader was going to be great, but hey, it's looking not so great now, as we see Kaneki now, unfortunately discarding those last plays and hoping that the points on the board currently will be enough.
Yeah.
Vilgeforce still going on the melee row, not wanting anything from that deck. Nothing with big base power in Kaneki's deck left anymore. And the last battle prep is played out. And here come the boosts on the Erland, along with a 15-point Shawnee and a Resurrection. What is the most value there in the graveyard?
But the Erland is tiny. And in the graveyard, there's Reaver Hunters and Reaver Scouts and a Dwim, but like, Reaver Hunters normally would be great, but in the short round, at the end of the game, you don't want them. You've only got a 4 power Dwim Viandra, and it is not enough. Danarai's no unit strategy, unable to pay off here versus Kaneki, and the series is tied up 1 apiece. That Erland looking, that's the smallest Erland I've seen in a while. 10 power Erland. You know, this deck was not designed for Erland immune value at the end of the game, unlike the Pincer Maneuver with Mutagenerator decks. This deck has actually quite a lot of specials, not that many units at the end of the game, and it thins a decent amount as well. So yeah, 10 power Erland, a small boy this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Not what we're used to seeing after these Erland sort of carryover decks. The Erlands are looking a little taller than that, but I still think it's fun that Danurai chose to go with the not interactable strategy, completely unitless there toward the end. Lucky for Kaneki, though, found those proactive plays and found those soldiers, the Nausicaa Sergeants, that had armor to potentially protect from any potential Reavers, and also just good base power. The deck doesn't have that many points by itself, the Erendite Nilfgaard deck, but it does concentrate that late game Nausicaa Sergeant Ramon value. Those are where the sort of point slam comes from, the very small point slam that the deck has, but ended up being quite nice in a round 3.
It was worth a shot. The Danarai's uninteractive line of play was worth a shot, especially if Kaneki had kept a card like Erendite. It would have ended up being like a 0, right? So yeah, with the rolls that you got with the Erland, it was close. I think the score was less than 10 points. So if Kaneki had an Erendite in his hand instead of, say, a Nausicaa Sergeant, that might have been a win for Danurai. So you got to play to your outs. That was an unfavorable matchup, but Danurai made it interesting.
Absolutely, very interesting line there. Claims that there wasn't much time to prep, but definitely had this line saved up in memory, perhaps from previous experience. It was cool to see Danurai definitely try to take that line. Kaneki, on the other hand, does make it through, and what an intense start to the series, Shinmuri. 1-1, super even, super equal. Anything can happen now, but of course the coins will be flipped for the next game that we'll be queuing into, meaning Kaneki is going to go on red coin. Danurai, on the other hand, gets to potentially try to bring these Reavers from blue coin, unless he decides self-wound Skellige is the way to go.
Right, Kaneki with red coin is likely to queue up with blood money, although could queue with Scoia'tael Nature's Gift as well. I think blood money needs the red coin a little bit more. So Danurai is maybe asking himself, do I want to play self-wound or do I want to play Reavers into a blood money?
Exactly, and the Syndicate deck from Kaneki will have answers. They might take a little bit of time to set up, because a lot of it is sort of engine-based or combo-based with the poisons and the bounties. But here we go. Kaneki actually choosing to bring the Scoia'tael list here from the red coin over Syndicate. Danurai is bringing the Northern Realms Reaver list here on blue coin, which is definitely the easier coin for this deck to gain round control with.
Yeah, and I think this is this matchup should be favored for Danurai. I think we saw him make quick work of this matchup in a previous series in this tournament. Reavers just having so many engines, and Nature's Gift not really having enough control to stop all of those threats.
And here we see the scout immediately being protected with the tactical advantage, not letting it get into rebuke range for Kaneki. There is a heat wave hiding somewhere in Kaneki's deck, but currently not in hand. And Kaneki has to decide what the most valuable heat wave will be, because there are so many threats. It looks like this Reaver Scout is going to go through for a really efficient and not so committal start for Donorai.
Yeah. So to combat this this engine overload deck from Danarai, Kaneki's gonna need to win round 1. That's why you see like the immediate commitment from the Aquan, but it gets answered straight away. But
Yeah.
Kaneki, I don't think he can afford to pass this round. At least not anytime soon. He has to go very, very deep. Maybe he can stick this Elven Seer with some luck and then duplicate up his Equinoxes and then have them for a short round 3, and that could potentially be a winning line for Kaneki.
All right, Donorai now having 2 Reavers on the board with the help of this scout as well. Definitely a big threat. Kaneki could take a rebuke here and decide to try and remove an engine or save it for later. And yeah, Aquan was nice to sort of get out early for Kaneki anyway because of those infusions. But here instead comes the Seer. And we do see a Vitality used on it to try and not get it in range for any kind of immediate removal before those Reavers are going to start pinging down, hoping to get through that double Equinox now.
Yeah, that's really smart because we see the Dimeridium Bomb in Danarai's hand. Kaneki knows that they're in the deck list, so plays around the 4 damage removal. And I don't think Danarai has any way to answer the Seer except for a Heat Wave, and that is expensive. I wonder if he's willing to do that.
Looks like we are going into a Neuromancy, but the question is which card comes out, and it is Indaren instead, just putting more of these threats on the board, wanting to get that ball rolling and hoping that even if these Equinoxes are going to come down now, the passive points that these Reavers will generate from the melee row will still be too much of a threat for Kaneki to handle the longer the round goes on.
Yeah, and look at this, Danarai purposely not clicking one of his 2 Reaver Hunters in the last turn, because he wants to have 2 clickable Reaver Hunters on his board at any given point. He doesn't want to commit too many of them early and then have like one of them, and the only remaining clickable one removed, and not being able to get that Indaren value. But now that the front row is almost full, I think he's willing to just go in here, and that is 7 Reaver Hunters on the front row, Sealy, getting
That's
7
right.
passive points every turn for Danarai, even after he passes.
Yeah, big points from Equinoxes, but very difficult to keep up with 7 points of damage constantly. Pawn Keepers are a nice tool for Kaneki to have to potentially get rid of some Reavers, but probably not looking to contest too much anymore as the Reaver row has already been established. Danarai this time around does keep to hold on to that leader to be able to put that double Reaver threat potentially on the board with a first say, perhaps into round 2, which is really scary for Kaneki, so keeps on playing regardless and does use more answers, very limited answers in the Squirtle list, but Kaneki saying that it's worth using them now because it will be very difficult if you lose round control.
Yeah, and wanted to point out earlier, the Squirrel was played by Danarai to banish one of those Spring Equinoxes. So there were 2 in the graveyard since the Seer duplicated one. But now there's only 1. The second one is in Kaneki's hand. He may be able to play this one and then Alyssa it later if he draws Alyssa, and then Simless 2 Equinoxes out. But that's a big question of whether he or not he will be able to draw Alyssa.
Dwim resetting the order ability on the Garrison as well, which will become very useful. Kaneki keeping up with the point gap, but still passive 7 points of damage every turn is making it more difficult and really hard to keep up still. Can Kaneki continue to play and hope that that Equinox will tie the gap if Donarai says, all right, I've committed enough, I'm passing. Of course, Donarai doesn't want to play this Reaver from hand, but the Tome, on the other hand, is coming down, resetting an order ability here with the casting contest, and also using the order ability from the Garrison, really saying that, no, I'm not passing, too important to, and I have to win the round here. Now, it's hard for Connect to make a comeback from this.
Yeah, it is very difficult here. It's a 25-point gap, but it's actually more than that because there's going to be 16 more points coming from these Reaver Hunters. So it's really a 41-point gap if Kaneki wants to do this in 2 cards. He does have the Arcane Tome, which kind of adds an extra card. He can use it to get something like Heatwave or Eisengrun's Council, but it is a little bit too much, and Kaneki Imori is forced to give up round 1. Did shorten round 2 quite a lot. It is only going to be 5 cards for Danarai, 6 cards for Kaneki in round 2. So we're going to have to see if that's a short enough round for Kaneki Imori to survive, and what Danarai decides to do here. Does he take the first say and just push, or does he rather go to the long round 3?
Yeah, Kaneki will be hoping for the power of the Equinox, mulliganing both of these bountiful harvests as well, potentially allowing Simulas to go dig for them if things get troublesome. And here comes the dry pass from Donarai, giving up the first say. Kaneki playing out this Xavier not being too useful in terms of deleting anything from the graveyard. And off we go to round 3. Donarai doesn't have first say, but a longer round for Reavers is always good.
Yeah, and also Danarai never got to play his Temple in the first round. I'm not sure if he's going to even want to use the second form of Temple, but he does top deck into it. So I'm very curious to see how he ends up using the second form of Temple in this deck. Big news for Kaneki, though, is that he does not draw the Alyssa, so he will not be playing those Equinoxes twice. He does have 2 Bountiful Harvests in his deck that he can take off of Simulas, but they're not quite as good, I think, as Spring Equinox.
Yeah, very good point there with the Temple. It is very rare to see the second form of it. And of course, as a reminder, you can shuffle an allied unit back into your deck and then shuffle an enemy unit of the same power or less back into your opponent's deck. And as an order ability, you get to play the shuffled unit from your deck. Very interesting to see if Donarai can make use of this. Not the ideal card perhaps to have here in round 3, but maybe he can find its uses. Off we go. Simulas is here to create bountiful harvests instead. No Alyssa, not tutorable, so decides to take this carryover here instead.
Yeah, proactive play, bountiful harvest with no enemy units on the board. Oh, that Dragoon would have loved to see that Dragoon if a Reaver Hunter was already on the board. You could have used it to move them to the range row where they're not active.
Yep, and Donarai pretty straightforward here, playing out the Truffle, immediately using the leader and putting both of these Reavers at 5 power, but with 2 armor, of course. Heatwave deciding one of these has to go. Sort of a slower play from Kaneki, but has to take it. Of course, we see 2 more Reavers in Donarai's hand, and Seius coming down first decides to take care of the engine that Kaneki created from the Bountiful Harvest. 2 Reavers currently on the board.
And I think it's likely that Anseus will be the intended bounce target for the Temple of Melitele. Anseus was used to kill an engine here. Then you can use the Temple of Melitele to bounce him, which removes an engine from the board in that turn, and then bring the Anseus back, buff him with the Truffle, and have him be a 3rd use of removal.
All right, and then we also have the Naiad Fledgling coming down here from Kaneki, as Donarai is going to look to develop more of these engines. But yeah, does have to play that Temple at some point as well to get the order ability, but probably focusing on developing engines first.
Yeah, Kaneki also has to be very careful of this Will of the Wisp in Danarai's hand. Has to remember to avoid buffing these doomed treants to too tall. Normally, your intuition is to just put your Spring Equinox on your lowest power unit, which would be a treant, but that would give so much value to the Will of the Wisps. So he'll have to remember that as we see Danarai contemplating his next move. Still 2 Reaver Hunters in his hand, but what's he considering? Is he just thinking if they will get removed? There is still a Rebuke left in Kaneki's deck that he can access.
Deciding
Okay.
to go for Temple first.
Mhm.
And not quite yet developing engines. Kaneki, on the other hand, can potentially remove that 1 power unit, and decides to go for the FOV here and tutor out a nature card to do that.
I mean, that was a 1 power Reaver Hunter that could not click its own order. I don't know. I feel like it was a little bit early. You could have used that, but at the same time, if you hold it, the Truffle can protect future Reaver Hunters out of the 5 damage range as well. So there's definitely some pros and cons to using it now versus trying to hold it for later.
All right, here comes the order click from Temple, deciding to just use the Ensayas right away, and now the Truffle is being played to be able to protect all of these 3 cards on front row. Didn't need that boost yet on Ensayas before clicking the order, and here comes the Caress. Of course, Gord is tied to the Call of the Forest from Kaneki. Big points coming down still, and now that Donorai waited a little bit with developing these engines, the Reavers are perhaps not going to get as many pings down as Donorai might have wanted, but still a couple of turns to go, and they will have time to do so.
Yep, and Donorai doesn't actually have that many Reavers in this round. There's 4 of them right now. There will be 5 after he clicks, but then there's only going to be 2 or 3 turns left. So the Reavers are good, but they're not getting that super long round with the Adaran that swarms them out super fast. And the Forest Protector elects to take a Rebuke and answering that final Reaver Hunter. So now there's only 3. This board is looking relatively tame for Donorai.
Yeah, definitely nice to have those rebukes available for the Forest Protector. Again, Equinox still big point, plus the Gourd. There will be a Heat Wave, however. Now Will-O-the-Wisps is gone, so the Treant can be boosted here.
Yes,
Spores is available, though, from this Aneromancy.
Exactly. Oh, and it's so close. It's so close. Kaneki Yamori has the Call of the Forest into Gord, but it's going to be so many points on 1 unit, and Donorai raising his hand. I think Donorai has this. The Heat Wave comes down, and the 3 pigs from the Reaver Hunters barely wins the game for Donorai.
Wow, that was very, very close. Reaver Hunters are through, and now Donorai has 1 deck left, and it is the Self-Wound of Skellige that Kaneki is going to try to stop at all costs, but has the potential to do so with the Syndicate deck and perhaps Gift as well. Not having that many answers on its own, but definitely still powerful plays coming down from Gift Squirtle. So we're going to see if Donorai can push it through with this Self-Wound list, or can Kaneki with his control, which Self-Wound is vulnerable to control because it's sort of a combo list. It has the Melusine, has the Silverwold, has the Canute, and if Kaneki can manage to control those combo pieces, it can be very difficult for Donorai to get this Self-Wound through, but nothing is set in stone yet. It's going to be very, very intense fight here from both players.
Seely, my heart is pounding a little bit. I'm nervous. We're getting down to the pointy end. This is gonna be game number 4 and maybe game number 5 of the finals of the mid-season tournament in season 5. I think, despite being down 2-1, Kaneki has a decent chance here. His decks are, custom made for this matchup. He's got a lot of practice versus Self-Wound already from earlier in the week when he was preparing versus Lirio. Lirio and Donorai, they have similar Self-Wound decks. They're not exactly the same. I think Donorai doesn't play Royal Decree and plays something like, is it Spellblood Totem instead of Royal Decree, but with it's very, very similar archetypes. There's going to be a level of comfort for Kaneki since he knows he's favored in these matchups and he has a lot of experience with this. So I think anything can happen still at this point.
Absolutely, it can. We've all seen games of Gwent where we think we know how it's going, but you'd be surprised. The players can take different lines that we might not always think of course, because there's a lot of decision making involved in a game of Gwent. But yeah, you never know. You might think one is favored, and then turns out they can get away with something. Again, with control, you do require the right answers at the right time, and if you can't answer Self-Food, it has huge threats that Donorai might be very, very happy to see go unanswered. But Syndicate very flexible in terms of its removal, does have the poisons, does have the bounty. Gift on the other hand with the heat wave, and also the Xavier Lemons being sort of a card that we did see on a dry pass earlier from Kaneki. However, in this particular self-wound list, it can do some serious damage if you get rid of a Melusine in the graveyard, if you get rid of a Sigvald, or any kind of resurrection target that Donorai might be thinking about, because there are a lot of ways to resurrect cards in this particular list. You have your Sigdrifus right, and you have your Fukusia as well. So getting rid of their targets would be very useful for Kaneki.
Yeah, and Xavier Lemons, it's going to be an MVP for this Symbiosis list for Kaneki versus Self-Wound. It's not even easily removable by Self-Wound. I've seen some practice games where Self-Wound has had to Heat Wave this Xavier Lemons just to stop it from deleting its entire graveyard. Because like other than Heat Wave, you've got maybe a Canute, but it takes a little bit of time as well to set up a tall enough unit for Canute to be able to do that 6 damage. So yeah, Xavier Lemons is the main card here, I think, that makes this Symbiosis list at least somewhat even with Ursine Ritual, if not better.
But do you know what the issue with the Xavier Lemons will be for Kaneki? It's a neutral card.
Yeah, it's a neutral card. You can't tutor it. Yeah.
You have to be lucky, and yeah.
I mean, just like the last game.
It can happen with control decks where you just don't find the answer at the right time. It's there, but you can't get it. And I threw my pen because I got so excited.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like last game where Kaneki did not draw his Alyssa. I think the round 3 was so close. It was a 2-point game. If Kaneki had drawn his Alyssa, he would have probably won that with the extra Spring Equinoxes, right?
Exactly. Really good point. And here we are in this game, which will be a crucial one, of course. Donorai will be fighting tooth and nail to get this Skellige Self-Wound through. Meanwhile, Syndicate is going to try and answer and not let this strategy through. Does bring it on blue coin. Blue coin can perhaps be nice if you can combo it with this Executioner. Not many ways, of course, for Donorai to remove that, as the Self-Wound list has more of a solitaire approach. But yeah, you said ooh to that Knickers draw here in round 1, right?
Yeah, maybe preventing Kaneki from getting going deeper into this round, or potentially even just like not getting the extra tempo from the 3 points of best play as well. On the other hand, saving best play for round 2, maybe Kaneki ends up being a blessing in disguise, and Kaneki uses best play to dry pass in round 2 without having to actually play a card.
Yeah, that is absolutely right.
We are in game number 4. This is potentially the last game of this entire tournament. Donorai up 2-1. Kaneki's tournament life at risk here, on the line. As we play, Donorai just committing some 4 provision nonsense. Just testing the waters.
Nonsense, yeah.
But also, these cards are annoying for Kaneki. They don't die very easily to ping damage.
Yeah, definitely not bad. Executioner doing well here on the board. Decree coming down very early here, turning out the Siri Nova, perhaps indicating that Kaneki is ready to go into that second round and fighting and putting the pressure onto Self Wound. Neuromancy, on the other hand, is what Donorai is going to go look for here, bringing out the Melusine. And we do see Tasha Mutna sword and answer to this Melusine that is still within range despite growing her base power by 2 on deploy.
Yeah, immediately using the Teshamutna sword to kill the Melusine and not letting it build any carryover. And now Danarai rezzing the Melusine. Big commitments from both sides here in round 1. There is the Gremist in Danarai's hand that he can use to purify the Doom off of this Melusine and potentially replay it again.
Yep, that is a possibility. Wondering about that best boy in hand and how much it's going to hinder Kaneki if things are starting to look very, very committal from both players. Swablood also nice card for Donorai to have here.
What if Kaneki just passes here? It would be a tie? No, it wouldn't even be a tie. Like, Kaneki would be ahead by 1. Danarai would have to play a card, go...
Oh, wow.
Because it is... Wow, yeah. But the nice thing, I was going to say, the big thing about the Sigdrifa Res is that it doesn't put Veil on the Melusine. You don't get Veil without deploying the Melusine, and the Melusine is just killed immediately again.
Denying this Gremist. Gremist still playing for value here in terms of getting rid of those statuses from Siri. Siri is not going to get that resilience going into the next round. But yeah, definitely nice from Kaneki to immediately get rid of the Melusine. Of course, a Gremist cannot purify himself, so the bounty goes onto that. Enough coins, in fact, to even spend out on that Executioner and really taking a strong lead into this round. Donorai, on the other hand, still keeps playing, saying, as long as I have reach, I will keep going, but that hand is looking more and more committal. Bride of the Sea, sort of unplayable currently. Knut and Sigvold would be an even bigger commitment. Swallowwood, perhaps a card that Donorai could still consider taking the reach with, but Kaneki here says, pass, I'm done. Syndicate on blue coin, of course, vulnerable to very big point swings that this Swallowwood could be, but we are going to see a big commitment have to come down here from Donorai to catch up with this pass from Kaneki.
Yeah, and Danarai doesn't know that Kaneki's Knickers is in his hand. Danarai has to calculate and account for an extra 3 points that may jump on the board, as well as the bleeding on his side of the board. There's a lot of math to do here. There's the Svalblood, the Berserker transforming. There's Svalblood dealing who knows how much damage, but Danarai figures it out and gives himself that 5-point buffer. Even if Best Boy were to jump out, he would still have been ahead.
Yep, that Svalbard not going to be resurrected now that the Sigdrifa's right has been spent. And Kaneki finding the candle, very nice of course, being able to do the setup and putting Best Boy back into the deck for now. Can pop out and help Kaneki out a little bit here with the tempo. Has to be careful though, because the Golden Necker, as we know, will pull out 1 unit, and you hope that the Best Boy would come out before that were to happen. Donorai immediately opening up with this Sigwald, saying, can you deal with it or not? And if he can, it's resurrectable still with the Fukusia in his deck.
That's true. Kaneki, though, can play it slow, can just open with a candle if he wants, can also poison this right away, but remember, Sigvald can self-purify with his order. Does decide to commit the morale with the poison, saying, hey, Danner, you want to click this poison? You want to click your purify right away? He does. Is going to use extra leader charges to bring the bleed up to 5 so that Sigvald kills the morale. Very nice play by Danarai.
Yep, willing to do that. Now slow plays coming down here from Kaneki. Coins going up to 6 with the profit on the candle, giving a little bit more reach when it comes to catching up. Donorai, on the other hand, plays out this totem. A proactive play Skellige is nicely able to make here. Wants to use the leader charges, wants to potentially use totem to turn these fanatics into the bears.
Abominations.
Abominations, yeah. Thank you. And Yeah, Kaneki, on the other hand, will have to decide when to play out this GN. It's kind of locked before you see Best Boy, who still hasn't made an appearance in this round yet.
Come on, boy. There
There it is.
you are. Good boy. The best boy.
The bestest of the boys. And here comes Knut. Speaking of best boys, he's really good at doing what he wants, which is damage. And of course, immediately takes care of this Gellert very nicely. And Dano right here uses the totem to trigger the Berserk on Knut, making the order ability refresh.
Yes. Very nice use of Totem now that it's a cooldown 1 card, being able to be activated every single turn. I think this could be a turn for the Golden Necker. Kaneki using some of his coins here first before pulling the Golden Necker, finds the Freak Show, finds the Hysteria. That is very good. Will be able to answer this Canute. And what does he take off of this Salamander location? It is a poison, a proactive poison that he can just kind of hold for a moment. Uses the candle once so that he doesn't overprofit, and now
there is a full
comfortably
bank.
ahead.
Yeah, full bank, and the Ignatius as well, sitting at 18 base power and looking at card advantage as well. Really nice timing on that Golden Necker. Kaneki has to be happy that the best boy jumped out when he did, enabling for this really powerful play to happen. And Dano right now has to consider what is there left to play. You do have the Bride of the Sea, which could give you a Marjoram. Neuromancy also still open, but kind of starting to run out of juice here. Fukusia being a big play still that Donore has left. Kaneki now taking it here. Card advantage going into the last round, meaning that the Ignatius would be safe from something like Heatwave that I believe is still unspent by Donore, right?
Exactly, that's true. All right, round number 3. In this crucial game for Kaneki. Will he be able to take this? Golden Necker has been expended, but he does still have this candle to spend some coins. He does still have this location, which can enable potential one-turn poison strategies. Let's see if he's able to do something interesting with this. He does find a poison here. That's very nice. But there is a Peller in Danarai's hand.
Exactly. There is a Peller happening. Roland still left. Drill, Caleb, Menge there. Yeah, lots going on. Opening up with the Drill here, looking pretty safe for now. Donarai has to decide what to open with here. Perhaps it's just a proactive Bride, but then you might give a poison target. But yeah, Peller definitely helps for now. Just taking a 5-point Brokvar Warrior and not worrying much about putting anything tall on the board that could potentially get poisoned. Or giving big bounty targets for that matter.
Okay. I'm trying to think what Danarai can do. He's missed some stuff. He has an Oniromancy for either Fukusia or Heatwave, but he doesn't have Last Say, so the Heatwave's probably not going to find amazing value on the Ignatius. So I think it's going to be something like Oniromancy for Fukusia for a lot of rain, and then maybe a Bride of the Sea replaying the Sigrifa's Right and getting back something like Foul Blood, which can combo with your leader, with the totem, to explode the board onto Kaneki's side. And he doesn't have that much power on his own side for Danarai.
Good call there on putting so much rain on the board that the Bride of the Sea gets re-triggered. Kaneki seems to also expect this line playing on 2 different rows to avoid the rain power from Fukusia just yet. Caleb Menge, on the other hand, does have to go onto the melee row now, opening up the Fukusia line that you mentioned.
Here we go, Danarai taking a page out of Puzzle Express's book, using the totem to kill his own units on purpose, denying potential bounty opportunities later on. The Fukusia comes down now, front row, gets some rain value, does take... Oh, and the totem kill was serving a different purpose here too, allowing the resurrection of the Brockbar Warrior to deal even more damage.
Roland now with the rain. Wow.
Nice. That's very nice. There were other options at 4 provisions, the Svalbard Fanatic or the Armored Drakar, but Danarai elects to go with resurrecting the Brockbar Warrior. Now Kaneki, playing this Eventide Plunder, finds the 1 damage to finish off the Fucusia, collects the bounty, and now what do? I don't think you want to spend on drill, because if you're expecting a Foul Blood return, you don't want to spend on drill to kill units on Danarai's side of the board.
And this is the play now, potentially looking to get the Sigdrifas right out with the Bride.
We'll see. I think that's what's happening. Danarai uses the extra turns of rain to get Sigdrifa. We see Foul Blood. We see the leader charges, the explosions, the totem.
Wow.
Oh, Danarai pausing here to see if the totem is worth clicking. Maybe you save the totem for potentially clicking next turn, but I think he's going to lose that opportunity. I do think that the click on the totem, the second explosion, isn't that great, because Kaneki only has 3 units.
Shinmuri, what's on this leader here left for Kaneki?
4 damage on Blood Money. 4 damage on Blood Money can clean up this Fnatic right away.
Puts the bounty on top of it first.
Very nice.
The leader.
Tunnel Drill. It is a 7-point lead for Danarai right now, but I think Kaneki with the big boy Ignatius getting a lot of meat in this game with all the tall base strength power that he was able to collect bounties on. This Ignatius Hail is going to be an absolutely devastating finisher for Kaneki.
Yeah, and I mean that beautiful, beautiful play from Kaneki with the golden necker timing, allowing for the card advantage to happen in round 2, and now being able to play the Ignatius. Finishing it up here with the bounty as well, and looking at a pretty impressive lead here. Last leader as well is used for 2 points as Kaneki takes this, and it's a real nail biter of a series, Shinmuri. It is so close. It will come down to the last game again, but hey, I'm not complaining because I'm enjoying this thoroughly.
I expected nothing less of this weekend. All these 3-2 series, every single series that you and I have cast now this weekend has gone to 3-2. We will be going the distance to a game number 5. Sudden death, basically, for both Danarai and Kaneki. It will be Kaneki's Symbiosis Scoia'tael versus Ursine Ritual Self-Wound for Danarai.
Exactly, and the coins will be gift going on red coin, self-wound going on blue coin. We talked about that savior. It's going to be big for gift, whether it can find that card or not to remove some of the graveyard. Also something Danarai, of course, will be very aware of when playing, and it's going to be very, very intense. Do you have any thoughts on this matchup or the coin specifically for the...
I think it's close. I think this matchup is close. It can go either way. I think not only does it depend on drawing the Xavier Lemons, but also drawing Heatwave and drawing Melusine. Round 1 draws are going to be crucial in terms of who's able to win round 1, who's able to control the rounds, as well as banishing certain targets of self-wound. Scoia'tael wants to go into a short round 3 with its Simless and Equinoxes intact. Self-wound wants to go into a long round 3 where it can really get a lot of engine value from its Sigvald, Canute, and Melusine, and so on and so forth.
So very important to pay attention to will be this round 1, as it puts either of the player into the driver's seat in deciding the round length, and both players wanting different results, of course, from that. I cannot believe that we are here in the finals. We're going to find out very soon who the winner of the mid-season tournament will be. And by the way, the stakes are really, really high. Of course, the prize pool, the match stake is high. I think $6,000 US, but also you get a ticket right to GWENT Masters happening later this year for season 5, of course. Really a lot on the line for these players.
Yeah, and it's not just a ticket to World Master Season 5. It is a ticket straight into the top 8 playoff stage of World Master Season 5. There will be 12 players, I think, fighting out in a group stage, similar to what we had last weekend for mid-season tournament. In December, there will be 12 players to fight in a group stage, and then 6 of those players will move on to the playoffs, joined by the winner of mid-season here today, plus the winner with the most crown points from the entire season 5. I think currently Piable holds that title, but anything could happen. I know Miyamon's like kind of right on his tail there as well. And Miyamon got some extra points from this mid-season tournament, extra crown point from placing in this mid-season tournament as well. So we're about to jump into game number 5. It is the finals of mid-season tournament.
Yeah.
Will Kaneki make this comeback? Will Kaneki complete this comeback against Danarai? Or will Danarai prevail against a control list that was targeting his cell phone and complete his transformation into Valderai? We will see.
We will see indeed, and we have to hold Danarai to it if that actually were to happen. Kaneki, on the other hand, here with the draws, we know Danarai has access to Melusine because we can see that in Neuromancy. Kaneki, on the other hand, has not found the heat wave yet, but has a maxi.
Oh, look at that!
We see the heat wave here.
Fist pump! The double fist pump from Kaneki Yamori as he draws into that heat wave on the last mulligan.
Oh, it is very, very even now, chat. It is super even because that heat wave was found. We have access to Melusine. Danarai also having the Canute. Sigbold later is something that he looks to find. But I hope you're ready, chat, because this is the game of all games so far, the decider. And here comes Aquan from the Call of the Forest, of course, getting nicely buffed up and could help Kaneki take this round if it goes unanswered. Not many answers here for Danarai, except for the heat wave.
Yeah, there is the heat wave. There is a tactical advantage would set the Canute to dealing only 5 damage. It's not quite enough for the Canute to kill this Aquan because it was pulled by the Call of the Forest. And Aquan being such a big threat, if not answered, Kaneki will probably be able to take this round on even cards due to this Aquan sticking and having the heat wave for the Melusine.
Here comes the Melusine play and the fast heat wave. Kaneki looking satisfied. Danarai probably a little bit worried now. Going to be much more difficult to win this round now.
Danarai tilted his head a little bit after seeing that heat wave. Not sure if that was because upset that there was a heat wave or surprised that the heat wave came so quickly.
Perhaps, but yeah, boosting up this Drakar, now allowing for the Canute potentially come down for a pretty big swipe on this Aquan. We could see that happening. Kaneki, on the other hand, can still utilize something this turn. Could play the Maxi to take a peek at the deck. Could also trigger more symbiosis on the board by playing something else. Has to consider now. Yeah, Danarai is looking like he's plotting something. He's planning. He knows the heat wave is out, which is a really, really big threat. Kaneki deciding to go straight on the Melusine does potentially open up other resurrection strategies for Danarai, as Ursine Ritual, of course, is known for a bunch of options. And here comes the fob into the Naiad Fledgling.
Yeah, getting another engine on the board, really committing to this round. Danarai's hand looking, on the other hand, kind of weak. There's a Canute, but if you want to activate this Canute, you have to set it to 5 power, which then makes it vulnerable to a rebuke. So Danarai electing not to use the leader charges right now, but unfortunately for Danarai, he doesn't have something like a Sigvald in hand to pair with that Canute.
Ooh, alright, here comes the Council showing Kaneki the Seer, and the Seer now at 6 power is looking like a potential heat wave target here for Danarai, or just a pass. This is big. Kaneki gets the round. Kaneki takes it here and is control of what will happen in round 2. Can Danarai battle it out? Will he find a line? Because there are so many lines with Ursine Ritual. There are a lot of different things you can do, and Danarai...
Oh, look at that.
There's Xavier.
We also see the Xavier Lemons. Kaneki basically celebrating at this point. After seeing that draw, he can now banish the Canute. He can potentially banish Sigvald if it was played in this round. He can banish it in round 3. And everything going right for Kaneki at the moment. Danarai does have the Oniromancy for some flexibility, and he has the Sigrifa's Right. So Kaneki having round one on even cards can go very deep in this round for a bleed. Opens with Xavier Lemons, and bye-bye Canute.
Bye-bye Knut has to go out of there. Donorai cannot be happy seeing that. Also, no Maxi played for Kaneki either, so this is very, very nice for Kaneki to have in this round without really having to make sure it's there or shuffling the deck potentially. Also, we saw Kaneki putting back these Equinoxes. There is a Squirrel in Donorai's list, has access to it with something like an Aeromancy if need be. So potentially just wants to hide these Equinoxes for now, not allowing Donorai any sort of graveyard removal yet. But we do see here the Maxi showing the deck order, right?
That could be, yeah, that's right. There's only 9 cards left in Kaneki's deck, and I wanted to point out, Kaneki has also used the Xavier Lemons to banish the only alchemy card in Danorai's graveyard, which was a Mardrome, and now this Bride of the Sea is also a potential liability, as Mardrome's the only card that you could have gotten if you don't have Rain, and with Rain you can get things like Sigrifa's Right and Restore, but Lemons could banish those as well. Everything's gone from the graveyard now.
Yeah, Lemons just keeps on going. Everything currently going into Donorai's graveyard is gone. Grimace coming out, does Purify and Infusion here, put out by the Pondkeeper. So nice use of this Grimace, absolutely. Rebukes are left for Kaneki to use here. If he wants Death Blow, has to take it on these smaller units. Now, Svalblood is a big card. The wider Kaneki goes here, the more value that Svalblood potential will get. And we know that Donorai does have access to it with this Oniromancy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this Oniromancy for Danorai has to be reserved for the Svalblood. That's his win condition for this round, and Kaneki's aware of it. He's going to maybe be wary of just going too wide. Maybe he's trying to save the Simless in this round. I could also see something like playing Alyssa onto Heatwave for Kaneki, because Alyssa's not forced to play onto Bronze Specials. You see her used for Bronze Specials a lot because of Waylays and because of Equinoxes, and she is able to shuffle 2 versions or 2 copies of a Bronze Special, but she can shuffle just 1 copy of a Gold Special as well, and we know how impactful Heatwave is. Heatwave would be a hard answer to a Sigvald in round 3.
Exactly, and Sigvald is still a threat that Donorai might put on the board. Second Rebuke coming down here, taking down another one of these Fanatics, and of course the Death Blow boosting the same Treant here. Donorai going for this Svalblood now, saying that this is my time to take the round. And yeah, big point gap happening after that Svalblood, but Kaneki really not hesitating, going for the Alyssa, right? And perhaps putting back the Heatwave indeed.
He's making a decision here. Do you go for the Heatwave, or do you put back something like Call of the Forest or Isengrim's Council to help you have like an extra way of tutoring Harold Gord in case you end up missing the Gord? Or let's see what the decision made here. The decision is Heatwave. So now, if Kaneki does draw into the Heatwave, he will have yet another answer for one of Danorai's threats.
Really nice to play out this last Bountiful Harvest. As we said, Squirtle is looking for these explosive short rounds, and the more Kaneki plays into this round, the shorter the next round, of course, becomes. So taking this Bountiful Harvest gets a little bit of pad carryover on top of that. Donorai here has to keep on playing because this point gap can, of course, you cannot hero pass. It can be easily caught up here with the Simless. So another card squeezed out by Kaneki Yamori, and all of the leader charges as well still remaining for Kaneki.
Yes, 3 leader charges left for Kaneki, 4 leader charges left for Danorai. The Restore played there. The lead is 26 for Danorai. But Kaneki, you know, only down to really valuable cards with the Forest Protector and the Simless. Probably thinking, is it worth it to even trade one of these? But is going to play the Forest Protector, it seems.
Onto a Bountiful Harvest, perhaps, to
for
get
a little bit
carryover
more
onto round 3. And I mean, you are going to squeeze out a pretty nice card here from Donorai. You do get either Bride of the Sea or Sigrifa's Right.
Yeah, and there is no hero pass possibility for Danarai because the Simless is just way too much. Easily catches up here if Danarai were to try to hero pass.
All right, Shinmuri, this is what it's going to come down to. A short round 3. Danarai looking for Fukusia, looking for Sigvold. Perhaps Sigvold can still do something. Not great draws so far. On the other hand, Kaneki has found the Heat Wave. The Heat Wave is here in answer to Sigvold and the Gourd.
And the
This
Gourd.
is a nice hand for Kaneki. He keeps it instantly, does not need the last mulligan. I might see him smiling behind that mustache. I'm not sure. Danarai, on the other hand, missing still quite a bit here, but goes for the resurrection on the Svalbard that can now be heat waved. And there's an answer.
And the heat wave is the final straw, I think, that breaks the camel's back. Danarai with a mere 2-point unit in his hand. Kaneki applauding and stroking his mustache, doing a little dance. Kaneki knows it's over. Danarai not looking so happy on the other hand.
Oh my goodness, I feel like this is very French of Kaneki, stroking the mustache and having a little happy dance there. He's beaming, and Danarai, looking at the state of this hand, is going to potentially play it out, but Spores being a reactive card, of course Mardrum being a reactive card, and the leader charges are rough. There's 4 left and really no targets to put them on.
Yeah, I don't even know if Danarai can spawn the abomination from his leader when he doesn't have any targets to use those leader charges on. Kaneki, they are going to play it out here. Kaneki is going to use the Spring Equinoxes from the Simless. 28 points. Mardrum coming in, boosting Kaneki's unit. Danarai, these two are just having a little fun here. They both know it's over, and they are just going through the motions now. Kaneki Yamori is your champion for Mid-Season Tournament Season 5.
What an amazing series. It came down to this last game. Everything went well for Scoia'tael. Everything went the way it was supposed to go, and the whole lineup that Kaneki has brought to the tournament did exactly what it was supposed to do, to beat Self-Wound. Donna right here waving to us as he leaves us. And here we go. Kaneki, game winner, tournament winner, in fact, of GWENT Mid-season Season 5.
That's a very well done mustache, I have to say. It reminds me of V, right? Isn't that? Yeah. Look at that. There's the happy dance again. Congratulations, Kaneki Yamori from France, from Team Elder Blood, on being mid-season champion in Season 5. Wow. Well played by both players. Really well thought out lineup from Kaneki, and he drew his answers when it mattered. He found the lines. Danarai unable to overcome the odds, unable to overcome the matchups between greed and control.
Exactly. And Danarai did try his best, but could not really get this Skellige through. Huge congratulations to Kaneki. I'm sure we all want to know how he's feeling. He must be beaming. So let's take it over to an interview with Bursha, as we will be hearing from Kaneki.
I'm here with Kaneki. Congratulations, first of all. I want to say, from quote, playing like shit to kicking the shit out of the person who thought he was the shit. So
Thanks,
it's quite the interesting arc here, and congratulations. You nailed it, you killed it. And the last game, I feel like once you guys drew your final hands in the third round, everybody knew what was going to happen. Like you were already happy with your first draws, but take me through it. Like how was it? And then we'll later on get to the mustache part.
Yes, so obviously I'm very, very happy. I have one thing to say. 2 Worldstorm players fight with Worldstorm decks, and the better one wins. So I'm really, really happy now winning this. I never imagined I would have won such a tournament like this. So I'm really grateful to everyone from CD Projekt. And yeah, I'm very happy at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, you really, really destroyed. I think there's also this thing in sports that is kind of like mind games, and you kind of did a little bit of this mind game with the mustache, right? You put on the mustache, And
Exactly.
we saw Danurai in the camera before the match started. He went back. He actually shaved his off
He shaved.
because he's like, oh, I'm not gonna be made fun of. And yet, in the end, you also celebrated like he did. So there was a little bit of, you kind of poked the bear a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm really happy, and for now I don't realize what is happening, but in the few next days I will be like in paradise.
Yeah, it really needs to sink in, like all the emotion and everything that happened. Like,
Yeah.
it needs time to process, but I mean, let it, like, enjoy it. Let it soak in and actually live in the moment, because it's something big, it's something epic. And we'll see you also in World Masters in December. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling so excited. I'm so happy. I have no words. I already don't speak very well English, but now with the stress and everything, I can only tell you that I'm very happy. That's all.
Awesome. Great to hear. I won't take any more of your time. Rest up, enjoy it, let it soak in, and we'll see you in December, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good one.
I love seeing Kaneki so happy, and we're so happy for him. He's absolutely beaming, also so wholesome. I love interviews like these, and it's going to be amazing for Kaneki to really settle in and come to the realization that he will be playing in GWENT Masters top 8, and he will also enjoy, of course, a nice amount of prize pool money from this event.
Yeah, what a great guy, an awesome winner. I loved it. Like, he could not stop smiling in that interview. He's going to be enjoying this for a long time. And it was a tough one battle for him. Let's take a look at the update of the brackets, the final brackets for this tournament, and Kaneki Yamori's path that he had to take to win this tournament. He had a tough road. Amazing, strong opponents for him, like Lirio in the quarterfinals, Puzzle Express in the semifinals, and then Danurai, the runner-up to the World Masters Season 4, as his finals opponent. Every single series went the distance. This was a marathon for Kaneki.
Yeah, it was a marathon. It was a long way to come here, but he pulled through, and also has to be very happy with this deck building decision and lineup building really coming to fruition, and proving why Kaneki Yamori decided to bring the decks he decided to bring, and really ended up working out for him here.
Smart observation by Kaneki, as well as some of the other players, that this tournament meta was going to be very greedy. You'd have decks like Triple Itter, Self Wound, Cultist, Reaver Hunters, and bringing a control lineup. We saw 3 out of the 4 semifinalists were control lineup players, proving that this strategy was the right one to take here this weekend. And Kaneki Yamori, for his efforts, for his strong gameplay and deck building skills, he's going to take home the lion's share of the prize pool. Let's take a look at that. How much money will he have won from this tournament?
Here we go. Walking away with $6,900 here, being able to win 3 games here against Danurai, who did get home some of that money too, winning 2 games. So a little bit of a consolation for Danurai, but of course Kaneki Yamori taking down the big bucks here.
Yeah, that's nice. And he also gets that ticket to World Masters Season 5 in December, straight to the top 8. That's also worth a lot, because that is going to have the biggest prize pool of the season, bigger than the mid-season tournament that we just witnessed as well. So what an amazing weekend, Sealy. We had some intense close series. Probably some of the most memorable ones I've had the pleasure of casting.
I absolutely agree with you. Fantastic series, fantastic games. It was amazing being able to cast these games and enjoy them together with you, chat, and to cast them together with you, Shinmuri. It's always a pleasure. And I think that is it from us. Thank you so much for having us, and we will soon, but of course I'm going to let Shinri say some closing words before we send you over to Portia and Ryan, our wonderful hosts, who will summarize everything and say goodnight before we leave.
Yes, and I just have to say, Love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. I really had a great time casting alongside you as well, Sealy. Take care, everybody, and we'll throw you over to Berza and Ryan for some final words.
And that's it. That's it. With that, we end the 2 days packed with action, packed with new cards, packed with everything. And it was, to quote a classic, riveting, man.
It was certainly riveting, indeed. Yeah, we saw lots of great games. We saw emotions run high. We saw trash talk, and then trash talkers be trashed. So lots of stuff happening.
Yeah. If you, it's like a good movie. Like you think you know where you're going, and then it takes a turn and it takes you to a different direction, and then boom, everything.
Exactly.
But everything was great. The decks were great. I mean, the players were incredible. Lots of emotions. Some of them not showing emotions, and that's also cool because this is what GWENT is about. This is what esports is about. Showing your personality and showing also how you play and how you do things.
Speaking of showing, we also showed some new cards, right?
Yes.
Because we've got an expansion on the horizon, The Tide Rises, and it's coming out on July 11th, which is in 9 days. We showed the first 4 monster cards, 4 Squirtle cards. That means there's 28 cards left for you all to see. And our partners are going to help us with that.
Yeah, throughout this week, they'll be showcasing the cards. And then, like you mentioned, on the 11th, we have the expansion launch. We have the patch come out. And also, most likely, patch notes on the 10th, which is also like a standard that we have when it comes to all releases. So I'm excited for it. It's going to be packed. It's going to be cool. Hopefully, players are already, on Reddit, on Twitter, everywhere else, checking out the cards, talking about them. So yeah, it's interesting. Plus the pre-final segment we did today about all the changes when it comes to things coming with the patch. Like that's also exciting. That's
I said spring was a big topic,
Exactly.
Spring equinox, also spring the mechanic changing.
Yeah,
lots of
yeah,
stuff.
it's a nice teaser that you did in the beginning, and now we know why. But yeah, perfect 2 days.
I want to give a special shout out and a big thank you to obviously everyone watching. Thank you all for joining us on Twitch and also maybe watching it later on YouTube. Thank you to all the moderators in chat. Thank you to everyone working behind the scenes. Thank you to Anja for the cake as well.
Yes.
And thank you to all the players that participated. There can only be one in the end, but there were lots of people that fought through the qualifiers, made it into the group stage, then into the knockout stage, into day 2. But yeah, Kaneki, Yamori, congratulations.
Once again.
You've made it.
Incredible. And he said he's speechless. He needs a couple of days for this to sink in so he can actually enjoy it. But I hope he will enjoy it because it's a big achievement. These are really, really good players. And to get here, it was quite the road, quite the marathon.
Now he's got some time to rest up. Maybe prepare as well for December.
Yeah.
Because in December, we're going to see you again.
Exactly. We'll be back. And that's it from us.
That's it.
Have a good one. Take care, everybody. And we shall throw it off and say bye-bye.
Bye.